Her eyes see everything. Love, death, destiny. She is beautiful, bewitching, a dazzlingly chic photographer whose mirror-bright lens captures fantastic images of silken eroticism and passionate cruelty. Hers is the bizarre, glittering world of high fashion. He is handsome, stalwart, a fiercely dedicated law and order cop opposed to those who mindlessly glamorize violence. His is the dark, secret underworld of brutal and sudden death. Laura Mars and John Neville. Death is the lure. Love is the lock. Destiny is the secret that embraces them forever. Her eyes are the psychic connection between life and death. Eyes of Laura Mars, a novel by H.B. Gilmour, based on the screenplay by John Carpenter and David Zelig Goodman, from a story by John Carpenter. She saw everything through the eyes of a psychopathic killer who turned her bizarre, sadistic, and brutal sexual fantasies into real life and death. Eyes of Laura Mars, a psychic thriller. Eyes of Laura Mars, a novel by H.B. Gilmour, based on the screenplay by John Carpenter and David Zelig Goodman, from a story by John Carpenter, narrated by Keith Garcia. For hope, faith, and charity, Ellie, John, and Jess, with love. 1. The table on which the book lay was too orderly. That was the first thing Laura noticed. The second was that the eyes through which she saw the table and the book were not her own. A stranger's eyes caressed the book. A stranger's hand ran its fingers over her face, which was emblazoned across the front of the dust jacket, floating behind the words, "The Eyes of Mars." She was embarrassed. She wanted to explain to the gentle hand that stroked her book cover face, to the angry eyes that were not hers, that it had not been Laura Mars' idea to run a photo of her own face across the front cover of her book. It had been Doris's idea. Doris Spencer was the publisher of The Eyes of Mars, and a woman of impeccable style and good taste. Laura was only that controversial photographer whose works were displayed within. It had been Doris Spencer's suggestion to use that ethereal portrait of the artist on the front cover, a solemn, funereal, almost black cover from which Laura's features emerged gray and soft as smoke. Full, pouting lips, high cheekbones, the arched eyebrows framing Slavic lids. All her features faded except for her eyes, which, Doris had insisted, appeared as the focal point of the cover. Whites, stark white, irises floating pale gray and black-rimmed as a cat's. "Darling, we'll full bleed your face, soft focus gray, across the cover and drop out the whites of your eyes. That way, even if our prospective buyers are illiterate, which, have no fear, my sweet, will be the case in more instances than you can motor drive a Nikon at, they will still be able to read the title, conceptually. They will see the eyes of Mars. They will see Laura Mars, that photographer." Doris had laid an ivory manicured hand across Laura's wrist. "To most of them you are that photographer, you know. Erotic, violent, chic, sensual, sadistic. That female photographer who makes fantasies real and reality fantastic. Oh, and kinky." Doris had laughed. "I love that one, kinky," as if they were talking about Lulu's hair. The cover was Doris's idea. Laura wanted to tell the stranger, through whose eyes she was now seeing her own face on the cover of her own book, as if the unspoken words had been understood. The hand that rested on the cover began to thumb through the pages, past the lush-colored photos of Lulu and Michelle in icy erotic embraces, past a landscape of models in every state of violent seduction, past smoking guns and artfully shredded lingerie and blood the color of fantasy. The stranger's hand moved to the stark black page that introduced the portrait section and stopped at the photograph of Doris Spencer. Yes, Laura wanted to say, it was Doris's idea. The cover, the title, the book. Something metallic caught the light and glinted beyond the portrait of Doris. A pair of scissors. Laura saw the hand reach for the scissors, and, inexplicably, her throat tightened in dread. The hand that had caressed her photograph now, carefully, cut Doris Spencer's portrait out of the book and placed it on top of the austere cover. Laura saw Doris through the stranger's eyes. She saw and appraised her own work, the black and white portrait of her friend and publisher, through the eyes of the frighteningly intimate stranger. She saw the light, faceted in a starburst, from the crystal ball in Doris's right hand. Now why, she wondered, had she insisted on posing Doris with that particular object? Had the sleekness of the prophetic ball, the smooth, hard surface that belied its infinite vulnerability, echoed something she felt about Doris? Doris Spencer dazzled like that crystal ball. Doris held the future, Laura Mars's future, in her capable ivory hands. Her gray hair, the tiny etched age lines around her eyes and mouth. Had she tried to capture Doris's faith succumbing to time, contrasted with the timelessness of that perfect round surface? The crystal ball had belonged to Laura's grandmother. Perhaps Laura had placed it in Doris's hand as a symbol of the familial affection she felt for the older woman. Certainly her grandmother, who had been the family's only living skeleton and one who refused to stay put in their Grosse Pointe closet, had been Laura's childhood favorite, and the crystal ball was a relic of that eccentric old lady and her abundant love. The stranger's hand moved abruptly, and Laura's throat constricted again. She wanted to explain very, very quickly that she, Laura Mars, had taken the photographs in the book. That Doris, wonderful, bright, brave Doris, was only the publisher, and please, dear God, don't. The scissors plunged through Doris's eye. The scissors plunged with such angry force that they ripped through Doris's photograph and into the cover of the book, into Laura's face on the cover of the book. And then she found her voice and screamed. She was still screaming when she woke. She put her hand across her mouth and reached frantically for the light. She was awake. She was in her own bed. She was in her own bedroom, the one she'd decorated in peaceful earth tones, the sanctuary she had designed to counterpoint the ruby-red lips and purple cheeks and glitter chic of her models. A place of quiet elegance away from 7-inch gold and green and silver-spiked heels, and the glaring neon satins and polished black leather with which she worked so often these days. She was awake and shaken in her sanctuary, and she had to tell herself that it was a dream. Only a dream. But even now, wide awake in the light, she still wasn't certain that it had been. She knew she'd never dreamed it before. Still there was something familiar about it, something that felt as familiar and ancient and prophetic as the crystal ball. When you're alone in the middle of the night and you wake in a sweat and a hell of a fright, you've had a cream of a nightmare dream and you've got the hoo-ha's coming to you. Her grandmother had recited those lines to her, lines from a poem by T.S. Eliot, Laura remembered. She dialed Doris's number and, while the phone rang and rang unanswered, she looked at the clock and saw that it was late, but not unusually late for the publisher to be out. Gossip columnists called Doris Spencer a socialite. Doris loved that. The socialite sans the social life, she called herself. For her, every invitation, whether to an intimate supper or a full-dress soiree, was a publishing venture. Every new person she met was a potential artist. Every new artist a potential Picasso in need of a patron/publisher. Damn. Damn you, Doris Spencer, Laura thought. Get your gregarious old butt back home, and soon, because tomorrow is my opening, our exhibition, and until I know you're safe and sound, I'm going to be a nervous wreck. I've had a cream of a nightmare dream, Doris, my dear, and I've got the hoo-ha's. Laura hung up the phone and hugged herself. The hoo-ha's, and then some. Her icy fingers set her arms shivering, but sleep was out of the question for the moment. So, reluctantly, she pulled back the comforter and slipped her feet out of bed and onto the carpeting. Before her toes found the salmon silk slippers they sought, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirrored closet doors across the room, a candid portrait that, in its own way, was as shocking as any she'd shot and printed. Her face was pale with fear, her tawny hair sleep-wild and half-soaked with sweat. She could almost see the goosebumps on her flesh. She stood abruptly and drew her robe on. She walked slowly toward the mirrored doors, trying to compose a more secure, more ordinary self-portrait. She stood before the doors, taking the picture. Here was a 34-year-old woman, her body kept taut and slim by the emotional and physical rigors of her profession. Her face? Pretty? No. Too hard, too cool to be pretty. Attractive, perhaps. Striking? Striking was the word most often used to describe Laura Mars. It was a double entendre that, related to her work, had a certain morbid humor. Occasionally, when she was caught in a soft laughing moment, some people thought her beautiful. The light from the open bedroom door preceded Laura through the darkened living room into her study. There she began to do what she always did when she was not sleeping, eating, or making love. She began to work. She flipped the switch on the light box and began to lay colored transparencies on the illuminated glass. She sifted through labeled boxes of chromes, pulling a number of slides out, holding them over the light, examining them through her magnifying glass. She studied the transparencies as she had begun to do more and more recently, first squinting to separate the colors and composition from the actual content of the photos, then opening her eyes and letting the bizarre images she created fill her with wonder and mystery. What had she been trying to do when she photographed Alicia? Brown skin oiled to sleek vinyl, nappy hair slicked back boyishly, torso bare, bordered below the hip by a snakeskin belt threaded through white linen trousers. Alicia crouched like a street fighter, holding a switchblade knife. Why? To sell a pair of $200 pants? What had made her ask Alicia to put her dark hand onto Michelle's pale shoulder and dig her scarlet fingernails into Michelle's flawless flesh? To sell a new shade of nail enamel called African Heat? Why the knives and fingernails? The interchangeable insolence of slut women posturing as punk men? Someday, maybe, she'd find out. Tomorrow night, maybe, the critics would tell her. She held her magnifying glass up to a series of slides of Lulu and Michelle on a black motorcycle. Their spectacular nude limbs snaked around the shiny metal flanks of the cycle as if it were warm and alive. Lulu and Michelle, eyes scowling like Hal's angels, lips seductively parted, thick and gleaming blood red. How to hawk a Harley? No. It was those lips and purpled eyes and highlight whitened bones blending to peach and sandy beige that she was selling. Côte d'Azur cosmetics could subdue the wildest motorcycle, could turn cold steel into a purring, compliant plaything. God bless them, Lulu of the kinky hair and head, Michelle, the face that might have graced a million squeaky clean soap commercials had it only kept its erotically puffed lips sealed. What a pair. Pals, roommates, playful lovers, two eager, enduring participants in the strange new phenomenon known as the Laura Mars image. One of the motorcycle shots was in the book. The book. Laura looked up from the illuminated slides to the table on which a copy of her book rested, and the dream, the nightmare so terrifyingly real, assaulted her senses again. A gleam of light from across the room, a sliver of light glinting from the scissors on her desk. Willfully, but with uncontrolled dread, she forced her hand to move across the cover of her book as the dream stranger's hand had. She turned the pages knowing it would be there, but fearful still. She turned to Doris Spencer's portrait. It was there, untouched. She peered into the face her camera had recorded. She glanced again at the crystal ball in Doris's hand, and as she did, in the back of her mind, the very edge of memory, Laura heard a piercing scream, distant and demanding. She was 7 years old, and a child was crying. A boy bigger than she was, but still small and frightened, was calling out to her. He stood alone in the squalid room, holding onto the seat of a chair. A sweat-stained bra hung over the chair's back. A garter belt lay at his feet like a sleeping spider. Yellowed bed linens trailed from a narrow cot onto the floor. The boy stood isolated and terrified, clutching a pair of discarded nylon stockings. The boy stood fragile and desperate, twisting the stockings in his hands. A shiny metal object gleamed between the folds of the soiled sheets at his feet. He stooped and picked it up. It was a nail file. The boy threw himself across the cot and plunged the nail file into the stockings. "Mama!" he screamed as he shredded the stockings. "Don't go! Don't leave me! I'll be good!" The nail file tore through the stockings, through the thin, worn sheet, into the cheap mattress. Then suddenly, the boy stopped screaming and stabbing. He rolled over on his back, exhausted, and Laura saw his eyes, brown, large, blind with fear. He tried to speak and couldn't. Again and again he opened his mouth, and Laura, warm in her four-poster bed, strained to hear him. He offered her the nail file. He held it out as an offering, but she couldn't reach it. She couldn't reach into the dream. Then finally he spoke. "Help me," he said, and he dropped the nail file and closed his eyes and rolled over onto his stomach and slept. and Laura, 7-year-old Laura, awoke. She dashed out into the hall where laughter from her parents' dinner party drifted up to her. "Mama!" she screamed from the top of the stairs. "Mama! Mama! There's a little boy in trouble and he wants me to help him and I can't. Mama, you're grown up. You can help him. Please, please." Her mother, flushed with embarrassment and anger, appeared at the foot of the stairs. "You've had another one of those dreams," she said. It was an accusation. "No, Mama, no. The boy is real, and he's scared, and he's locked up in a horrible, ugly room. Mama, and we have to help him." Her grandmother's door opened, and Laura felt herself being lifted up. She buried her face in the soft, perfumed folds of her grandmother's neck. "Go back to your party, Ruth," her grandmother said. Her mother hesitated, then turned and left the hallway, and Laura allowed herself to be carried back to bed. "Nanny, do you believe me?" she asked. "I do, sweet darling," her grandmother assured her. "How can I help the boy?" "You can love him." "But Nanny, I don't even know where he lives." "It doesn't matter, Laura," her grandmother said very softly. "A soul in torment called out and you heard. Wherever he is, there's a bond between you now. Somehow he'll know you heard. He'll know you care, and maybe it will help him." "Nanny," Laura whispered, "it was the same boy as before." "But this time you heard him." "But I couldn't touch him. He reached out to me and I couldn't touch him." Her grandmother stroked her head until the distant scream inside quieted to a faint buzzing sound. That was usually when Laura's vision cleared. Just after the dreams, when she awoke, everything remained shrouded in a vaguely blinding mist. Only when that insistent, tortured noise that signaled the boy's presence disappeared could she see crisply again. The scream was gone. The buzzing wake of it lulled her. She looked toward her grandmother and saw, suddenly, clearly, how sad Nanny seemed. How, though she smiled to soothe, her eyes were brimming with tears and pain and sadness. "Nanny, am I bad? Did I do something bad to make you cry?" "No, Laura," her grandmother had whispered. I'm sad for both of you. You and your little dream boy, because they'll never let you touch him. Not here. Not where the only acceptable dreams are of wealth and power and social respectability. Your brown-eyed boy is poor. You and he are children and powerless. And most of all, your gift, your wonderful psychic gift, is not respectable. It embarrasses them, as I embarrass them. They'll try to take it away from you, Laura. Take him away, your dear, unhappy friend. They won't tolerate unhappiness or unexplainable dreams." "But you said I could help him." "Someday, maybe. You'll reach through the dream and touch him, but not here, not now." "But you said, Nanny, you said—" "You can love him." And she never dreamed of that boy again, not until tonight. A shudder ran through her. She closed the book and rubbed her arms briskly. Nonsense, she thought. The dream had reduced her to a childlike state. Supernatural fears, a cream of a nightmare dream, and things that go bump in the night. What made her think that those eyes through which she'd seen tonight belonged to a boy? Or a man? Was it her success in a male-dominated profession that now made the eyes in the dream seem to have been masculine? What a dull Freudian cliché that would be. Laura Mars, accused of betraying her sex by depicting women as brutal, violent, dangerous, sadistic. Accused of betraying her sex by displaying her sex as objects, exposed, naked, vulnerable. Hides behind a psychopathic male persona. On the eve of her acceptance as a major contemporary artist, Laura Mars sees, through angry male eyes, her work being violated. Watches Doris Spencer, her mentor and friend, being mutilated in ironically typical Laura Mars fashion. "Come on, Doris," she urged as she dialed the publisher's number again. Be there for me, baby. Be there for me, as always." She heard the filtered sound of the phone ringing. And ringing. "Answer, Doris. Wake up if you're sleeping. Shut the water if you're showering. Run in the door if you're out. But dear God, Doris, answer the phone. Be there. For you." For you, she whispered. Hello? The voice was unusually breathless, but definitely Doris. Laura threw her head back, way back, and stretched her neck and sighed gratefully. Doris, it's Laura. Oh, hi, darling. Hang on while I get the light. I just came in the door. Sure, Laura said, and her throat made a strange sound which Doris identified a second later. Are you giggling? She asked. Not quite. Well, you've every right to. I was at Marcel Klein's party, and the whole publishing world was there, talking about our book and your opening tomorrow. Nervous? No, not very. Laura hesitated. She ran her hand over the book again. I fell asleep and had a horrible dream. What about? She could tell that Doris was cradling the phone in her neck and moving about while she spoke. She heard a distant thud. Doris? Another thud. Ah, Doris cooed languorously. I just kicked my shoes off. Tell me about it. She couldn't. Oh, I think it was some sort of dream about the critics killing the book or something. Perhaps it was. She smiled and thought, well, not bad. A little heavy-handed on the symbolism, but a distinct possibility. It wasn't a very subtle dream, if that's what it meant, she told Doris. Yeah, you're not nervous. Laura laughed. Well, see you tomorrow night then, at the gallery. See you in church. What? The church, sweetie, where your cruel, alienated, decadent photographs are being displayed. Of course. The church was on the corner of West Broadway and Canal, Lower Manhattan, Soho Central, just a few blocks from Elaine Castle's large, but not large enough, art gallery. Like almost everything else in the area, the church had been converted to serve the needs of the artists who'd resettled the old factory district. And, as their needs were more spatial than spiritual, it had become a flourishing gallery. It was a publicity coup of the first magnitude, according to Elaine. A photo art exhibition that would include 20 and 30-foot blow-ups of high-fashion ads so controversial that the sophisticated readers of Vogue had canceled their subscriptions in droves when the first set of Laura Mars's photographs appeared in the magazine. Of course, Vogue had recouped just fine, and probably pulled an entire new audience away from We, After Dark, and true crime. Elaine loved the idea of opening the converted church, and Laura wouldn't have been terribly surprised if, just for the hell of it, she'd actually invited the Pope. If you dream something sexy, call me back. Night, darling. Doris rang off. Good night, Laura said. She put her finger on the disconnect button, but did not replace the receiver immediately. Twice she reached forward to dial again, and twice she dissuaded herself. Finally, she hung up. She began removing some of the slides she'd left on the light box. She'd picked up one of the motorcycle series and held it in front of her magnifying glass. A second slide clung to it, the jewelry ad. Another model shot to death. This time it was Tulane, costumed in a black garter belt and disheveled peignoir. Her legs splayed in a careless V, her head dangling almost to the floor. She lay draped across an unmade bed, still clutching a sparkling and blue-white fistful of diamonds. Viewed through the motorcycle transparency, Tulane seemed almost to be draped across the Harley-Davidson, her beautiful bare torso separating the inseparable murderers, Lulu and Michelle. Interesting. Laura set the first slide down and concentrated on the diamond crime scene. How had it got mixed in with the motorcycle series? No big deal, really. Accidental art. Doris. Laura's head snapped up. The slide trembled in her hand. She turned and took a step toward the telephone again. Her hand seemed to move automatically. Her hand strained toward the phone, and the slide slipped from her outstretched fingers and fluttered to the floor. She looked down at it. She took a deep breath and stood still and let her hand fall to her side. What in the world would she have said anyway? Hi, Doris. I just called back to tell you to lock your door. The evening of the opening, Lulu and Michelle were everywhere, looming larger than life on rear-projected slides, flashing in 5-second sequences on an enormous screen inside the entrance to the gallery. Lulu and Michelle were plastered all over the cavernous converted church, dry-mounted on 5-foot by 5-foot squares, seducing one another, glaring icy-eyed, gunning innocently. press-mounted on violent verticals or horizontally hot and hostile. Of course, Laura Mars's other models were at the gallery too. Alicia of the scarlet nails and black satin skin, baby girl Grayson, whose scented earlobe was being nibbled, photogenically, by a male model known within the industry as an experienced flesh-eater. Tulane of the diamond crime, the street urchin discovered by Laura in Paris. Paris by way of Kew Gardens, Queens, as it turned out, but a true gamine, who now commanded a few $100s an hour to look as hungry and haunted as she had actually been when she'd posed in Paris for a few francs a day. In startling photographs and in the flesh, the fashion industry's top models had turned out to decorate the most talked-about art exhibit of the year, and Bill Boggs, covering the event for Channel 5 television, was having a hell of a time keeping his eye on the camera and his voice earnest in the microphone. Not simply because the photos in the flesh were startling, but because he was flanked by Lulu and Michelle, who had made a deal between them to crack him up on camera. "You know, when I was a boy, a photograph was something your mother paid $1 for while you were sitting on top of a pony in Central Park," Boggs began. Today, however, Lulu, her kinky blonde head peering over a frill of pink feathers, stared adoringly up at the newscaster and crossed her eyes. Boggs turned quickly, gesturing toward the photograph that had been chosen to illustrate the dramatic change in the nature of photography. It was an outrageous Laura Mars original, but one of the few in the show least likely to offend the network censors. He shook his head as he faced the camera again. Michelle, swathed in clingy purple, ran her fingers lightly up his back. "Today, however," he repeated, "photography is fast becoming a high-priced commodity, like painting, and in some circles there is outright suspicion of the art world, a feeling that we are running out of saleable paintings, and that—" "Ooh, how paranoid," Lulu whispered. "Really," said Michelle. "And that photography is being pumped up." "Are you allowed to say that on TV?" Michelle breathed innocently. Pumped up. That an artificial market has been created. A sort of hustle in a way. Well, that's not a question that's easy to decide." "Do you think he's married?" Lulu called softly to Elaine Cassell, who, having failed to fling herself in front of the lens earlier, hovered anxiously as close to Bill Boggs as the crew allowed, waiting for a more opportune moment to make her television debut. But here in this gallery in Soho, there was a fabulous collection of violent and sexy photographs, most of which were once used in advertisements, and the art world is being asked to consider these extremely controversial pictures. "He said pumped up, did you hear him?" Michelle whispered to the sound man. "As saleable art," Boggs continued. He'd begun to smile, but, so far, it was an acceptably sincere TV smile. "We will be examining some of these questions tonight, as well as meeting various people on all sides of what is fast becoming a real controversy in art. And we'll also be meeting people, like these two beautiful young ladies who are standing on either side of me. This is Bill Boggs, with two of Laura Mars's favorite models, Michelle." Michelle puffed her lips out sweetly. "You're really cute in person," she said as the camera dollied back to include her in the shot. "Really." And she chucked Bill Boggs under the chin. The sincere smile began to shimmy. "And Lulu," Boggs said, cracking up at last. "Are you sure you're not Jean Shalit?" Lulu asked. Boggs took a deep breath. "At the opening of Laura Mars's photographic exhibit down here in Soho." Elaine darted forward, stumbling over a snake of cable into the picture. "You forgot to say the Elaine Castle Gallery," she announced, grinning brightly into the camera. Lulu and Michelle hugged each other, laughing delightedly as the crew groaned and Bill Boggs sighed. "We'd better do another take," he said. "Oh dear, there are the Sokols," Elaine fluttered a chiffon-draped arm in farewell and crossed the gallery to greet the couple. Donald Phelps, Laura's agent, was at the bar chatting up a precious piece of man in a Havana white suit. Elaine detoured for a moment to snare Donald. She hooked her arm through his. "Business before pleasure, darling," she told the white suit. "You will excuse us, I'm sure." With 2 fingers, as if he were lifting a rabid lizard, Donald removed Elaine's hand from his sleeve. "Darling, the Sokols have arrived." "Darling," said Donald, "the Sokols may think that they've arrived, but it takes more than a plenitude of money and a paucity of taste to arrive in this town. The man in the white suit laughed. Donald acknowledged the laughter with a grateful smile. Then, with sad eyes and a helpless shrug, he allowed Elaine to lead him away. "Who was that?" she demanded as they made their way towards Sonia and Larry Sokol. "He might have been Prince Charming. Now I'll never know." "Rich?" "We hadn't come to terms yet." "Well, straighten up and smile for the nouveau but terribly riche, darling. And think commission, Donald, commission. If the Sokols buy one itsy-bitsy little print of Laura's tonight, your share could go a long way toward the glass slipper." "Elaine, dear, what you do with your commissions is your business, of course. I, however, am not in the habit of buying love." Elaine's eyes widened with sudden panic. "Just what do you mean?" she shot back. "Oh, ease up. I'm not going to blow the whistle on you, if only for Laura's sake." He ran his fingers through her curly hair. "What do you call this color anyway? Anita Bryant orange?" She slapped his hand. "Well, hello, darlings." Elaine wedged herself between Sonia and Larry Sokol. "So good to see you out of the columns and in the flesh again. Have you ever met Donald Phelps, Laura Mars' agent?" "Why, no, how nice." Sonia Sokol extended her hand graciously. Donald clasped it in both his own. "I thought to be elegant and kiss your hand," he said. "But that ring, my dear, if it didn't blind me, would surely alter my profile. Not that the nose couldn't use a bit of a bob." Elaine glared at Donald. Everyone knew that Sonia had just undergone cosmetic surgery, but Sonia laughed. "It's a brilliant nose, full of character and as extravagant as your reputation." "You know what they say about the size of a man's nose." Elaine winked lasciviously. Larry Sokol's bulldog face darkened. "What do they say?" he asked. Yoshi, one of Laura's assistants, rushed over to Donald with a whispered message. "You'll have to excuse me, please," Donald apologized to the Sokols. "Yoshi's just told me that Laura's limo is here, and I must run down to meet her. It was lovely chatting with you both. And oh, Elaine, do please tell Larry whatever it was you meant about the size of one's nose. I, of course, have no idea." Yoshi led Donald through the crowd and out past the camera crew still taping at the gallery entrance. Lulu blew kisses as they passed. Michelle tried to wave, but a handsome young man wearing a petulant expression refused to relinquish her hand, and the gesture was aborted. "Robert, for Christ's sake," Michelle said, "it's only Donald. You're not jealous of him, too." "Yoshi," Donald instructed, "tell Robert, as tactfully as you can, that the only rough stuff tolerated here tonight will be in Laura's photographs, and that if he doesn't behave himself, I'll have his sick little playboy ass tossed out. But tactfully, Yoshi. The animal's an animal. Go on. I'll get Laura." Outside the gallery, several people were milling behind wooden horses set up on each side of the entrance. Art shows were standard fare in Soho, but most were more egalitarian than the Laura Mars opening, and none within memory had ever required barriers between the neighborhood people and the gallery guests. The barriers themselves served as a magnet for the curious. For the rest, word had gotten out, indeed it had been leaked for weeks in advance, that Uptown was coming downtown to proclaim one of its own, a commercial photographer, an imaginative merchandiser of clothing, cosmetics, perfume, and jewelry, an artist. Richard Avedon was commercial too, but he showed and partied above Houston Street, as did most of this evening's invited elite. Above Houston was NoHo, North, South Soho, belonged to the loft dwellers whose fingernails seemed perpetually clogged with paint or metal rust or acrylic resins, whose hands were oddly stained with film-developing acids or dotted with steel splinters or calloused from the everyday drudgery of honest art. So among the curious, cordoned off by the wooden horses, were disgruntled artists and neighborhood types who believed that this sudden and celebrated influx of the glitter-rich would lower the aesthetic, if not the property, values of their community. There were angry feminists behind the barricades as well, bad enough that the Rolling Stones and other male rock groups had chosen battered, chained, and mutilated women to decorate their album covers, but from the work of a sister, Laura Mars, to have inspired those album covers, to have surpassed their cruelty on the covers and in the pages of some of the world's most prestigious magazines, was an unforgivable outrage. Feminists, artists, stunned, slumming tourists, and a small coterie of Mars fans clustered together behind the wooden horses and passed the word, from forward vantage points to the neck-craning rear guard, that the long gray limousine pulling up to the curb belonged to Lower Mars. A young man in full black chauffeur's livery jumped out of the driver's seat and dashed around to open the back door of the limo. "Who's the guy with the scraggly beard?" "Look, she's got her own trained hippie. When they let Charlie Manson out? How'd they get him into a uniform?" Tommy, Laura's chauffeur, scowled menacingly. He was a slight, scrappy street fighter who liked the feel of the elegant uniform, which he wore only for special occasions, and the job, which took him in tight, not inside, but right next to a fantastic world that the ogling jokers would never get closer to than the wrong side of the barricades. "Good luck tonight, Miss Mars," he said as he held the rear door open for Laura. "Please come back later. You're invited." He gave a sudden funny giggle. "Really?" he said, and shook his head and smiled. Then he shut the door and stood back to watch the yahoos cream over her. And they did. She was an elegant, aloof figure, and her appearance elicited murmurs of approval, both forthright and grudging, from the crowd behind the wooden horses. Tommy grinned. He pulled a deck of cards from his pocket. Mindlessly, he did a few trick shuffles, then tucked the deck back into the pocket of his uniform, and, when he saw Donald approaching, left to move the limo. Donald hurried to Laura's side. He buzzed her cheek neatly, then held her at arm's length for a moment to study her costume. Gorgeous, if a trifle solemn," he said of the draped floor-length black dress. He ran his fingers lightly across the single white silk flower that adorned her rather austere hairdo. "Nice touch, but why the widow's weeds?" Laura took a long, deliberate step, calculated to reveal that the high-necked, modest gown was slit almost to the hip along the side seams. "Getting interesting," Donald said. "When I unwrap, be sure to notice that the designer lost all the buttons between the neck and waist." Laura smiled nervously. "How's it going in there?" "Too early to tell." "Uh-oh." Donald was the first to notice the two girls lurking in the shadows near the gallery entrance. Laura spotted them a moment later, but controlled her urge to flee. One girl was carrying a camera, the other a tape recorder. "We're about to get clotheslined," Donald warned as the duo reared forward with ferocious determination. "Miss Mars, I'm Sheila Weissman of—" "Yes, we've met, but—" Donald, a glazed, pleasant smile on his face, put a protective arm around Laura and tried to maneuver past the forceful girl with the tape recorder. The second girl began snapping pictures feverishly, bobbing and bending to achieve angles that Eisenstein never dreamed of. Between Miss Weissman and her sharpshooting cohort, it was a temporary standoff. A few other photographers emerged unexpectedly and began popping off flash shots as Sheila Weissman thrust her tape mic into Laura's face. "Listen," Donald urged, "we all agreed that interviews and pictures would be done in the gallery, so—" "I just want to ask her if she knows how offensive her work really is to women," Miss Weissman persisted. "Excuse us, please." Donald, oozing politeness, elbowed the girl out of the way. It was a short-lived victory, for she trailed them into the gallery and down the long black hall. She kept the pace breathlessly, firing questions, utterly undaunted. "Are you aware of the political implications of your work as far as it concerns—" "Ah, come on, Sheila," Laura pleaded. "I'm scared stiff. This is an important opening for me. So, let's talk later." "Yeah, that's a comfortable evasion, but you have to know that if a man had taken those pictures, it would be bad enough." Laura looked to Donald, silently imploring him for help. He raised his eyes to heaven and shook his head. "You're the one who's fascinated with brutality. You beat her up." "But for you to have degraded women like this is really infuriating," and two other reporters and 3 photographers appeared wondrously, and Sheila Weissman's avenging anger was lost in a barrage of equally provocative, if less emotional, questions. "Miss Mars, I'm Robert Shane, and I'd like to ask if you agree that your work appeals to people's prurient interest toward violence. I mean, don't you think you're helping to desensitize people with this stuff?" "No, I think I'm doing exactly the opposite," Laura began. "What I think I'm doing is—" "But aren't you really cramming trivia down everyone's throat?" another reporter cut in. "You're hustling fashion here. You used photographs, really." Laura laughed, finally. "Doesn't anyone want to ask me anything a little more positive?" "Nice try, darling, but you're a big fish now," Donald whispered. They only throw the little ones back. Do you consider yourself a serious artist? Robert Shane demanded. Yes. By what standard? There was light at the end of the tunnel at last. Real light. Behind the bobbing photographers and the staccato demands of the reporters, Laura could see the huge main hall of the gallery and hear the happy droning of 100 or so people who wanted nothing from her except a smile of recognition and an endless flow of free booze. By my own standard, she said forcefully. Isn't that kind of an elitist position? Donald was pressuring her arm ever so slightly, saying, lighten up, with his fingertips. Honestly, Laura demurred like Scarlett O'Hara, I think I'd better take the fifth. The reporters wrote it down unanimously, except for Sheila Weissman, who tape-recorded it and then muttered an editorial into her mic. That's enough for now, okay, gang? Donald said, flashing his glazed grin. Go on in there and get drunk on us. And then he swept Laura past them and into a circus of noise, light, costumes, and color more dazzling than she had envisioned. She stood, temporarily dazed. Only when Elaine broke through the swarm of smiling, staring, wildly excited people who had suddenly surrounded her did Laura realize that her entrance had drawn a spontaneous burst of applause. Elaine's scene-stealing compulsion had never been more welcome or wisely put to use. Gratefully, Laura hid herself in Elaine Castle's enveloping arms and offered up her cheeks to Elaine's chirpy little social kisses. You are the biggest hit, and you're exactly the right number of minutes late, Elaine cooed. Laura smiled and nodded at a familiar face or two. Traffic was terrible. As they began to wander toward the bar, Sheila Weissman sprang forward again. Okay, now that we're in the gallery, would you comment on... This time, Donald moved forcefully between the relentless reporter and Laura. No, he said. She doesn't want to talk anymore. He gestured for Laura to leave. We have to start mixing with real people now, so... Well, I'm here working. So are we, Donald smiled at a passing couple, then turned grimly back to Miss Weissman. And we don't come down to your place and take away your pail and shovels, so split. Elaine watched the stormy retreat of Sheila Weissman. Who or what was that? I think I've seen it somewhere before. Probably on the back of a comic book. Remember those ads where the skinny kid is on the beach with his girl? Well, there goes the butch bully who used to kick sand in his face. Bravo, you big brave creature. Now listen. Elaine rubbed her hands together gleefully. We're going to sell pictures tonight, like crazy. Have lunch with me tomorrow, and we'll do some heavy dish on this pack that's here tonight. But, for now, mingle. Mingle! And not just with our crowd, darling. I'll skip the lunch tomorrow, but I will have a drink now. Meet you at the pass, Donald said, and he disappeared into the crowd. Elaine caught up with Laura and walked her through the gallery. Is Doris Spencer here? Laura asked. No, but when she gets here, I'm not talking to her. Why? What's wrong? Oh, it's the book, Elaine said. Doris insisted that the book be put in the worst possible place. I mean, this is a gallery. She wanted to make it look like a Broadway musical lobby at intermission time. A nondescript middle-aged man wearing a T-shirt bearing his own nondescript likeness passed them, and Elaine's eyes sparked mischievously. Oh, that one over there is loaded, and he's just on the fence. Excuse me, darling, I'm going to give him a little push. Mingle, mingle. And Elaine hurried after the man, leaving Laura suddenly at the mercy of a melon-breasted woman who rushed up to clutch her arm and recite breathlessly, Oh, you don't know me. Hi, but I'm your staunchest fan. I know your picture's in vogue without even looking at the byline. Laura smiled. Why, that's very... she began, but the woman pushed on. Because you are so openly kinky. Whose dress is that? I borrowed it from my sister, Laura said, and leaving her staunchest fan somewhat taken aback, she slipped away. She drifted through the crowd, acknowledging the greetings of friends and strangers, accepting compliments graciously, but not stopping to chat. After a while, she realized that, unconsciously, she was still looking for Doris. It was possible that Elaine simply hadn't seen the publisher arrive, or that Doris might just now be entering the gallery. Laura headed vaguely in the direction of the long, dark entrance hall. About halfway there, she became aware of Sheila Weissman glaring at her from across the room. Instinctively, she sought safety and ducked behind the nearest blind at hand, one of her large photographs. Michelle, whose every movement was seductively defined through the clingy purple fabric of her gown, was talking with earnest intensity to an entranced elderly man. "I really don't have an opinion on that part of it," Laura overheard Michelle, "but I think I'm definitely going to go over there and live in a kibbutz for a while." The image of Michelle laboring in the Sinai brought a smile to Laura's lips. The more realistic image of Robert Stram descending swiftly and angrily upon Michelle, and the elderly gentleman turned the smile quickly to a worried frown. Before Laura could signal a warning, Robert seized Michelle's slender wrist. "Michelle, will you excuse yourself, please?" he said, and pulled her rudely away from the startled man. "Who is he?" Laura heard Robert demand. "He's just a nice man who just got back from Israel." "Don't gaslight me," Robert said. "I saw the way he was looking at you." "Oh, you were totally spaced. Totally ridiculous. Now let go of my arm, you spaz." Michelle tore herself free of Robert and returned to the elderly man. Robert stood there, seething. Laura went up to him. "Why are you looking so grim at my opening?" "You know why." Robert took a gold cigarette case from his pocket, snapped it open, and pulled out an English oval. He tapped the cigarette nervously against the side of the case as he continued to speak. "She loves to watch out of the corner of her eye," he said, nodding towards Michelle. "She loves to make sure I'm watching her. Someday, I swear." He snapped the cigarette in two and tossed it away. "Sounds like you two are having a wonderful time." Laura patted Robert's hand sympathetically. "Try, darling," she said. "It's my party. Do really try to have a nice time. Just for me. Just for this evening." Robert's shoulders slumped sullenly. He said nothing. Laura sighed and walked away. Her attention was caught for a moment by a terribly authoritative voice saying, "I think Laura Mars is fabulous. I don't think she's putting anything over on anybody. I think she's done what I try to do as a playwright, but she's taken it a step further." "Who is that?" someone nearby whispered. "Which playwright?" "Not a playwright, a play wrote," a silky voice responded. "One play produced once, and in his case, once is definitely enough." Swell, Laura thought. The first unmitigated praise of the evening, and it had to come from a play wrote. She moved on, catching the last tarnished bits of his wisdom as she went. "She holds the mirror up to nature, but the mirror is already a distortion because it's conning nature, and then she takes the mirror and crams it right through the transparency of nature until it—" "I think he's right. Maybe we should buy something," a man obviously impressed with the playwright's analysis said to his wife. "What are you going to use for money?" the woman asked. "We could sell the Eschers." "Gee, I don't know." Laura suppressed a groan and decided she needed a drink. "So, what I think Laura is saying with her work is, okay, America, okay, world." She turned just long enough to see who it was that Lulu, with her unmistakable colloquial cadence, was lecturing, and she almost laughed aloud when she saw that it was one of New York's most revered and feared art critics, and that Lulu had him goggle-eyed and spellbound. Certainly, he was more raptly attentive than Laura had ever seen him before. "You know, you are violent. You are pushing all this murder on us, so here it comes back at you, and we'll use murder to sell deodorant. So you'll just get bored with murder, right?" The art critic blinked and cocked his head, and appeared to be giving Lulu's critique extremely serious consideration. Beyond them, Laura saw Tommy in his black chauffeur's uniform lounging against one of the floor-to-ceiling fixtures that framed her freestanding photographs. His cap was off, and he had obviously spent some time trying to tame his unnaturally wild hair and beard. He looked rather like a tense little boy whose mother had dressed, scrubbed, and combed him for the party. She waved to him, but his eyes were so dewy glued to Lulu that he hadn't even noticed Laura noticing him, or waving. An attractive man in a conservative three-piece suit crossed in front of Tommy, and Laura, feeling a bit foolish, quickly pulled her hand back down to her side. The man in the three-piece hadn't noticed her either. He drifted from one photograph to another, and Laura watched, gratified with the attention he gave to each picture. She found herself looking around for his companion, and felt stupidly pleased that he appeared to be alone, and the only person she'd observed so far who'd come in to see her work and not the circus it provoked. He disappeared behind one of the large standing blow-ups. In front of it, Robert Stram and Elaine Castle were discussing the photograph, just one of the Lovers' Quarrel series. Robert was pointing, with undisguised anger, to the huge color photograph. Elaine, as she usually did, was laughing at Robert. The picture, an advertisement for evening wear, featured one of Laura's famous menage a trois themes. A man in a tropical white suit was slapping the face of an exquisite blonde who whirled away from his hand, swirling nearly transparent layers of silky hot pink. Leaning against a massive stone pillar, watching and hugging herself sensuously, as if the violence of the couple in the foreground was not only caused by her, but for her pleasure, lounged another model in a billowing blue and brown tie-dyed gown and golden sandals. Michelle was the model in the swirling hot pink. Lulu was the other woman, languishing against the cool phallic pillar. The man in the white suit did look rather like Robert, Laura thought, as she watched Elaine and Robert's dispute. The most intriguing and controversial aspect of the photograph, about which they seemed to be arguing, was that most viewers believed it was the woman whose tryst had just been interrupted by the enraged, jealous man. In fact, Laura wondered whether it was not the bizarre real-life trio of Lulu, Michelle, and Robert that had insidiously inspired that particular Lovers' Quarrel photo. Lulu loved Michelle. Michelle loved Lulu. Whether their love was sensual or sibling, carnal or utterly innocent, didn't matter. What mattered was that they could infuse their relationship with erotic undertones before the camera. They could evoke more passion with a posture or a glance between them than most lovers could in full embrace. They could stroke the erotic imagination of the viewer, or repulse desire with an icy glare, or close themselves off together so that no one, not the furious man in the photograph, nor the furious man arguing about the photograph with Elaine, could pry them apart and take one without the other. "Tomorrow, darling, tomorrow," Laura heard Elaine end the discussion. Robert Strand stalked away, and Elaine Castle rushed up to the couple who were considering selling their Escher prints to buy a Mars photo. Laura sighed wearily. Without warning, the playwright was upon her. He grasped her shoulders. With passionate intensity, he finished posing a problem to which she had apparently missed the introduction. "So the question becomes," he said, "does life imitate art, or does art imitate life? Does life initiate art, or does art initiate life?" "Do you think it really matters?" Laura asked. "In other words, is what Oscar Wilde said true when he said, 'He that is whored by fashion shall be whored by time'?" Laura unhooked herself from his grasp. "Yes, but Wilde also said, 'All of us are in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars.'" As fair an exchange of non sequiturs as she'd ever heard, she decided. She smiled mysteriously and glided away. The lights in the gallery were bright, but purposely focused on the photographs. Laura was momentarily blinded when she stepped unintentionally into the edge of a brighter circle of light, in which Bill Boggs was interviewing one of the most grotesque-looking women she'd ever seen. Laura backed quickly out of the TV-lit circle and studied the woman, her fingers moving spasmodically, instinctively, in search of a camera. Not even Paul, her best makeup man, and Scott, her hairdresser, could have produced the perfect monstrosity the woman had somehow managed to make of herself. Her face was encrusted with makeup, recognizably expensive, eau courant shades that appeared to have been applied with a palette knife. The makeup itself was correct, but absolutely wrong for the woman's natural coloring and contours. Her hairstyle was ultra-chic as well, but the sort of chic that only a Lulu or Michelle could pull off occasionally, the kind that on a middle-aged, basically dowdy, overly made-up woman became an Elsa Lanchester fright wig, a clown's parody of chic. The woman was dreadful, and Laura resented the fact that Boggs, or some assistant producer, had selected this bizarre specimen to testify on her behalf. Still, she was too fascinated to leave, so she stood at the outer edge of the circle of light, studying the woman and trying hard not to hear her answer, when Bill Boggs said, "But my question is, do you think that it is valid? As art?" Beyond the circle's edge, obscured by the TV camera and the crowd watching the interview, Donald was listening intently to an ordinary-looking man in the most ordinary-looking of suits. Lulu and Tommy, who had trailed after her, were listening too. Billy T., the midget, had sidled up to the group, smiling. He sensed their tension at once, and was about to wander off again in his amiable way, when something the man said riveted him. Impulsively, Billy T took hold of Tommy's coat tail and listened. Lulu's eyes were wide and her mouth slack with shock. She kept glancing from the ordinary-looking man to the thin black ID holder in his hand. He had opened it just once. Inside was a small metal shield and a card identifying him as a New York City police officer. A detective, he had said. Lulu believed him. She kept glancing from his face to the ID holder and back, trying to hear what he was saying, and trying, even harder, not to look at the somber black and white portrait which hung on the raw brick wall beside them. Tommy seemed more concerned with the effect of the detective's words on Lulu than with what was actually being said. He was oblivious to the midget's hand on his coat tail. Donald was pale, but still wearing his coping face. The only giveaway that his nerves were frayed, and about to be shot, was the way he was dismembering the lovely red rose pinned to his tux lapel. One by one the red petals fell. Little Billy T watched them. Finally, Donald said to the detective, "It's ghastly, and I do understand, believe me, but do you have to do it right now?" "I just want to ask certain people certain questions," the man replied evenly. Donald plucked what was left of the rose from his lapel and continued to tear the petals, absently. "I know, but it's going to spread like wildfire in this crowd. It'll wreck the whole opening. If you could wait an hour? Just a little while?" Lulu threw her hands up over her face. "God, it is so gross," she said, and before Tommy could comfort her, she ran away. The detective turned to go, too, obviously resolute about asking the certain questions. As he walked away, Donald quietly told Tommy to get the car. Tommy nodded curtly, gazed for one moment more at the retreating figure of Lulu, and left the gallery. Billy T stood lost and trembling. Donald tossed the ripped rose away. His empty fingers moved automatically to the silk of his antique white scarf, and he toyed with it, seeking some elusive tactile comfort, as his eyes scanned the crowded room in search of Laura. She was no longer near the television lights. Out of Donald's immediate range of vision, she was standing with her arm around Michelle, who was still chatting with Mr. Fisher, the elderly pilgrim from Israel, while Robert skulked nearby. "Tell him, Laura," Michelle enthused. "Well, I was there, but didn't get a chance to take nearly enough pictures." "But yesterday," Michelle prompted. Laura smiled. "Yesterday I had an inquiry from an Italian magazine asking me if I wanted to go and cover the border war there." "And she might do it," Michelle said enthusiastically. Then she and Mr. Fisher followed Laura's gaze as it fastened again on the amazingly overdone woman in the Bride of Frankenstein hairdo. The woman had apparently completed her camera stint and was browsing among the photographs with conspicuous new authority. She stopped in front of a stocking ad. The backdrop was a late 1940s living room, built around a small but bulky TV set of the same vintage. A long, fabulous pair of legs were crossed in front of the empty TV screen. A dead man lay on the floor beneath them. "God, whatever happened to beautiful?" the grotesque woman wondered aloud. She shook her head and walked away, leaving Laura almost doubled over with laughter. "Excuse me, please," Laura managed to say to Mr. Fisher and Michelle. She passed Robert, and still laughing, gave him a hug. He stiffened, childish and unyielding in his misery. If that's love, Laura thought, make mine solitude. She glanced back at Robert Stram, poor little rich boy, bully and baby, safe in a self-imposed monotony of emotion. Her mind drifted uncomfortably, but predictably, to memories of Michael. It was hard to believe that she and Michael had once played Robert's boring game, and believed, as he did now, that it was called love. Michael Riesler, ex-husband, bully and baby right down to his insatiable need for their bottle. "Well, goodbye, baby, and amen." Laura smiled at the unintentional aptness of the phrase. "Goodbye, Baby, and Amen" was the name of a very successful book of photographs by David Bailey. Success and solitude. That would do for now. That would do very nicely, thank you. She turned and almost bumped into the three-piece conservative, who was lost in concentration, staring at another of her photographs. Laura looked up to see which work had captivated him. It was a blow-up of the diamond crime. Not the same transparency she had discovered out of place last night, but one of the same series. She stood beside the tall, athletically built man in the gray pinstripe suit and tried to see the photo through his eyes. The gems in Tulane's lifeless hands sparkled in soft focus, and, though they were what the ad was selling, there was no doubt that Tulane's body leaning backwards over the bed, harnessed in the black garter belt, was the focal point of the picture. A pale blue telephone cord was wrapped around her neck, and a black man in a black tuxedo, blood staining his formal white shirt, lay dead against the side of the bed. Tulane's thigh, half black stocking top, half pale flesh, rested on the dead man's dark cheek. "That is really tragic," the three-piece suit said. He hadn't turned to face her. He just shook his head sadly as, side by side, they regarded the sultry death scene together. "They're just photographs," Laura felt compelled to explain. "Posed by professional models." She pronounced the last phrase luridly, as if she were a carnival barker or one of those 8th Avenue massage parlor shills. "That's not what I mean. I mean, it's really tragic that junk like this passes for art now." "Oh," Laura said. She turned to look at him. His eyes were still fastened on the photograph. His profile was rugged, attractive, but a face that had definitely seen action, and one that hardly matched his suit or soft-spoken manner. She was tempted to ask him whether Sports Illustrated had suddenly hired an art critic. Instead, she said, "Oh, well, that's a completely different conversation." He turned to face her, at last. "Don't you think it's just total hype?" he asked sincerely. She blinked and smiled and tried to appear far more serene than she was feeling. "I don't know a lot of those 60s words. Hype, hustle, rip-off. That's a hell of a headline for a review. Are you a critic?" "Do you know the artist? What's her name?" "Laura Mars," she suggested helpfully. "Yes, Mars." "I know her fairly well." He smiled cynically. Still, it wasn't a bad smile. She might even have found it attractive if it hadn't accompanied his follow-up. "Point her out to me if you see her. I'd be curious to see what kind of frustrated voyeur type she really is." "Oh, she's nothing like that," Laura assured him. "She's very old-fashioned. Sort of like Grandma Moses." Donald appeared suddenly. He flashed a fast smile at the three-piece cynic and took Laura's arm. "Laura, could I steal you away for a moment?" "Oh, you're her." "Nice talking to you," Laura said. He grinned boyishly. There was no apology or embarrassment in the look, for which she was grateful. There was just a simple acknowledgment of something shared, something amusing, interesting, and, unfortunately, interrupted. He turned back to the picture, and, as Donald led her away, Laura saw Sheila Weissman rushing toward the diamond crime. "Really disgraceful," Sheila said. "What makes you say that?" she heard the cynic ask. She wished she'd had time to catch the rest of the exchange, but Donald's grip on her arm was definitely a no-nonsense grip. "What is it?" she began, but her smile faded abruptly when she saw his face, and the moment he started to speak, she pressed her hand over his mouth. "No. Give me a second. Wait." Donald kissed her hand and patted it solicitously. "There's a detective over there," he said, "and in about 2 minutes this whole place—" Laura closed her eyes. Somewhere behind her, someone whispered the name. She spun around and saw Lulu and Michelle talking together. Lulu's shoulders were shaking violently. Michelle clutched them. "Eyes," Laura heard Lulu say. "Oh dear, oh God, Doris?" Laura looked up at Donald. He nodded his head. She didn't hear precisely what he said after that. She didn't have to. Interspersed with Donald's synopsis, she overheard bits and pieces of Lulu and Michelle's reaction to the news. Elaine Castle had rushed over to the models. "What's going on? What's the matter?" she wanted to know. "Doris Spencer was murdered," Michelle said. Lulu's hysteria seemed to have subsided. She stared vacuously at Elaine. "She had her eyes poked out," she said as if she were reporting the plot of a TV show. "What?" "Unreal," Michelle mumbled. Elaine stood perfectly still. She glanced from Michelle to Lulu just once, to be certain that they were not drunk or stoned, and then she said aloud, in a perfectly clear, practical tone, "Oh, shit! Everything happens to me." Laura moved quietly away. Donald followed her. "Let's get you a drink or something," he suggested. "Go on," she said. "I'll be over there." She pointed toward the brick wall where some of the portraits were hung. Donald left her reluctantly. "Don't move from there, no matter what," he urged, "and don't say a word to anyone until I get back." She walked past people chatting. Most were still discussing the show or some particular photograph they admired or detested. A few were already passing along the lurid details of Doris's death. Most of them didn't really know who Doris Spencer was. One did. A solitary figure stood before the portrait of Doris, little Billy T. Laura came up quietly beside him. Billy T turned. His eyes were tearful as he looked up to her. He slipped his small, sturdy hand into hers and held on tightly. "Why did you put that border around the picture?" he asked. It was the first time she'd really noticed, that Doris Spencer's portrait was the only photograph in the show and in the book that was bordered in black. She answered honestly, "I don't know." 2. It seemed like hours later, but it wasn't. Laura had returned to her apartment alone. She'd left Donald in the gray limo, assuring him that she was fine and only needed time and rest. Time to accept the fact that Doris was dead, she told him. What she needed was time to try to sort the fact from fantasy, the dream from the incredible reality, or coincidence, or God only knew what. But she didn't tell him that. She'd kissed Donald's cheek and said she'd see him tomorrow at Columbus Circle, where they were shooting the fur ad, and he called her a brave girl. And she told Tommy what time to pick her up in the morning, and he said not to worry. Then they waited, Donald and Tommy, until the doorman led her into the building, and she waved at them through the heavy glass and bronze doors, and finally the limo drove off. The night doorman walked her to the elevator and congratulated her, and asked how her show had gone. He'd heard from another tenant in the building that she was getting to be quite a celebrity. Almost as famous as 14D, the actor, and 5A, the mother of 4, whose novel everyone on the subway was reading. When the elevator came, he told the operator, who'd been running the cage for years, which floor to take her to, and called out, "Hope your show runs as long as Grease." The irate elevator man slammed the gate shut. Yes, he told Laura, he'd been on duty since 4:30, and no one, not even a delivery boy, had gotten off at her floor. And was she feeling all right? No offense? She looked pretty, but like she wasn't feeling so good. Laura confessed that she was very tired. He nodded sympathetically. "You got a show on Broadway?" he asked shyly. "No, of course not. It was just a photography show. An exhibition of some of her photographs in an art gallery downtown," she explained. "Oh," he said thoughtfully. Then, "That's right. I thought you were a photographer." And grinning triumphantly, he shook his head and muttered, "That guy never gets anything straight." He pulled the gate open at her floor. She almost asked if he would mind terribly waiting until she'd put the lights on in her apartment, but she didn't. "Good night, Miss Mars," he called. "Good night," she said, and held the keys in her closed hand to keep them from jangling absurdly until he'd gone. Once the lights were on and her shoes off and coat hung away, she had the insanely comforting feeling that nothing had changed. She was home. She lit a cigarette. She walked to the liquor cabinet and picked up a brandy glass, wondering whether she really wanted a drink just now. She looked around the living room. Nothing had changed. Only when she glanced at the door to her study did the magic reprieve end. The door was ajar. The study was dark. The book of photographs, she knew, was inside, as she'd left it last night, open to Doris Spencer's portrait. Her fingers tightened around the brandy snifter. When the phone rang, she set the glass down gratefully and realized how close she had come to shattering it in her hand. She answered the phone. "Laura, it's Elaine. Are you watching TV?" "No, I just came in." "Well, we are all over the late news. The murder, the gallery, the book, you, me." "I'll have to read about it," Laura said. "Wait, listen," Elaine insisted. Laura could hear the newscaster's voice as Elaine turned up the sound and moved closer to the television set. "Grim tragedy," she heard. "The 61-year-old publisher of the controversial book of photographs was found brutally. Body discovered by the doorman when she failed to answer a limousine service pickup." "Oh my God," Elaine was back on the phone. "The news guy just gave Doris his real age. Listen, let's talk later so I can watch this." Suddenly Laura was reluctant to hang up. "You said something about lunch tomorrow?" she reminded Elaine quickly. I don't think I'm going to be able to shoot, so maybe we should... Of course you'll shoot tomorrow. Life goes on. Doris would have wanted it that way. Elaine, she asked cautiously, do you believe any of the psychic paranormal stuff that everyone is talking about? I believe in a good night's sleep, Elaine announced with sudden pragmatism. And I'm just about to take something that will knock me out for hours, and I suggest you do the same. If I don't shoot tomorrow, I'll call you. Sleep tight, Elaine said and hung up. The book was in the study. The sleeping pills were in the bathroom beyond the study. Whether she really needed the pills or not, it was time to re-enter, to reclaim the room. She put her cigarette out and crossed to the study. She pushed the door open and reached in along the wall for the light switch. When the light was on, she surveyed the room. Everything was in order, which was to say that everything was in its usual state of functional chaos. A few boxes of chromes were out, labeled in her impatient scrawl. The magnifying glass was next to the light box. So was the spray-nozzled bottle that blew air onto the slides to dust them. Some old contact sheets were pinned to the wall above the light box. The best exposures on the 8x10 sheets were circled in red crayon. There were about 36 miniature squares per sheet, of which only 3 or 4 had been circled, selected to be printed and enlarged. Among these, she knew, were some of the portraits she and Doris had chosen for the book. The book itself was on the table, open to the black and white portrait section. Laura scanned the room again. The only exceptional touch, and oddly the crispest reminder of last night, was not the open book, but the single slide that had fallen from her hand and still lay on the rug in the center of the room. She picked it up now, and as her mind fought to forget the nightmare reality, her hand, touching the slide, seemed to remember and began to tremble violently. She carried the slide to the table and sprayed the carpet dust from it. Then she held it up to the light and saw again Tulane, the diamonds, the garter belt. She remembered the soft-spoken stranger at the gallery and how he had studied the mate to the slide she was holding now. Her hand steadied a bit. There was something about him, just thinking about him, that quieted her nerves. There was something solid and steady, a feeling of purpose and seriousness that matched the best in her, and that was too rarely evident among the people with whom she worked and played, except for Doris Spencer. Laura put the slide away and walked over to where the book lay. A page had turned since last night. Elaine Castle's portrait, an exuberant, laughing face, head tilted back, eyes closed, mouth open wide, grinning wildly, had replaced the somber, black-bordered picture of Doris. Laura shut the book and, impulsively, turned on the tiny Sony in the study. When a radiant Miss Mars arrived at her opening, she was unaware that her publisher was already dead. The picture accompanying the newscaster's voice was a shot of Laura just outside the gallery, making her way through the reporters. Donald was beside her, though only his hand on her arm was visible. Then Sheila Weissman's microphone popped up in front of her face, and Laura quickly switched the set off. Downtown in her Soho apartment, Elaine Castle was still watching the news. "It's Laura," she said excitedly to the man stretched out on her sofa. His dark eyes never left the screen. Without glancing at Elaine, he finished up the scotch he was drinking and held his empty glass out to her. The remark had been superfluous, and Elaine's pretense at enthusiasm had fallen flat. "She's still beautiful, isn't she?" the man said. "That's the goddamn problem." Silently, Elaine refilled his glass. Brendan was on duty in the morning. He buzzed Laura's apartment and announced over the intercom that her car had arrived and that he was sending the elevator up for her. She was ready. Her bag, shawl, and woolen aviator's cap were on the table in the entryway. She quick-zipped the back of her black skirt, gathered up the paraphernalia from the table, and left the apartment, double-locking the front door behind her, as she always did. It was still too early to run into other tenants in the elevator. The day operator said good morning and returned his attention to an editorial in La Prensa. In the lobby, Brennan greeted her pleasantly, but his smile gave way briefly to an ill-concealed glance of curiosity, or perhaps it was concern, and he did not offer her his morning copy of the Daily News as usual. She spotted the hastily folded paper under his chair. Tommy was leaning against the front fender of the blue wood-paneled station wagon. He got to his feet quickly and opened the door for her. "Good morning. Did you see all that stuff on TV last night?" "No," she said, sliding into the back seat. "I didn't watch it." "Freaky," Tommy told her. "Do you have a paper?" "No, but they showed everything last night. I mean, like, the whole thing and all." "Let it go, Tommy. It's too early," she said softly. "Really," he said. They continued down Central Park West in silence. At 72nd Street, a taxicab jumped the light and cut in front of the station wagon. Tommy put on a burst of speed, caught the cab, and kept pace with it, inching it closer and closer to the curb. The driver honked and shook his fist, and finally slowed almost to a stop in order to let Tommy pass. Then he accelerated recklessly again and moved up, trying to catch the wagon at the light. Laura hadn't noticed. "Miss Mars," Tommy said, keeping an eye on the encroaching cab in the rearview mirror, "if I had a really serious complaint, would you want me to keep it to myself?" She came back to life again and smiled gratefully. "Okay, out with it, Tommy. Because, I would drive along the top of the Alaska pipeline if you told me that's where you wanted to go. But when I'm through with you for the day, do I have to be available for Mr. Phelps?" "Tommy, specifically, what do you mean?" They had stopped at the light. The cab pulled up alongside the station wagon. Tommy glared at the driver. "Hey, you cut me off back there," he shouted. "Don't ever try that again." "Up yours," the cabbie yelled back. Tommy's hand reached into the pocket of his leather jacket and came up coiled loosely into a fist. "Ignore him, Tommy," Laura said. "Right." Tommy nodded his head with a nervous, rushing rhythm. He put his arm out the window of the station wagon and tapped on the side of the door so that the cabbie wouldn't miss the moment. Then he let his fingers uncoil slowly and hit the button on the knife in his palm. The blade snapped open. "You want to repeat what you just said to me?" he asked the cab driver. The cabbie glanced from the knife to the light and took his chances unread. "Sorry, Miss Mars." Tommy palmed the blade and slipped it back into his pocket. "See, like last night, after I took you home, I had to go back to the gallery for him, Mr. Phelps, and he had picked up this really gay faggot, if you know what I mean. And he made me drive them to this guy's gay place out there in Forest Hills, and then I had to sit out on Queens Boulevard in the limo for 2 hours while they—" "Would you have minded if the man hadn't been gay?" Laura asked. "Like I said, wherever you want to go. Any hour of the day or night, All right, Tommy. Why don't you take the morning off, because you're right, it wasn't fair." "Really?" Tommy said. A bus pulled to a stop in front of them. The ad on the back of the bus was one of Laura's. It was a blow-up of the photograph of Michelle and Lulu at play on the Harley-Davidson. "Côte d'Azur Cosmetics" was scrawled in a lipstick-like graffiti across the face of the ad. "Oh, wow, hey," Tommy said. "That picture was in your show last night. Wow, Miss Mars, really?" The mention of the show made her feel momentarily uneasy again, but Tommy's exuberance was contagious. "Tommy, I'm very much up on what's going on in the world visually," she laughed, "but I seem to be falling behind the language a little. You keep saying 'really,' and Michelle and Lulu say it too." "I know." "What does it mean? Is it the replacement for 'you know'? People were saying 'you know' forever. You know? "Really," Tommy said and shook his head. Like, really." There was a Winnebago parked at the Columbus Circle Plaza. The big camper that carried vacationing Midwesterners to Disneyland signaled in the city the presence of a film crew. The Winnebago at the curb this fall morning held a Disneyland of its own. Paul, black skin glistening red in the glow of the electric heater, was setting out his makeup pots and brushes on a shelf in the camper. Scott, the hairdresser, had chosen Carrie, one of the 5 models set for the Revillon fur shoot, and she was swirling her long, straight hair into odd top knots. She was wearing a light camisole and a pair of striped woolen leg warmers, and her bony shoulders were dotted with goosebumps. "Toss us a towel this way," Scott called to one of the models sipping coffee in the back of the Winnebago. Scott was Australian. "For Carrie," he cooed. "Poor little bird's flesh is erupting." There were 3 models huddled in the camper in various stages of undress. Giselle tossed the terry cloth robe forward. She set her coffee down and stroked one of the coats hanging on the costume rack. "What do you think this one's worth?" she asked the stylist, who was brushing the lush floor-length Reveille fox. "A night with Howard Hughes," the stylist said. "But he's dead." The stylist smiled slyly. Noodle, the third model, whose name on the agency's head sheet was Nadia, peeked out from between two hanging furs. "Seriously," she said, $5,000? "You talking wholesale, honey?" Paul called back. "Come on, Noodle, time to put you in drag." He patted the seat in front of his makeup table. "Cover your tits, girl, and sit your ass down. I'm going to paint your face, not tattoo you." The stylist handed Noodle another terry robe, and she slipped into it and sat obediently before Paul's cruelly lit mirror. The door to the Winnebago opened, and Giselle squealed and hugged herself against the cold. "Shut the damn door, Yoshi!" "Jun," Laura's other assistant corrected her. "Oh," Giselle said, reddening. "I'm sorry, Jun." "I know, all we Orientals look alike," he said. "There'll be no racial slurs in my Winnebago, wonton," Paul said. "Eat my watermelon," Jun replied, and started unloading film canisters from the heavy metal camera case. "Carrie, love, if you don't stop shimmying, your hair's going to turn out looking like Lulu's. Are you still cold?" "No," she said. "I think it's this." She held a copy of the Daily News up to Scott. "Put it away, love," the hairdresser said softly. "Did you know her?" Giselle asked. "No." "Poor old thing, anyway," Scott said. "Poor Laura. Doris Spencer was one of her best friends. I didn't know her, of course, but we'd met and spoken. They stabbed out her eyes. Ooh, Paul, how vomity sick." John filled his pockets with film canisters, took a sip of Giselle's coffee, and opened the door to go. "Y'all come back soon, here," Paul called to him. "Don't you be a stranger." John left without a word. "Inscrutable," Paul huffed. "I think he's beautiful," Noodle said. "I love his hair." Paul brushed a pale finishing powder over her face. "Straightest dumb dreadlocks I've ever seen," he said in a lilting Jamaican accent. "I like your hair too." "Spare me," Paul said. "Up, darling. Next." Giselle set her coffee down and took Noodle's place in front of the makeup mirror. "This way, Nudes," Scott said. "Let's have a go at your hair." Carrie walked to the back of the Winnebago to wait for her makeup. She pulled back a curtain and looked out at Columbus Circle. 2 cars had been forklifted and piled to simulate a crack-up at the base of the statue of Columbus. Yoshi was checking the camera equipment. Jun was setting up the reflectors, metallic foil screens to capture and amplify the light. Bert, the art director, moved around the circle, viewing the cars through the square lens he made out of his hands. "Move the reflectors over this way," he called to Jun. "And a couple of umbrellas up over there." A Rolls Corniche pulled up beside the Winnebago. Carrie, at the window, summoned the drones inside the trailer to view the spectacular car. In the front seat, Robert and Rochelle were kissing. "I think it's tacky to do that before noon," Paul said. "Beauty and the Beast." "I think he's beautiful," Noodle sighed. "Yes, but do you love his hair?" Rochelle stepped out of the Rolls. "Anyone taking bets on bruises today?" the stylist asked. "Not until she takes off her shades, love." Lulu, who'd been outside chatting with Donald, ran up to Michelle. "How could you?" she began. She looked up at the window of the trailer and stuck her tongue out at the jammed faces peering at her. The curtain shut abruptly. Only one dark hand, Paul's, remained visible, with one dark finger straight up. "Rats," Michelle said. "Now you've got him pissed off, and he's going to green eyeshadow my cheekbones again." "I mean, how could you? Like, leave me alone last night? Like, wow, after what happened and all." "Did you see the papers?" Michelle pulled a copy of the news from her khaki canvas tote. Bert came over and looked at the paper. "What a picture," the art director said. "You can't tell if it was taken before or after the murder." Lulu shook her head sadly. "Really?" "I absolutely know for certain who did it," Donald hollered to them. "You did it," Bert said. Donald rubbed his hands briskly, then tucked them into the pockets of his gray cardigan. Close, but no cigar. Laura's blue station wagon drew up to the curb as Robert Stram's white Corniche pulled away. Robert glanced in the rearview mirror. He couldn't see Michelle. Donald's Ichabod Crane frame and Bert's short Harpo Marx curls were blocking his view of her. He saw Lulu, though. They were all gathered round Michelle, gaping at the morbid page-one photo of Doris Spencer. Robert shook his head in disgust. The Laura Mars mob, featuring blood and bitches. And now he had to deal with Elaine, the bloodthirstiest bitch of them all. He wanted that goddamn lover's quarrel photograph. Michelle wanted it. Not any one in the series, but that one. And he wanted it today. And he didn't give a damn if the Sokols had already expressed interest in it. Not since the death of his mother had there been anything Robert Stram wanted, and been unable to have, to own, or afford. Except Michelle, of course. He idolized her. He brutalized her. He was proud of her beauty and insanely possessive of it. He could bet her, but he could not buy her, and this both exasperated and excited him. He could not own Michelle. He might not even, finally, be able to afford her. She seemed intent on bankrupting him emotionally. Until he found Michelle, Robert Stram's mother had been the most desirable and elusive woman in his life. She had been a notorious woman, notoriously beautiful, notoriously passionate, notoriously unfaithful. An unabashed slut, he'd heard his father call her once when they quarreled, which was often, when Robert was little. His mother would come to the nursery smelling of the exotic perfumes that had been specially blended for her. One was even named for her. He could still remember the wispy sound of her stockings against his cheek when he clung to her leg, and the peach-colored silk and black satin lingerie, and the bruises. She would come to the nursery to kiss him good night before she finished dressing for the evening. She would come when she was clean, before the theater or opera or ballet, before her lovers soiled her. One evening she came and kissed him and whispered, "Goodbye," instead of good night. He heard it long after the nursery door was locked. He heard and understood with a fierce rush of panic that made him want to scream. But he hadn't screamed. He hadn't betrayed her to his father. He lay locked inside the nursery, knowing that this time she was leaving forever. He hadn't betrayed her, but she betrayed him. For another lover. Forever. He lay awake all night long. In the morning, his father destroyed everything that had belonged to her. Robert was forbidden to ask questions or speak of her ever again. He was 10 years old when he found out that she'd been murdered that night, stabbed by one of her lovers, and that the man, one of the anonymous, inconsequential men she dressed for, had then committed suicide. Robert Stram looked into the rearview mirror again. The group that had been huddled around Michelle scattered suddenly like bits of metal to reorganize magnetically around Laura Mars' station wagon. The light changed. A cab behind him beeped impatiently. Robert stepped on the accelerator. Just this once, he wanted to gun the rolls. Just this once, he wished childishly that the sumptuous car would roar instead of purr. Tommy opened the door for Laura. Then he leaned against the fender of the wagon, watching Michelle and Lulu. Donald rushed past him. "Good morning, brave person," Donald buzzed Laura's cheek. "Good for you, coming to work like this. Doris would have approved." "Everyone approves," she said. "I tried to reach you all night. Who won the tennis game?" "Tennis game? I hear you were playing in Forest Hills?" "Oh," Donald said. "Oh, I get it. Excellent." Laura walked toward Yoshi to examine the camera he was setting up, and Donald turned to Tommy. "How hard do you think it would be for me to get you fired?" "Try it," Tommy said. "What's your problem, anyway?" "No, 86 that. We know what your problem is." "Really?" Donald turned abruptly and walked toward the Winnebago where all the models but Lulu were gathered, getting last-minute touch-ups. Laura left Yoshi to join them. They were in the furs now. She looked them over, touching Carrie's hair and complimenting Scott, brushing an excess of powder from Giselle's forehead. Paul was working on Michelle's makeup while Scott removed her gray fedora and set to work on her hair. "Anyone see Lulu?" Bert asked. "Over there." Lulu had just poured herself some coffee from the urn on the outside table. She was spooning sugar into the paper cup and trying impatiently to ignore a creep who was standing nearby, making lip-sucking sounds at her. "Oh, why don't you get lost with that crap?" she said, finally. The creep winked and persisted. Tommy, who had watched the scene briefly from the station wagon, drifted quietly over to the table. He had his hands in his jacket pockets when he stepped between Lulu and the guy making the sucking sounds. What's the matter? You have chapped lips?" Tommy said. "Your lips too dry or something?" That why you're going... The creep started to back up. Tommy kept after him. When he figured they were far enough from the table, Tommy pulled out his knife and held the blade very close to the wise guy's mouth. You want me to make your lips a little wet for you? Is that what you mean by The creep took off like a shot. Tommy pocketed the knife and turned back to the coffee table. Lulu was already gone. Bert had led her back to the Winnebago where she stood now, coffee cup in hand, watching as Paul continued to patch Michelle's makeup. Change the lashes, Laura told him. They're too beaded. They're mighty tired eyes under that, Paul said. I take it you were playing tennis all night too, Michelle? Donald said. Michelle smiled. Paul scowled a warning. Michelle let the smile go as he finished removing her lashes. Laura was examining Noodle's makeup. Why do you provoke Robert? She asked over her shoulder. You only end up having to stay up all night listening to his tirades. He likes me to get him jealous, Michelle explained. It turns him on. Paul turned her head forward roughly. Laura patted Noodle's cheek. Then she and Donald moved off together toward the tripod Yoshi had set up. Turns him on, really? What's happening to the English language? Turn on, turn off? You're right, I prefer the good old-fashioned ones like turn over, Laura laughed. Then she noticed Tommy still standing by the station wagon watching them. Excuse me, she said to Donald and took a step toward the wagon. Tommy immediately climbed inside the car, slammed the door shut, and drove off. One of these days, Donald said, we have to have a little talk about him. Laura shrugged. Let's get going, she said. At her signal, John and Yoshi turned the lights on. John adjusted the reflector and then moved the gray fabric umbrellas slightly to ensure that the strobes would bounce off them at the right angle. Yoshi handed Laura her Polaroid. Bert was still sitting the girls up in front of the stage car crash. Under lush furs ranging from $44,000 down to the bargain basement $4,400 squirrel cape that Michelle was modeling, the girls were clothed in provocative fantasy lingerie. Sexy camisoles or shimmery skimp bras, radical bikini underpants, garter belts, seam stockings, long, slender spike-heeled boots, or tawdry $200 pumps. Lulu's near-bare body was draped in Revillan links. Dramatic vertical panels of lynx pelts swept from her shoulders to the string leather ankle straps of her 6-inch heels. Michelle wore high red vinyl boots with a matching gun belt slung over her sheer black G-string bikinis. Carrie's costume was a slut silk camisole top and almost nothing else. Laura surveyed the girls through the lens of her Polaroid. Bert, she called. He darted out of the way. Okay, ready? She asked the models. They nodded and grinned and flashed their underfurs, and she took a quick Polaroid shot. While it was developing, Bert and the stylist and Paul and Scott moved in on the girls for last-minute adjustments. Yoshi and Jun waited quietly until Laura showed them the photo. Then they rearranged one of the lights and moved the butterfly umbrella a foot or so to the left of where it had been. Yoshi handed Laura her Nikon. She put it to her eye and said, Back up 2 steps. The models backed up, and she began shooting with the Nikon. She got off about 5 or 6 shots, then called to Donald. Okay, I'm ready now. She looked up at the models. Hold it there. Donald, where's the fire? Yoshi, Jun, let's get it together, kids, Donald shouted. Light the cars. Where's the fire? Let's go. Burn. Flames leaped suddenly from inside the piled-up cars. Laura dropped to one knee and began shooting again. Movement, Giselle, she coaxed softly. Lulu, open the coat. Wider. Good. Michelle, put your hand on her breast. That's it. Now whirl for me. Good girls. Hang in there. She stood and handed the camera to Jun, who began to reload it. Yoshi held a second Nikon out to her, ready. The fire, the models, the cables and lights had attracted a crowd. Laura waited until one of her assistants cleared the area immediately behind the models. Then she put the second camera up to her eye. The models were no longer visible in the camera lens. She could still see the fire, but not the cars, and then she heard a siren, a wailing noise that became a cry, a scream so loud and piercing that it almost ceased to be sound. And through the camera lens, through the fire, she saw a woman climbing the last few steps of a familiar staircase. From the bottom of the steps, she watched the woman stop for a moment, and then turn and disappear at the landing, and suddenly she was following the woman up the stairs, running, until Almost at the top, a huge dog appeared, and its lips drew back into a warning snarl, and it began to growl and bark. Laura took the camera from her eye. For a moment she saw nothing. She lowered her head and closed her eyes to rest them. Then cautiously she lifted her head and opened her eyes. She was facing the dog again. The dog jumped and snapped at her, and barked and barked and barked until the ferocious noise of the dog broke through the deafening internal scream that seemed to link her to the image. The sound was gone, but its effects lingered. Laura stood, scared and shaky. Her own sight had returned. She stared at the burning cars and saw the models looking questioningly at her. Yoshi and Jun and Bert and Donald were moving toward her. They appeared confused and concerned. In their faces she saw her own bewilderment reflected. She stood, isolated, paralyzed, knowing she could never explain what had happened, not to them, not even to her own self. She forced herself into action again. She handed her camera to Yoshi and said, "Check this." "What's wrong?" he asked. "I don't know." Rochelle stepped forward, her hands reached out lovingly. "What is it, Laura?" she asked. I got a little dizzy," she managed to mumble. Then she waved them away and walked toward the Winnebago to be alone for a moment. "Kill the fire, but stand by, people," Donald called to the crew. He followed her to the parked camper. "Do you want to take a break?" he whispered. "No, I'll shoot right away." He put a hand on her arm and called to the others. "Hold it together, please. Don't mess yourselves up, girls." Then he asked Laura, "Did you have breakfast?" She nodded yes and looked up to see Bert approaching. "She's fine, Bert, just fine," Donald told the art director. "Go on over and ask the gang to hold it for another minute, okay? Just one more minute." No one minded that the 1 minute turned to 5 before Laura took a last deep drag on her cigarette, tossed it away, and signaled Donald that she was ready to go again. "All right, people," he clapped his hands for attention. "Let's go, and give me the fire." A few hours later, Laura was sitting in the rear of a taxi jammed to a halt in midday traffic. She had let Tommy go, and now she was stuck and at the mercy of the fastest mouth in the East, Harry Rudnick, according to the hack license on his dashboard. From Midtown down to Houston Street, she had listened to everything Harry had to say about women's lib, the ingratitude of children, the ineptness of out-of-town drivers, bus traffic, bag ladies, and pornography. Not to misunderstand. He liked adult entertainment. It was only the hardcore stuff that he objected to. Dirty movies, dirty mayors, dirty dogs. In this city, all three were full of you-know-what, and that little guy, like Harry Rudnick, couldn't avoid stepping in it. Laura looked out the window of the cab in frustration. There seemed to be no hope of a let-up in the traffic jam. She reached into her bag, pulled out too many dollars, handed them off through the open safety partition to Harry Rudnick, and apologized. "I have an appointment," she said. "Keep the change." Graciously, Rudnick accepted the money. "Sure," he said. "Me? I got nothing to do. I'll just sit here." She jumped out of the cab and started to walk downtown. The light changed before she could cross the street. She was in the street, several feet from the curb, and about to dart back to safety, when the terrifying scream erupted again, deafening her, blinding her, linking her once more to the scene she had witnessed through the camera lens. The dog was gone, but she saw the back of the same woman from the same confusing perspective. The woman was locking the door to an apartment. The woman turned and started walking down a corridor toward the familiar staircase. Traffic swerved around Laura. Angry drivers honked and called and cursed at her. Oblivious to the dangerous reality, she moved forward, trapped inside the deadly dream. She stared, helplessly, not through the camera this time, but through another person's eyes, and she knew that it was the dream stranger again, and that the eyes she was seeing through, the stranger's eyes following the woman, were following purposefully. Only now, suddenly, Laura knew what the purpose was, and that she could do nothing about it except watch out of the eyes of a stranger about to kill. At the top of the stairs, as the woman was about to descend, a hand grabbed her by the shoulder, turned her, whirled her with blurred swiftness, and struck out at her head. The woman toppled backwards, bouncing crazily down the stairs. Laura watched from above, waited for an instant, then started down the stairs quickly. The woman's body came to a stop against the bottom of the staircase. A moment later, Laura, trapped inside the stranger's eyes, hurtled over the dead body and screamed. She was screaming aloud as the sound of the linkage ended. She opened her own eyes and realized that the darkness was from her own hands which were covering her face. The moment she removed her hands from her face, she saw 2 cars coming at her, beyond breaking speed. They swerved wildly. One passed on her right, the other on her left. Completely disoriented, drained and shaken, Laura rushed to the sidewalk. In panic, she began to run. At the next corner, she stopped, out of breath, looked around and realized that she was lost. Her shattered nerves had turned familiar streets into an incomprehensible maze. Street signs had become meaningless. She ran back in the direction from which she'd come, and stopped again, and tried to calm herself. Where was it she had arranged to meet Elaine? The restaurant. The health food place just round the corner from Elaine's gallery and apartment. Elaine's apartment. The hallway. The woman locking the door. The dog. A German shepherd. It had been a German shepherd barking and snapping. The woman. God, no, Laura prayed. She spun suddenly and began to run again. She did not know how many minutes it took of running and reading street signs and breathlessly changing her course, but finally she saw the health food restaurant and turned the right corner. Elaine's building was directly ahead. There were 2 police cars parked in front of it, and a crowd had started to gather. Laura moved swiftly toward the building. She pushed her way through the spectators and slipped by a policeman, who called, "Hey you, get back! Hey lady, where you think you're going?" Through the open front door she thought she saw Elaine. It was hard to tell. The face of the woman lying at the bottom of the stairs was half covered by a towel. What remained visible was hideously masked with blood. The body was contorted. It looked broken. It looked like the body of a discarded marionette. Only the curly red hair was distinctively Elaine's. 2 men were standing near the body. Laura recognized one of them as the superintendent of the building. The second man was wearing a tan leather jacket. He looked like a seasoned reporter. He was taking notes and asking questions. He looked up briefly and saw Laura and turned back to the superintendent and continued asking questions and scrawling answers in his notebook. A 3rd police car pulled up to the building, and 2 more officers jumped out to join those already at work, restraining the growing crowd, attempting to disperse the agitated onlookers. One of the policemen moved toward Laura. "Get back, lady, come on," he began. She'd been staring at the body. Her mouth had opened, but no sound came forth. The scream, the gut-wrenching cry of horror and protest that had welled inside her when she saw the broken, bloodied thing that had been Elaine Castle, remained unuttered. Shock and grief had silenced her. Now the policeman's voice, somehow, released her own. "I saw it!" she shouted suddenly. "I saw it!" He looked at her, and she saw the surprise on his face. Then he grabbed her wrists and turned to the man taking notes inside and called, "We've got a witness, Sal." The man in the leather jacket moved quickly. He hurried out and, shielding Laura from the spectators with his body, took her into the building. They were only a few feet from Elaine when he stopped and said, "I'm Detective Volpe. You saw this happen?" The presence of the body made it almost impossible for Laura to think. Yes," she responded vaguely, unable to tear her eyes from Elaine. "Did you see the perpetrator?" Volpe asked. "What did the perpetrator look like?" Slowly, Laura began to realize what she had said, what she had seen, and how incredible it would sound, how incredible it was. "Can you describe his size, color, what he was?" "No, I didn't see who—" Sal Volpe was a New Yorker from College Point, Queens, where they raised broken eardrums from LaGuardia Airport and skepticism as solid as a 747. "Well, what did you see?" he asked. "I saw it happen, but—" "Well, where were you standing?" "I was a few blocks away." "Oh, really?" Volpe said. "Then what did you see it with, a telescope?" She couldn't continue. Everything was real and nothing was real. Elaine's mutilated face, the staircase against which she lay. There were traces of blood on the walls and steps, and Laura remembered how the woman who she now knew was Elaine, had bounced crazily down those steps and landed in that crumpled heap. Everything was real and nothing was real, and it was as impossible to explain as it was to understand. "Never mind," she said very softly and turned to go. She actually got as far as the crowd. She was pushing her way through them when the policeman to whom Volpe had signaled caught up with her. He took her arm gently, but with enough implied pressure to make sure she understood the seriousness of his request. "I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to wait a minute, miss. Detective Volpe will be right with you. Let's wait in the car." She shook her head, but it was not a refusal. It was a random gesture, a reflex indicating her confusion and sadness and disbelief.
She let the policeman lead her to one of the squad cars. Volpe followed almost immediately. He began firing questions at her. "Miss Mars, you are Laura Mars, is that right? The superintendent identified you as a friend of the victims. Were you a friend of Elaine Castle's? You're that photographer, right?" Laura thought of Doris Spencer. "To most of them, you are that photographer, you know." "We going to the station?" the officer behind the wheel asked. "Yeah," Volpe said. "And did another friend of yours and this Castlewoman turn up dead? What were you doing in this vicinity today, Miss Mars?" "Volpe," the policeman who was driving said cautiously, "ease up. She looks about to crack." Volpe threw him a nasty look. "And you haven't read her rights or anything yet. You want to blow the case on a technicality? That's your business. Mine is to see that the ACLU don't spring her before Neville gets his shot."
3. It wasn't Neville, but Charles Douglas, a bearded black detective, quiet and businesslike, who got a shot at Laura next. He typed out her statement, glancing at her with undisguised curiosity every once in a while, but without comment until the final page was pulled from his typewriter. Then he asked her to follow him. She followed him up a stairway and into a small room. The room was lined with benches on which a scattering of people were waiting. A Puerto Rican couple were arguing in staccato bursts as Laura and Douglas passed. The man's head was bandaged. Laura thought she saw a bit of brown dried blood seeping through the white bandage. She looked away immediately. Douglas showed her the pages he had typed. "Miss Mars," he said, "this is a sworn statement. You realize that?" "Yes, I do." Douglas glanced through the pages and shook his head dubiously. "Okay, then," he said. "Well, read it over and then sign it." He handed the statement to her and turned to go. As he passed the quarreling couple, he said something to them in Spanish, and they became suddenly quiet and subdued. He repeated the sentence, waited a beat, then started out of the room. The couple rose together and followed him. Laura looked around. The room was a dull, institutional green, painted years ago, pocked now and peeling to white plaster in places. The benches and tables and even the metal ashtrays were time-scarred and coldly functional. She fumbled in her bag for a cigarette. The pages were in her hand, and she looked at them as she lit her cigarette, and then began to read them over, and it was just as jarring and awful as she'd been afraid it would be. She wouldn't have read more than a paragraph in a novel, as incredible and gory as the statement she was reading now, her own sworn statement. In an adjacent room, Volpe and another man stood silently observing Laura Mars through a one-way mirror. The second man was wearing a turtleneck sweater and corduroy trousers under a brown herringbone coat. Still, compared to Volpe's slickly creased gabardines and polished leather jacket, the second man seemed almost conservatively dressed. There was no great disparity in their ages. Both appeared to be in their 30s, but the second man's posture and manner, the intensity with which he watched Laura, and the undercurrent of grudging deference with which Volpe treated him, gave the second man an edge of sober maturity. He watched quietly. He noticed how her cigarette lighter sparked awkwardly before it held a flame, how deeply she inhaled, and how like a despairing sigh the first exhalation of smoke seemed. Mostly he noticed how the pages shook in her hand until she set them down on one of the dark wooden tables, and began to read without touching them again, except to turn a page quickly, as if she wanted, even physically, to disassociate herself from the statement. Finally, Volpe turned to him and said, "Okay, Neville, she's all yours." Downstairs, a carnival atmosphere had enveloped the police station as an amused but exasperated officer ushered Laura's assistants, models, Bert, the agency art director, Australian Scott, Paul, hauling his bag of makeup, and the nervous stylist into the building. In street clothes and everyday hairstyles, which were almost as dazzlingly bizarre as their location costumes, Lulu and Michelle acted out a gamut of emotions ranging from outrage to eagerness. They were amused, nervous, apprehensive, but primarily they were excited by and looking forward to the uniqueness of the experience. Michelle pushed her gray fedora forward, tough guy style, and tugged at her hip-high, pale beige boots as she strutted past the desk sergeant, who smiled and shook his head in wonder. "Is this wild?" Lulu shrilled. "I feel like a hooker in a roundup." "I'm calling Robert. Robert will tear this place apart," Michelle promised.
Lulu tapped the policeman on the shoulder. When he turned, she pressed her exquisite face close to his startled one and said, "Hey, I ain't gonna tell you guys nothin'." Come on, said the officer, acting as ringmaster. Quiet it down. Just let's keep moving, folks. "Hey, you guys must have all the good coke in New York locked up in here, right?" Lulu asked the passing policeman. "Come on," the exasperated officer in charge urged. Laura, led by Detective Volpe, missed the carnival of cohorts. She followed Volpe down a flight of stairs to a cubicle office. Volpe opened the door and ushered her in and asked her to just sit tight. "He'll be right with you," Volpe said and left. She was working hard to maintain the tenuous control she had over her strained nerves. She took another cigarette from her bag and then searched for her lighter. She was still searching, and debating about whether she should actually smoke another cigarette with her throat feeling so raw and her stomach so rotten, when the door to the little office opened and the stranger toward whom she'd felt such a warm affinity at the gallery walked in, the three-piece cynic. For a moment, Laura felt completely disoriented. It wasn't until the man walked authoritatively to the desk, glanced over her statement, making little notations and jabs at it with his pencil, that she began to understand that he belonged there, that it was his office, and that he must be the detective she'd been told to wait for. He avoided looking directly at her for a while. He kept his eyes on the statement, flipping the pages slowly and reading almost randomly. Finally, Laura said, "What were you doing at my show?" "Getting to know you," he responded. She sat quietly again. When he said nothing further, she asked, "Why am I here? I've already given your people a statement." He looked up at her briefly. In spite of her nerves and the oddness of the circumstances, she felt herself blush warmly under his gaze. He looked back down at the statement quickly. "You certainly have," he said. "All right, I knew this would happen. Look, I don't know how to lie. What's on that page is what I saw. But you can understand why I might be having some difficulty absorbing it, even though you don't know how to lie?" She wanted to dislike him. She disliked the arrogance he was stealing from her. She disliked the circumstances that gave superiority to a man who'd called her work trash, but remained mysteriously attractive to her. She wanted to feel arrogant and superior and to dislike him, but she didn't. "All right, I'd better call my lawyer. Is this the time for me to call him? Or aren't you supposed to advise me of my rights or something?" Volpe already had, she remembered. The man grinned disarmingly. "Hell no," he said. "I haven't even frisked you yet." For a split second she believed him, and the fantasy brought color to her cheeks again. She looked away from his smiling brown eyes and seized on the first piece of conversation, the first neutral conversation piece at hand. It happened to be a stuffed toy that looked out of place, as absurdly out of place as she had felt in his office. It was propped in a corner. "Is that your teddy bear?" She tried for sarcasm and missed. She sounded every bit as nervous and nonplussed as she felt. He flipped another page of the statement and continued to read. "Yeah, I get some real strange ones in here from time to time, and it relaxes them. I like 'em, too." "I'm thinking of picking him up myself." "Be my guest," he said, without looking up. "No, seriously, because you are making me very nervous. Now, what is really going on? Am I suspected of this murder, or—" "Miss Mars," he said, tapping the paper with the back of his hand, "this is not the usual kind of statement we get from people. I know you understand that. I mean, if I handed this to you and you read it, what would you do?" "I'd feel very sorry for you and be as nice to you as I could be, keeping in mind what you've been through in the past 24 hours. He thought it over. Without a word, he went to the corner and picked up the teddy bear and handed it to her. Down the hall, Volpe was talking with Tommy. "So you've got yourself covered?" Volpe said. "Who was the guy again?" Tommy's fingers stopped drumming on Volpe's desk. His feet picked up the erratic, nervous rhythm. His knee bounced restlessly, a counterpoint to the lazy cool he was trying to play out. "Donald," Tommy drawled in his New York cowboy cover. "Mr. Phelps, the well-dressed dude out there, her agent. You can go ask him where I was last night. I was in Queens where he—" "She wasn't killed last night, Tommy. She was killed the night before." "Right on." Volpe flipped Tommy's knife onto the desk. "What's this about?" he asked evenly. "I have to protect her, you know. Miss Mars. From creeps, you know." All kinds of creeps in this city, right? Really, Tommy said. Volpe took a folder from a pile on his desk. He opened it and browsed with purposeful casualness through its contents. Tommy's knee-to-toe rhythm increased noticeably. Lots of creeps running loose all over this here city, huh, Tommy? I mean, like, look at these. You know what this is here? He tossed the folder down on the desk. These are some creeps' arrest records. Guess who the creep is? Tommy's fingers played suddenly. His empty hand palmed an invisible knife. His thumb threw the button. His fingers made way for the blade. He grinned. You guys, you have all those computers that talk to each other, right? I'm thinking of getting into computers. You know those ads on TV and all? Sounds like a good thing. Yeah, I'm thinking about computers. In Neville's office, Laura was pacing grimly. The teddy bear had long since been put down, and she was trying to draw her confused and lengthy explanation to a close. It was an inadequate explanation, she knew, and occasionally she glanced at the discarded bear for encouragement. It had indeed given her a strange sense of security when she'd begun to talk. Now it was just a lifeless prop. But she looked imploringly at it before she found the courage to look directly at Detective Neville again. There's just no way that I can describe the feeling. I can explain it to you visually, but the feeling of it is beyond my powers of description. His eyes were riveted, boring through her as if he was trying to see the truth inside her head. He looked tensely poised between skepticism and belief, skepticism and hope. He looked as if he were trying to decide not whether to believe her, but whether he wanted to. Then it seemed as if he had made a decision. In order for me to believe what you've just told me, I have to make the assumption that you have certain powers, he said. It sounded as though he wanted very much to understand. Power? What power? I'm completely helpless when it happens. Neville paused, then put the statement down. Okay, he said. It sounded like a punctuation, a period at the end of the particular sentence, or scene, that they had just completed. His mood changed. He smiled reassuringly and reached into his jacket pocket. Congratulations, he said. On what? You probably haven't seen these. He pulled a small sheaf of newspaper clippings from his pocket and handed them to her. Oh, Laura said. I completely forgot about the reviews. She looked through them excitedly. Mars exhibit invasion of our senses, read one, and fashion photography, the kinky look. Times is very good, Neville said. The Post is qualified, and these two are very good. And I checked, and it seems your book is the hottest-selling art book in town today, at $25 a throw. Because of the murders? Well, they probably haven't heard any. She was disturbed by that. She looked up at him cautiously. If he had intended the remark to sting, it wasn't evident in his face. Well, having already heard your review of my work, I'm grateful to get these, she said. Keep them. I got them for you. While she read through the reviews, he picked up her statement again. He stared at it, but though his eyes skimmed the pages, his concentration seemed elsewhere. Finally he said, Well, all right, as long as we're on the subject. I mean, what exactly are you doing? Glorifying murder? Okay, Laura said. I'd rather talk about that myself. I'd like to because, he said, overlapping her words. See, what I can't figure out is, if you'll give me a chance to talk. I mean, you don't believe that your work is going to promote murder, right? Absolutely not, Laura began. He continued, On the other hand, you're not exactly helping to put an end to it, which is what my life is about. Aren't you interested in catching the murderers? She asked. He hadn't heard. See, I personally would like very much to figure out some brilliant, simple way to stop people from killing one another. That gives me a reason to get up in the morning. Now, you're an intelligent and sensitive woman, so thank you, she said, a bit sarcastically, and then she felt ashamed, because she realized that he was telling her something about himself, something as important as what she wanted to tell him about her art. So I asked myself, he continued, unimpeded, well, How does she rationalize what she's doing? Does she? Suddenly it seemed urgent that she stop his soliloquy, that she explain herself, if not for his sake, then for hers. Suddenly it seemed urgent that she understand what it was she was doing. All right, Laura said forcefully. Look, all I'm trying to do is to give an honest account, through my own eyes, of the times in which I'm living. Through my own eyes. The phrase sent a shudder through her, but she continued. And I, personally, have seen all kinds of moral and spiritual murders. Murders committed by people in $2,000 dresses and tuxedos and exquisite dining rooms. I mean, what I want to show is that there are all kinds of killings being done in this society, and that not every murderer that's running around loose is wearing a t-shirt with a sign on it that says, "Have a nice day." That's good, Neville said. I really like that. As a matter of fact, if you think it through, that's a very moral point of view. But it also betrays a lot of hostility toward the upper classes. Good God, was Grosse Pointe, Michigan the primal source of her work? Was she truly hostile to the wealthy suburban environment that spawned her? Was it that stupid and simple? Not art at all, but an adolescent rebellion sublimated in 35mm? Defensively, she told the detective, you have to learn to separate the artist from her art. Abruptly, or so it seemed because her introspection had momentarily removed her attention from the realities of the room, the detective tossed a tagged, mutilated copy of The Eyes of Mars onto the desk between them. With a pen, he tapped at the gouged-out eyes on the cover. "Oh, no!" she gasped. Then, trying to control the sudden shock of seeing the book, she asked very quietly, "Where did you get this?" "It's my only decent piece of evidence. It was found in Doris Spencer's apartment." He pointed again to the hole in the eye. "This is a picture of you, isn't it?" "Yes." "Have you ever seen this copy of the book before?" he asked. Yes, she whispered. I saw it done." "With your own eyes?" She shook her head. In a nightmare." They stared at each other. He waited. He gave her time. They both knew she had to explain further. "All right," Laura said, trying to begin. "It was the night before the opening, and I had just fallen asleep, and—" She wondered whether she would tell him about the other dream, the long-ago nightmare about the terrified little boy in the room with the garter belt and dirty linens. She looked up at him again. He was waiting. Someday, she decided, she might. For now, what he wanted to know about was the mutilated book and the dream in which she had witnessed the first murder. No, not the murder, she reminded herself, but the symbolic prophecy of Doris's death and the actual destruction of the publisher's portrait and the cover beneath it. She began again to describe her dream of Doris and the telephone call that followed it. While she spoke, Robert Stram passed outside the door to the cubicle. Laura didn't see him. Neville was listening with full attention to her description of the nightmare, so Robert passed unnoticed and stormed up to a desk in the outer office. "My girlfriend called me from here," he told the officer behind the desk. "She's being held?" He removed his kid-skin driving gloves, but not his tinted glasses. "And I want to know where." He slapped his gloves into the palm of one hand rather dramatically. "Your name?" the cop asked. "Robert Stram." The officer looked down at a sheet on his desk. When he looked up again, he was smiling. "Glad you're here, Robert," he said laconically. "You're wanted for questioning." Before Robert could say another word, the policeman nodded to an officer nearby, and Robert Stram was escorted out of the door and up the stairs to pace between the benches in the little waiting room until Detective Douglas got around to interviewing him. Neville waited until Laura finished her story. He looked at her quietly, as if he was waiting for more. When no more was forthcoming, he shook his head. "Miss Mars," he said, "I'd like you to see something now." She watched him walk to a table in the corner of the room and sort through some papers and folders. He hadn't said a word about the dream. Not that he believed her, nor that he thought the experience incredible or even unusual. He called her over to the table, and she went, woodenly, disappointed and confused by his lack of response. There were a number of 8x10 photos lying face down on the table. Neville turned 2 of them over for Laura to see. "Police photos," he said. They were black and white glossies, grainy but vivid. They were photos of dead women, murdered women. "Obviously," Laura said, shaken. She had already noticed that one of the murdered women was lying half on, half off a bed, her hair hanging limply to the floor, a telephone cord around her neck. "Yeah, we don't worry too much about makeup and lighting," Neville said. The second police photo showed a woman, apparently shot to death, lying in front of a small but bulky TV set. There were no long, fabulous legs, advertising stockings crossed in front of the blank screen, but there was an empty armchair exactly where a model with long, fabulous legs might sit. Laura clutched the table, as Neville turned over 2 more photos. They were photos cut out of her book. "These pictures are yours, of course. Now, the ones in the top row," he indicated the police photographs, "these were never published, anywhere. They're strictly our own stuff. So my question is, how come my pictures are so much like yours?" "I couldn't have put it better," Neville said solemnly. "When were those pictures taken?" "About 2 years," he tapped one of the pictures with his pen. "That one was about 14 months ago." "Disturbing," Laura said. "Extremely." "No, I mean, even the timing is disturbing." "In what way?" She needed a cigarette. She needed time to think. She had neither. "Okay," she said, trying to calm herself, seeking some perspective. "Okay, well, you know you do go through definite periods in your work, and in the midst of my children period, children, I was photographing children, I began to get fascinated with murder and violence, and it started to show up in my work." "Well, what troubles me," he cut in, "is the similarity in these photos." "Well, it troubles me too. The timing troubles me too. It was when I was troubled when I first began seeing violent photos in my mind." "Seeing as you see in your statement?" "Not really. Just my mind would wander off to..." She gestured randomly at the photographs before her. "This," she said. She looked up at him and suddenly realized something. You suspect me, don't you?" "Well, at least I think I begin to understand why you suspect me. You think I knew those groupings because I'd been there before with a gun or something. How clever of me it would have been to commit a murder and then advertise it by repeating it in my work. Well, I don't buy it, as they say." "Neither do I," Neville said, grinning. "I have better reasons to suspect you." She did not grin back. "Miss Mars, I'm going to ask you to come with me now. There's something I want to show you." "Where is that?" "It won't take long," he said. "Oh, come on," she said, her fear and frustration turning to annoyance at last. "I know I'm a vicious killer, but I thought we'd reach some kind of understanding." "It's just a routine matter." "I know, but please don't start pulling Inspector Clouseau lines on me like it won't take long. Just tell me and I'll go. But please spare me the melodrama." Detective Neville laughed and handed her her bag. "What would a policeman's life be like without melodrama?" he said. Upstairs, Detective Douglas was trying to finish his interview with Donald Phelps. "Now you can call this person up," Donald insisted rather self-righteously. "He won't be embarrassed, and he'll tell you exactly where I was the night she was murdered, and what we were doing at the time." The door to Douglas's office burst open, and Robert, shaking with indignation, entered. "Listen," he shouted, "I'm tired of sitting and waiting. Now my girlfriend is being something or other in another part of this..." Douglas stared at him as if he were speaking in tongues. Robert never got to finish the sentence. A burly policeman came through the door and seized his shoulders. "Listen, my father happens to be..." Robert shrilled as the officer pinned his flailing arms to his side. Douglas shook his head. "Yeah, and my father can whoop your father's ass," he said in a disgusted voice. "Get him out of here." Robert was roughly escorted out. As the door slammed shut behind him, Donald leaned over to Detective Douglas and confided, "Now, if you want real suspects, let me tell you about that one they just dragged out of here." Douglas blinked and smiled patiently and leaned forward toward Donald.
You just tell me any little thing you want. You know, he winked. Give me a little Rona Barrett. Donald stiffened abruptly. He sat up and squinted at the smiling black detective. Well, frankly, he said acidly, I don't do Rona. How would you like to see my Barbara Walters? Neville pulled up to Elaine's building. There were still police cars parked outside, and a small crowd of spectators remained. There were also a couple of reporters and photographers now, and as Neville helped Laura out of his car and walked with her to the entrance, the newsmen surrounded them. Flashbulbs popped and reporters shouted questions to Laura, but Neville took a firm hold of her arm and pushed past them, blocking her from the photographers as best he could. Thanks, she said when they were safely inside the building. Suddenly she stopped and stared at the stairs. He could feel her tension. He turned to look at the staircase too, and then he turned back to watch her face very closely as a man walking a dog descended. The dog, a German shepherd, began to growl. Its owner tugged at the choke collar around the dog's neck, apologized, and left the building. Are you afraid of dogs? Neville asked her. Laura shook her head. He led her toward the stairs. Elaine's body was gone. A chalk mark indicated where and how it had lain. Laura stepped over the chalk outline and followed the detective up the stairs. The corridor outside Elaine's apartment was horribly familiar. She couldn't see it as she had so many, many times before. It had become part of the nightmare landscape of the murder. The door to the apartment was open. Inside, a number of plainclothesmen were at work. This way, Neville said. He led Laura through the apartment and up the circular stairs into Elaine's bedroom. He stopped before the closet and stared at Laura as he pulled the closet doors open. She made no attempt to mask her shock. Inside the closet, Elaine Castle's bedroom closet, were a number of suits, jackets, and slacks. A man's wardrobe. You recognize these clothes? Neville prompted. Laura reached forward as if to touch the sleeve of a handsome tweed sports jacket, then pulled her hand back abruptly. I think, she said, that they're my husband's. Husband? Ex. We've been divorced for over a year. About 14 months, maybe? About the time you started to... He was living in San Francisco, the last I heard. There was a peculiar angry edge to his voice. Well, he's back. Obviously. She turned away from the closet and walked toward Elaine's bed. She didn't sit down. Was this going on when you were married? No, she said. What's his name? Michael. Michael Riesler. She saw the photograph before Neville picked it up. She stared at the framed portrait of Michael that sat on Elaine's bedside table. An old photo. One that hid the ravages of drink and disillusionment and time. A photo taken to grace the back cover of a novel in perpetual progress. An author's photo. A lover's icon. The portrait of a compellingly handsome young man. A Peter Pan in search of his shadow soul. Laura stared at the picture and sighed. How perfectly and practically Michael had managed to project the image of a lost creative genius. How well he had created an ambiguity between eroticism and erudition. Michael Riesler, the scholar and the stud. Smile, professionally seductive. Dark hair, untrimmed, untamed, tousled just enough to beseech a maternal lover's care and caress. Brown eyes glazed with bravado, but pleading for recognition, understanding, love. Neville picked up the photograph. He showed it to her. Is this him? She hesitated. Why? The lost little boy in Michael's pleading brown eyes spoke to her, as it had so many times before. Help me, Laura. Protect me, Laura. Love me. Is this a picture of your husband? Neville persisted. She stared at it quietly, and then she remembered, with an acrid sorrow, an aching emptiness that seemed to extend back beyond real memory. She remembered that Michael Riesler had never pleaded, really. He had demanded, love me, me. He had bullied her into choosing between Michael and her work, Michael and her friends, Michael and the rest of the world, and finally, between Michael and herself. She had made the choice. It was over. She nodded yes to Neville and walked back to the open closet. Is he European? He was still holding the photograph. American, she replied. Latin American, Hispanic.
Puerto Rican. Riesler, you said. Laura shrugged. Michael is his own myth, his own desperate invention. He is whatever he needs to be. Neville studied her. He followed her to the closet. What does he do? These are nice clothes. Did you buy them? I had this jacket made for him. What does he do? He's writing a novel, she responded dully. What does he do for money? He's waiting for his mother to die. He's borrowed quite a bit of money against that. Laura smiled to herself. She thought of Michael's elusive mother, the San Juan socialite who was as real to him as the prospect of finishing his novel, of achieving artistic fame and fortune. The dying Doña. Had there ever been such a creature, or was she another of Michael's creations? A fantasy passport out of the barrio, the Puerto Rican ghetto, out of some poverty too awful to be real? Laura had never met Michael's mother or spoken to her. She had accepted the dying Doña as she had accepted so many of Michael's myths early on. Sometime, somehow, during their first months together, she had simply conceded that his need to create a rich, safe world was greater than her need to know the truth. She took the photo from Neville and examined the picture of Michael again. It didn't do him justice. No photograph could. No static image could capture the charm beyond those glossy good looks, the purposeful casualness with which he dressed and moved. He could wear a $300 jacket with such studied carelessness that, though one saw the perfection of the cut and fabric, one believed Michael had chosen it unconsciously, a matter of comfort over fashion. Even the Latin flavor of his speech seemed more a product of ennui than a true accent. Lazy and inventive, a seductive scoundrel, an indifferent liar, a lady killer. And when that fails, Laura added, handing the framed photo back to Neville, he gets women excited about his novels. A lady killer. She turned away from Neville abruptly, as if he might read her mind. How could you fall for one of those guys? He said. Laura looked up quickly, stung by the question. There was neither time nor reason to respond. Nor was there, between them, the intimacy that might have sanctioned his asking. Michael could never kill anyone, she said. Any idea where he might be now? No. No idea. Are you still in love with him? She stared at him coldly. Where are we going now? The reason I'm asking you all these questions, he explained earnestly, is because I believe somebody in your life is losing control of himself every once in a while, and he may be the kind of guy. Well, if this guy you're looking for is a guy, I wonder if you could take me home now. One of the policemen from downstairs called to Neville. Finished up there, Lieutenant? We'd like to rewire the phone. Sure, Neville said. He led Laura down the stairs and through the apartment again. They passed one of her photographs, a pastel assault, hanging in the hallway. That one of yours? He asked. Yes. He made no attempt to hide his distaste. What were you selling? She didn't know if she was angry at him or with herself for the fleeting sense of shame she felt. Nail polish, she said. You were there, in the crowd, and then you left. Douglas was staring at Robert Stram. Robert drummed his fingers on the detective's desk and nodded his assent. His jaws were tight with contained fury. His lips were pressed pencil-line thin. Why? Why what? Robert exploded. Why? Charles Douglas said with quiet patience. Were you hanging around the Castle Woman's building this afternoon? What were you doing there? I had an appointment with her. I was late. Yeah? Douglas smiled. You missed all the action, right? Robert stared hard at the detective. You're disgusting, he said. Your reputation ain't so hot either. There was a knock at the door. A policeman peered in. He was holding a file folder in his hand. Excuse me, Chuck, got a sec? Sure, Douglas said. Bansley, a white-haired, crew-cut, 2 months to retirement detective, entered the office. He glanced at Robert, then insinuated himself between Douglas and the angry young man, and held a hushed conference with the bearded black detective. Robert stood and paced the room while they whispered. He ground his teeth, in part to avoid trying to overhear the cops, in part because if he opened his mouth again, he'd probably say something he'd regret. He was edgy now. He wanted Michelle. He wanted out of this hole of an office. He wanted to punch or slash or smack something, and if the whispering didn't stop soon, he probably would. He thought of Elaine's body. He wondered, suddenly, how his mother had looked. He thought of Douglas smiling, saying, "You missed all the action, right?" He was very, very edgy. "Why were you late? Where were you this afternoon, Robert?" Douglas asked. Robert glared at him silently. "It's okay," Bansley said. "Just for the record, you understand? Where were you?" Robert looked nervously from Bansley to Douglas and back. I was with my father," he said. "Nice guess," Douglas snorted. "Yeah, that's what your father says too. There's a lawyer on the way down here, with an affidavit from your old man." "Then I can go?" "Soon," Douglas said softly, tapping the file folder. "Soon as the affidavit gets here, maybe. Thanks, Bansley." Detective Bansley left. "Now, Robert," Douglas said, opening the folder, "how about if we talk about your mother for a little while? And your father. Violence seems to run in your family." Robert Stram leaned on the desk. His knuckles whitened noticeably. "Do you think that guy really committed suicide, Robert? Or do you think maybe your father did it?" At her Central Park West apartment building, the night doorman was on duty. He was far more subdued than he had been the evening before. He nodded formally and said, "Good evening, Miss Mars," and to Neville, "Sir?" The detective had escorted her into the building, and there was something about the doorman's formality and deference to him that made Laura suspect he knew that Neville was a cop. While waiting for the elevator, to which he had insisted on accompanying her, Laura studied the detective again. He was definitely attractive, but his conservative style, clothing to morality, was in marked contrast with the basically rugged, almost brawny image he projected against his instincts and in spite of his efforts to disguise it, she felt. His hands were large, but clean as they were, manicured minus the polish, she'd have bet, they still looked like street fighters' mitts. His bullish neck chafed against the crisp collar of his shirt. His thick, dark hair, mannerly and trimmed as it was, still seemed to be winning the struggle against a prim image. "Would you like me to see you up?" he offered, when the elevator arrived. "I'll be fine, thank you." He handed her a card. "In case you need me," he said, "here's my number. Call me any hour of the day or night." Laura read the card. "John Neville. Well," she said, "it's been very educational." She held up the business card. "And I will call you at any hour of the day or night." She started to move into the elevator, then paused. "Oh, also, shouldn't I hire a bodyguard?" she asked him. The sincere, somber, conservative face broke into a smile every bit as seductive as Michael's. "You've already got one," John Neville assured her. She was deciding whether or not to smile back at him when the elevator door closed, and she realized that she already had. In fact, she was still smiling inanely when she unlocked the door to her apartment and entered. She bolted the lock and turned to switch on the light. Someone was standing directly in front of her. A man was standing before her in the darkness. A hand reached out, lashed out, and caught her. The cry that trembled through her like a chill ended in an icy, raw knot at her throat. The stranger's hand held it strangled. She strained to see his face. Instead, his other hand came at her, and she saw something glint in the darkness, something metallic. She closed her eyes, waiting for the scissors or knife to plunge through them. She flinched violently in pain that was a preparation for death. But she was not prepared for the hand that clamped against her mouth and squeezed her cheeks so violently that they almost met. Squeezed her cheeks together until she tasted her own blood, until her teeth cut and clawed against the soft pink flesh inside her mouth. She tasted the blood and felt the hand clamping her throat, and she thought she would strangle on her own saliva and blood soon. She wanted to scream. "Neville!" The cry ripped through her soundlessly. "Neville!" She opened her eyes. Suddenly she became conscious of her own hands, and her feet.
She clawed through the darkness, finding flesh and ripping at it, kicking and scratching and pounding at the stranger who held her face with one hand, and squeezed her jaws and cheeks so that she could not scream. She fought, waiting still for the instrument of death to strike. "Laura, Laura," the stranger whispered. "Don't scream, that's all. It's me, Michael." She stopped struggling. He held her still. "You won't scream, Laura, please." She tried to shake her head. He released her. She fell against the wall, against the light switch. Panting, she turned and switched the light on and turned to face him. It was Michael. His face was gray and haggard. He was weaving slightly. He was drunk. There was nothing in his hand. There was only a gold cufflink glinting at his wrist. "Michael," she said, and then she slapped him across the face so hard that her hand stung and her heart finally began to quiet. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she gasped. "I had to stop you from screaming," he said. Laura sat down and pulled a cigarette from her bag. "How did you get in here?" "I still have a set of keys." She looked at him nervously. As the shock of seeing him began to subside, terrifying possibilities surfaced. "Somebody in your life is losing control," Neville had said. Laura stood abruptly and walked to the living room in search of a lighter. Michael followed. He seemed to sense her fear. "I didn't kill Elaine," he said. "What reason would I have to kill her? She was the best meal ticket I ever had." "Second best," she corrected, not taking her eyes from him. "I was the best." He averted her gaze. "I was in San Francisco working on my novel and I ran into her, and she convinced me I should come back here. She said she'd be good for me, make it easier to write." He reached out suddenly to touch her. Laura tossed the cigarette down and moved away from him. "Oh, come on," Michael said. "You know I only came back to be near you. I would have called you sooner or later. I still love you, Laura." He grabbed her and pulled her close. The smell of scotch mingled with a mild perfume fragrance which, to her horror, Laura recognized as the smell of Elaine Castle's distinctive imported brand of soap, an expensive black soap about which Elaine had been perversely proud and secretive. Laura turned her head sharply, avoiding Michael's attempt to kiss her. "I'm already sick to my stomach," she said. "Please don't make it worse." Michael Riesler let her go, but a sadistic smile replaced the imploring ardor with which he'd tried to hold her a moment before. He reached into his jacket pocket and produced some Polaroid snapshots. "But you still keep these around, don't you?" He held the photos up to her. "What do these do to your stomach?" She tried to take the pictures from him. He held them out of her reach and laughed. "How did you get those?" "I know what's hidden in your little vases and things." She lunged at him again. Again he moved away. He shuffled through the pictures. "This one of us is my favorite. Remember the night we took this one?" Finally he put the pictures back into his pocket and patted the pocket smugly. Laura stared at him. Her expression melted from one of anger and loathing to something akin to surprise. She looked at him and shook her head in wonder. "What friends I have. What good friends." "I was your husband," Michael said quickly. "I was never your friend." "I can't help thinking about Elaine." "It's just a little late to be jealous of Elaine." "Jealous?" Laura said. "Poor Elaine. Poor lady. Was she so bored? So jaded? That she had to keep you behind my back for excitement? Oh, Michael. Oh, God. Maybe the people who really despise my work are right. Maybe I do contribute to a lack of feeling in the world. I thought it was just the opposite." "What nonsense," he said. She was surprised to hear a note of pity behind the phrase. But what followed set things right again. Nothing had changed. She had heard pity in his voice. For Michael. "You're out there making a fortune. That's what you're doing." "Maybe. Or maybe I'm like Elaine. Just reaching for cheap thrills." "Where are you going?" he asked, alarmed suddenly. She walked over to her bag and pulled out Neville's card. "Michael, I'm going to call someone now. A detective." She said it very slowly and softly. "I want you to get on the phone and talk to him." She lifted the telephone receiver. How long would it take Neville to get back to the station? How long, if they radioed him, would it take for him to phone back? Michael grabbed the receiver from her hand and hung it up. "Are you crazy? You think I don't know they're looking for me? I have nothing. No clothes, no money. Everything is at her place, and I can't go back. I'm desperate, but I did not kill her." "Well, if you have an alibi, the police will believe you." "Oh, sure, and maybe they'll lend me a few dollars to get me back to San Francisco, too. Look, I was dead drunk when she was killed." "Dead drunk at lunchtime?" "Yes," he shouted. Then, straining to control himself, he continued. "I'd been trying to write, and I couldn't, so I reached for a little inspiration, and I ended up out cold in the park." Laura looked at him skeptically. "I see this whole thing," he was beginning to shout again. His voice grew shrill and louder. "I tell you, I see this whole thing pointing toward me, and I did not do it." "Lower your voice, Michael," she urged. "Lower my voice? Lower my—" Suddenly he was out of control. "You provoke me! You deliberately provoke me! And then you—" He grabbed her shoulders and shouted in her face. She could feel flecks of spittle on her face. "You may have all these other people fooled, but I know what a killer you can be at 3 o'clock in the morning." She struggled in his grasp. With a desperate shove, she pushed him away. "I'm a killer at 3 o'clock in the morning? What about— Where were you? Where? When I needed something. Some little piece of comfort. Where were you?" "In your dark room." "Where else could I find any peace? You tore me apart. You made it impossible for me to work." "Oh, Michael, that's just total—" "But you. Oh, instant star of the world of chic." It was as if 2 years had never passed. The bully and the baby took turns badgering her, and she responded. As gullible as Michelle. No, more than gullible. At least Michelle took some responsibility for provoking Robert. It turns him on, she had said. Well, how did one turn him off? The bully made her want to fight. The baby made her want to comfort him. She wanted to do neither. She wanted him quiet and calm and gone. "Will $50 be enough?" she asked very quietly. "Sure. Great. America on 10 cents a day." Laura took a ceramic pot from the bookshelf and emptied its contents into her hand. The assorted bills and cash came to a bit more than $100. She carried the money to the liquor cabinet and poured a tall drink of scotch. Michael reached out for the glass. She held it. She held the drink in one hand and the money in the other. "Michael," she said calmly, "I'll put this money down here with this drink the moment you do the same with those pictures." He smiled malignantly, but complied. As he drank the scotch, she tore the pictures into tiny pieces. "You'd better think about going to the police. You may be more than a suspect," she told him. "You could also be a victim." "Darling," he said, "I have always been a victim." He smiled and pocketed the cash. "Maybe I won't go to San Francisco." He finished the scotch, set the glass down, and began moving toward the door. "Maybe I'll just stay in New York, where I can pick up the paper every morning and see you and your crowd drop in one at a time." He opened the door, smiled again, and, with a perverse flourish, a fingertip kiss blown toward her, he exited, slamming the door behind him. "Michael!" she shouted a moment later. She ran to the door, opened it, and stepped out into the corridor. She was too late. "My keys!" He was gone. Laura returned to her apartment and rebolted the door. When she turned around, the apartment looked dim and ominous. She wanted to phone John Neville. But for what? Simply for animal comfort, she decided. To hear another human voice. To ask for and receive reassurance. To tell him about Michael's visit? No, definitely not for that. Michael was angry and Michael was drunk. Michael was a baby and a bully, but Michael Riesler could never kill. And John Neville could never believe that, she was sure. She poured herself a drink and swept the Polaroid bits into an ashtray. First she lit a cigarette. Then she held the match to the little pyramid of torn pictures in the center of the ashtray. When they began to burn, she dropped the match and sat back and watched until they were all either ash or too charred to recognize. 5, maybe 10 minutes had passed before she rose hastily and buzzed the lobby phone. The night doorman picked up. "What happened to George?" she said. "Why wasn't he on the elevator?" "You mean Jeff?" the doorman told her. "You'll have to ask the company. They're claiming inflation. They'll probably knock me off next." "You mean they fired him?" Miss Mars, there's something going on outside. I gotta go now. Give the company a call, okay?" He hung up. Laura hurried to the window facing the park. In the street lamp's glow, she saw a man weaving wildly through traffic below.
She could hear the squeal of brakes as the man hit the sidewalk opposite the building. He jumped onto a bench and over the stone wall into the early autumn darkness of Central Park. She thought she heard a gunshot. It might have been a car backfiring, but then she saw another man with a drawn gun run to the wall and aim and peer into the darkness, and finally he holstered his gun again and walked dejectedly back across the street. The first man had been Michael, she was sure, and he had gotten away. The second man must have been a detective assigned to watch her building. She sighed gratefully for both. Laura turned from the window back to the forbidding gloom of her apartment. On an impulse, she checked her watch. Then she hurried to her handbag and pulled a fat alphabet index book from it. She checked through the absurdly bulky address book until she found the number she was looking for. She dialed the number and a voice answered. New York Public Library, Shaler speaking. 15 minutes later, she left her building and hailed a cab on Central Park West. Inside the cab, she turned just once to be sure the innocuous-looking dark car was following. 4. All hell was breaking loose at the station house. Neville, Volpe, and Douglas sat like criminals posing for mugshots against one bleak wall of the chief's office. On the other side of the room, the political brass conferred nervously. Both sides, however, were tightly tuned in to the telephone conversation taking place between them. Well then, Callahan can go screw himself, too, the chief of detectives was shouting into the phone. Every time he stopped shouting, equally enraged squawks could be heard on the other end of the line. What kind of department has this become when people would use murders like these to further their influence with that little schmuck? Grosstein, on the brass side of the room, made an A-OK sign to the chief. It was intended as a morale booster and a congratulatory message, because Firenze, the Italian-American chief, had pronounced the word schmuck with such aptness and authority. All right, Firenze continued. I'm going to put the guy on that's running this for me. This is Lieutenant Neville. He covered the still squawking mouthpiece with his hand and extended the receiver to Neville. Get me out of this, he said. Neville took the phone. Hello, sir. Lieutenant Neville. That's right. Look, sir, I realize how much pressure is on you to get this thing solved, and we certainly are feeling that pressure through this phone call. There was a rumble of agreement throughout the room. Only Volpe stared skeptically and silently at Neville. Firenze noticed. He eased over to the young detective. You got a gripe? He asked quietly. Something going on between you and Neville I ought to know about? Volpe shook his head no. But, sir, this killer has to be a psycho, Neville was saying. And this unit that I'm heading is trying to deal with this on a psychological level. I mean, I don't think we can just Dick Tracy our way through it. Volpe's face reddened noticeably. You want off the case, or you want to level with me now? Firenze said. It's nothing, Chief, just that Dick Tracy crack. Did you hear that? That's what he calls regular police procedure. Firenze dismissed him with an annoyed wave of his hand. Just so long as it's your ulcer, Volpe. He turned back to listen to Neville again. Yes, sir, but this department did spend quite a bit of money on my postgraduate education, and it has sent me to several special courses. And I do want to catch this person very badly, sir. Almost as badly as you wanted to hit a homer when you pinch hit against the fireman. Neville winked, then brought his finger to his lips to silence the wave of soft laughter that broke the tension in the room. Yes, sir, I do remember you were robbed. Right against the fence. Yes, sir, I was playing first base. Right. Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Okay, sir, I will. And thanks for your renewed confidence in our methods. I will. Bye, sir. And, oh, he acknowledged Firenze's frantic motions. Regards to your lovely wife, Mary Eileen, whom I also met that day. Thank you, sir. He hung up and broke into a triumphant grin. The chief put an arm around Neville's shoulder. How about this guy, huh? He said to the others. This guy has a line of bullshit that just won't quit. A while later, Neville, Volpe, and Douglas were on their way down the hall. Neville spotted a discarded newspaper lying on a receptacle for cigarette butts next to the drinking fountain. He stopped to retrieve the paper. Douglas continued down the corridor. I'll check out the calls on that special number and get back to you, the black detective called. Volpe waited with Neville while Neville flipped the tobacco-stained sand out of the paper and folded it to the headline, Eyes Killer Strikes Again. Then they continued down the hallway together. As Neville riffled through the newspaper pages, Volpe said, Hey, I'm curious. How come during that meeting just now you didn't have anything to say about that Mars person? You didn't bring up anything about her having those so-called visions? Neville glanced up from the paper. Don't you believe her? About those visions? Are you serious? Volpe said. You don't buy any of that crap, do you? Well, let's say I'm not turning my back on it. That's for sure, Volpe grumbled. Neville shot him a warning glance. What do you see in her? I'll tell you, Neville said, tossing the newspaper onto a bench. What I see when I look at her, Volpe, is a possible suspect and a very probable victim. But I also see a very intelligent woman who's surrounded by a pretty, corrupt, bored, trivial bunch of people. And what I see, and what you don't see, Volpe, is a detective came running up to them. He was out of breath and holding his badge in one hand. Neville, he said, I want you to hear from me first. He pressed his badge into Neville's hand. I just lost Michael Riesler in the park. Neville stared at the breathless officer. Then he glared at Volpe. Then he looked down at the badge in his hand. Was he at her place? He asked. The detective nodded. Neville threw the badge back. It hit the distraught detective's chest and fell to the floor. Volpe bent to retrieve it. When he stood up again, Neville was on his way down the stairs and headed out of the station house. Donald's door buzzer rang. He switched his TV set off and dashed from the living room into his bedroom, glancing over his shoulder at the darkened entry hall as he went. He opened the top drawer of his dresser and withdrew a full-size .45 automatic, which he tucked gingerly into the pocket of his dressing gown. Then he walked to the entryway, switched on the light, and peered through the peephole out into the corridor. Who's there? He called. Laura Mars was just about to ring the buzzer again. Donald! It's me, Laura. Let me in. Donald unlocked the door. You shouldn't be going out at night, he fairly shouted as Laura, carrying 3 books, entered. It's okay, she smiled. I've got my own personal policeman watching me. They walked down the entry hall together to the living room. Well, did you dig up anything worthwhile? Donald asked. With his back to her, he took the .45 out of his pocket and slid it under one of the sofa cushions, then patted the sofa for Laura to sit. I went through some books in the library, plus these. She dumped the 3 thick tomes onto his coffee table. Drink? He offered. She declined, and he said, Well, excuse me then, but it's vodka or my passy tonight. Your what? Passy? Pacifier. I gave up on my thumb years ago. It was awful, all calloused and red. Dreadful, the results of thumb-sucking. And of course, we couldn't afford orthodontia. But those sweet little rubber things they give babies, you know, pacifiers. They've even developed a new design guaranteed not to buck the little one's teeth. Well, tonight, darling, it's passy. Pass out. He pronounced the last 2 words as if they were a French cliché. Comme ci, comme ça. Laura laughed. Personally, I'm glad you chose vodka. He carried his glass over to the sofa and sat beside her. She opened one book and he another. And what have you learned so far? He asked, flipping through the pages of the largest book. I've found some things that seem related to it, Laura began. Ah! Donald grimaced and slammed his book shut. You didn't tell me it was illustrated. I beg your pardon? And well you might, he shivered. Jesus, darling, those little bitty medieval etchings or woodcuts or whatever, they look like the classic comics version of a Desaad epic. I'm sorry, go on. What did you discover? Well, one account, a woman in France in the early 1900s had something like it, but what happened to her? She died in an asylum. Donald took a long swallow of straight vodka. Listen, Laura, he began haltingly, maybe it would be good if you didn't mention this to anyone else. It might go away, and you think people will worry about my mental health? Donald was trying to frame his answer carefully when the buzzer sounded at the door. Both he and Laura reacted to the intrusion at once. They clutched each other's hands like Hansel and Gretel confronting the witch's oven. The buzzer sounded again, and again, even more persistently. Finally, Donald released Laura's hand and patted it. He put a silencing finger to her lips, reached under the pillow on which she was sitting, and withdrew the gun. He took the safety off as he walked to the front door. The buzzing had stopped and been replaced by an impatient knocking on the door. Pointing the gun directly at the sound, at the door, Donald called out, "Who is it?"
Police, the answer came. Lieutenant Neville. Donald jammed the gun into his pocket again and opened the door. Neville walked right past him toward the living room. As he passed Donald, he noticed the gun handle obtruding from the dressing gown pocket. Put the safety on, Neville advised tersely. It's a good way to lose the family jewels. Donald hurried after the detective. This place, it's been robbed twice, and Neville ignored him and crossed the room to Laura. Why didn't you call me and tell me about your husband? I was going to, she began guiltily, but He got away. We lost him. He's probably miles from here by now, Laura said. The one thing Michael was always good at was running away. Neville turned suddenly to Donald. I'll take the gun, he said. Donald pulled back instinctively. Listen, I'm terrified. There's a killer running around loose, and I have a permit for this. Neville stepped forward and took the gun. Your permit's revoked, he said, in his even, quiet way. The police will protect you. Your whole group is being watched. A lot of man-hours are being spent on you people, believe me. Donald was outraged. Yeah, but so far the Eyes killer hasn't killed anyone in your group. And, Miss Mars, Neville turned to face her. He was smiling. Please call me next time your ex comes around. Promise? I promise, Laura said. Neville spotted the open books on Donald's table. He walked over to them and began to browse. Donald and Laura waited silently. Laura could see that Donald was embarrassed by the presence of the books. His anger at the detective had begun to subside, and he was watching Neville now, man to man. She could practically read the disclaimer forming at his lips. Lieutenant, those are, of course, not mine. Without thinking, she glanced quickly around Donald's living room. She saw the expensive essentials and the exotic bibelots, the art, tastefully chosen, glistening antiques and crisp modern pieces mixed. They'll never let you touch him, not here, not where the only acceptable dreams are of wealth and power and social respectability. Lieutenant, Donald said. Suddenly, she was lonely. She smiled at Donald's predictability, but something hollowed her spirit. Where did you get these? Neville asked Laura. She was lost and far away. It took her a moment to understand that Neville's question had been addressed to her. Oh, I'm sorry, she said. At the library on the way over here. Neville looked at his watch. She has friends in the business, Donald smiled. The library business? Yes. Want a drink? No. Anything good on what ails you? He asked Laura. Nothing I could really call good. But you probably know all that, Donald continued. Neville looked up from the book to Donald. Know all what? That she's been to the library. That she has a friend over there who'll let her into certain closed collections just minutes before library lockup time. Now how would I know that? Neville asked. Well, you do have a guy tailing her, don't you? Do you really use expressions like that, or can I co-opt it? I love the way it plays, tailing. Well, Neville said, tugging at his earlobe, we did have a tail on her, but he felt so badly about Michael Riesler's escape that he dropped her en route and came back to the station house to resign. Oh, Laura said. I didn't see the car after the library. I wondered... Then how did you know she was here? We've got someone watching your place, Mr. Phelps. I told you a lot of man-hours are being spent on you. God, this would be exciting as hell if I wasn't already scared to death. Donald took another sip of his watery vodka. I've been thinking about those things of yours. Visions, Neville told Laura. Try and get hold of a book called ESP and the Law. Chandler J. Wells, Laura said, and pulled a stapled sheaf of paper from the back of one of the books. I have a copy of part of it. Neville glanced through the Xerox pages. Yeah, this is good stuff. You should also get a book called Joan of Arc, Fact and Fantasy. Robert E. Glaser, Laura read from a slip of paper. Bob's Merrill. Published in 1968, Neville finished for her. Yes, she said, staring up at him. Donald glanced from Laura to Neville and back, obviously impressed with their research, but sensing something else between them. He looked at Laura's uplifted face, that terribly chic and cool profile that often surpassed the chiseled features of some of their favorite models, for coolness anyway. Well now, just when had Laura Marr's face softened so? Who had sanded the icy planes of her cheekbones and fleshed out that special Laura Marr's pout? Donald lifted a weary eyebrow and stared at Neville. I understand you're shooting tomorrow, Neville said. There was a smile on his face. Not a grin, Donald noted, but just that special little smile that, now that he thought about it, always seemed to play about the officer's lips when he addressed Miss Marrs. How did you know that? Laura asked. All those man-hours, Donald reminded her. Neville turned to Donald briefly. Actually, Tommy told us that we had to let him go. He turned back to Laura, so he could pick you up. Did you? Donald asked. For now. Donald finished up the vodka. Good night, Neville said. He walked to the entryway and slipped Donald's gun into his pocket before exiting. They heard the door close. Who was that masked man anyway? Donald sighed. And what brought about that sudden burst of intellect? He's got a good mind, Laura said. He's got a cute ass. Really? Laura said in a vague, distracted way. Hours later, at 6 a.m., Neville, only a bit more casually dressed than usual, pulled up to a bookstore on the corner of Broadway and 81st Street. The burglar alarm was blaring. 2 police cars were already at the scene, and an ambulance light swept red ripples over the storefront's broken window and the terrified tiny man who sat inside it, surrounded by blood-stained copies of The Eyes of Mars. Charles Douglas scratched his beard and regarded the midget in the store window. I hate to drag you out of bed, he told Neville, but I thought you'd want to be in on this. Neville looked the window over. There were jagged icicles of glass swaying precipitously from every side. The street in front of the window was strewn with crushed, and some still razor-sharp, crystals of the shattered storefront. Inside the window were the remnants of what had been a full display of Laura Marrs's book. Some few copies remained standing and opened to a 2-page spread. The single photo covering the double page was of an elegant room. 3 people were visible before a lush pastel mural, a pastoral scene of nudes bathing in a brook. In front of the mural was an urn of large white lilies, some of which bent to touch the violet satin of Lulu's gown. Lulu was resting in a plush pastel blue chair. Her hands clutched the wrist of Michelle, who was attempting to pull away. Michelle was wearing a white tuxedo with tails. Her bare breasts were partially exposed by the angle of the tuxedo's jacket, as she bent to pull away from Lulu. Michelle's free hand rested on the back of another pale blue chair, on which was seated little Billy T, in a black suit and blue satin bow tie. He was staring straight ahead, apparently oblivious to Michelle's plight. His entire face seemed centered around a large cigar stuck in his mouth. Apparently all the books in the window had been opened at that particular photograph. Neville remembered it from the show. He remembered seeing the midget standing before Doris Spencer's portrait, too. He won't come out, huh? Neville asked Douglas. Billy was clutching one copy of the book, open to the double-page spread, to the picture of himself in sartorial splendor. Now, blood from the cuts on his hands and arms was seeping through his jacket onto the book in both pages. His jacket was ripped. His face was shadowed with unshaven bristles. He was shaking and close to tears. He was the antithesis of the cocky little man in Laura Marrs's photograph, but there was no doubt that he was the same man, and that, Neville figured, was the problem. Douglas shook his head in response to Neville's question. No, he won't come out, and if we try and yank him, we may slit his throat. We're trying to open the place so we can get him out from the inside. Neville looked at the door to the bookshop. 2 policemen are trying to force the lock. He walked up to the broken window. He stared at the midget for a moment. Then he said, Hi, what's your name? The shaken little man looked away. What the hell do you care? Just like to know, Neville continued evenly. I'd like to help you out with this business. They call me Billy T, the midget said, at last. Well, Billy, don't you want those cuts taken care of? Billy turned away again. This time he stared at the ambulance. He seemed mesmerized by the rotating light. Still staring at the light, he said, They had the whole window open to the picture of me. It's a terrific picture, Billy. I don't care about that, Billy T snapped. I'm scared, buddy. I won't lie to you. It don't pay to advertise right now. I tell you, if I had the money, I would buy up every copy.
It don't pay to advertise that you're in that book. Not now. Listen, we're way ahead of you on that. We've been trying to find you, you know. We wanted to tell you not to worry. Not to worry? Not to... I hate her for this. I hate her, Billy screamed. He shouted it at Neville and past Neville so that anyone listening, even the killer, could hear. I was doing fine. I don't want the whole world looking at my picture. I really hate her for this. She promised me some things and she broke her word and... Suddenly Billy was crying bitterly. Neville watched. He made no attempt to stop Billy T as the midget continued to rip his photograph out of the books. He had to scramble over some of the broken glass to reach some of the books. He didn't seem to notice it when a piece of glass obviously pierced his knee and blood began to flow and make a wide, squiggly line in his wake. Neville watched quietly. Then finally he turned to the policeman at the front door and, whatever frustration the unreachable midget had churned up inside him, he now spat out at the cops. Can't you pick that damn lock? It's a mother, Lieutenant, came the answer. Okay. I'll have to do it some other way. Say, he whirled around, can we have all those people move back? And all the noise and the flashers? You know, let's just have a nice quiet street here if we can. As Neville moved back to the window and studied the broken hanging shards of glass, which looked like they might fall at any second, the police managed to quiet most of the noise, but the burglar alarm could not be shut off. Neville glanced in the direction of the alarm. One of the officers who was working on the lock followed his gaze, then shrugged helplessly. Neville turned back to Billy T. Listen, Billy, he said confidentially, I just bet a bunch of those boys $20 that you and me could figure out some way to get you safely through all that glass, and I'd sure love to split that 20 with you. So why don't you kind of take my hand here? He extended his hand to Billy. He looked up again at the glass and gauged that if they moved quickly but cautiously, they might make it through before another piece fell. Okay, Billy. Take my hand. Come on now. I'm not going to let anything happen to my arm or to you. Billy T. laid down the last of Laura's books and extended his bloodied hand. Neville leaned forward encouragingly. The underside of his arm brushed a piece of glass. He felt it and knew that it had torn through his shirt sleeve, and then he knew that his arm was bleeding. Billy T. was staring at Neville's outstretched hand. He didn't notice the torn sleeve or the blood staining it. Gingerly, the little man moved toward Neville and took his hand. That's it, Billy, Neville said softly. Nice and slow. And don't do any tap dance now or sing any high notes because we don't want that glass to come down on us if we can help it. At the edge of the window, Neville lifted the midget over the last glass barrier and helped him to the ground. The moment Billy T. stood safely alone, the small crowd of early morning dog walkers, joggers, fresh-baked bagel getters, and the remnants of the night, Broadway's 24-hour-a-day bench warmers, burst into applause. Neville ignored them. He walked over to Douglas and borrowed the black detective's handkerchief to wipe away some of the blood from the cut on his arm. One of the policemen helped a shaky Billy T. into the back of a squad car. Do you think, Douglas asked Neville, that the little guy hates her enough to kill? Neville glanced at Billy, who was crying again. No, he said. He's just broken-hearted. He's probably in love with her. Chapter 5. Donald and Tommy were in the station wagon parked outside of Laura's building. Brendan had buzzed Laura a few minutes before. Now he stood staring out through the metal design on the front door, trying to lip-read his way into the argument that was raging between the tall, rangy photographer's rep and the nervous, bearded boy. Donald, in the back seat of the blue, pseudo-wood-paneled wagon, was leaning forward aggressively and wagging his finger at Tommy. The young chauffeur's head was bent down. He lifted it occasionally to respond to Donald directly, then looked back down toward the seat. Brendan was willing to bet that Tommy had practically a full hand of solitaire laid out on the front seat. The boy always toyed with the same deck of cards, and the more agitated and nervous he was, the faster his fingers worked the deck. And there was no doubt that he was agitated this morning. Each time he lifted his head to face Donald, his shoulders hunched forward, and the fur collar of his brown leather jacket reared up. He looked like a jungle animal preparing to strike. His face, what there was to see of it between his unkempt curly hair and beard, was furiously red. But Brendan was too far away to hear or see sufficiently well. What it was that they were on each other about, he could not fathom, not at such a polite distance. "Good morning, Brendan," Laura said.
Do you have today's paper? The doorman turned, plainly embarrassed. Good morning, Miss Mars. It's there, Laura said, pointing. Under your chair. Yes, miss, It's on the front page again. Laura smiled suddenly. Brendan, she said, I do appreciate your trying to protect me, but it's just awkward, Brendan supplied the word. Thank you, Laura said, and left without looking at the newspaper. Donald and Tommy stopped their argument at the sight of her approaching the car. Tommy jumped out and ran around to open the back door for Laura. Donald scooted over and patted the seat next to him, as if it were upholstered in down. She slid in and said her good mornings, and looked from one to the other of them, sensing the undercurrent of crackling tension. But when neither Tommy nor Donald solicited her participation, she snuggled back comfortably and began browsing through one of the library books. Sooner or later, she knew, the other shoe would fall. Tommy squealed away from the curb with just a touch more vehemence than usual. They had only gone about 2 blocks when an unmarked police car did a wheelie round a side street corner to follow them, and a second conspicuously dull-looking car churned a speedy U-turn on Central Park West. The 2 cars collided dully behind their prey, locking bumpers in mid-street. Only Tommy noticed, and only because he happened to glance at the rearview mirror to check out whether or not Donald was whispering something to Laura behind his back. The crash was muffled in the early morning traffic. Tommy smiled contentedly and put on a short burst of speed. Just made the light, he said, slowing to slightly above the legal limit. Half a mile back, the drivers of the interlocked cars surveyed the damage. What the hell are you doing over here? The older man in blue asked. We're covering her and him. Well, I'm following the kid who drives them, the cop in the crewneck sweater shouted. A third policeman, done up in basic Upper West Side Army-Navy surplus, jumped onto the fender of one of the cars and bounced up and down trying to get them apart. Jesus Christ, the first man exploded. We've welded these pieces of junk together. Crewneck slammed a beefy fist into his palm and muttered selected Italian obscenities. Ah, your mother, the fourth man shouted, then wrenched open the driver's seat door, which almost came off in his hand, and called to the others. So now there's no one covering them. I'd better radio in to Neville. The station wagon merged with early morning traffic and moved onto the West Side Highway headed downtown, toward the almost deserted shipping terminals along the Hudson, toward the immense old building, Pier 45, that was now Laura Mars' studio. In the back seat, Laura was engrossed in her book. Donald, beside her, stared vacantly out at the New Jersey skyline. Occasionally, when the wagon hit a particularly nasty pothole on the highway, he shifted and glared angrily at Tommy. But from the time Tommy had charged the traffic light down almost to the 56th Street exit, none of the wagon's occupants had exchanged a word. Through the rearview mirror, Tommy watched the back seat. He watched and waited for an opening. He waited, finally, until Donald grew bored with Hoboken and turned to glance at what Laura was reading. Tommy knew that somewhere on the page, whatever page it was, Donald would find a gambit for a conversation, and that once the agent engaged her, Tommy's chance to speak, to tell his side of the story, would probably be blown. Miss Mars, he said, the police probably told you about me, and I hope that doesn't mean that I'm fired. Let's talk about it some other time. Miss Mars has things on her mind, Donald said pointedly. No, let's talk about it now. Laura closed her book and set it down on her lap. Her fingers drummed on the cover impatiently. The police didn't tell me anything about you, Tommy. What is it? Donald glared at Tommy. His lips pinched into a bitter line. He shook his head. His expression was both a threat and a concession to the inevitable. I knew you'd try to pull something stupid like this, his pinched mouth said in eloquent silence. Go on, you'll be sorry. I got a record, Tommy said. His nervous laughter didn't quite hide his surprise at discovering that she had not been told. Donald smiled grimly at him in the mirror. Tommy laughed again. I got some prior arrests. He mimicked Volp's College Point police slang. From when I was a perpetrator, you know, and convictions, he added uneasily. Now listen, Donald began. And Mr. Phelps here, Tommy rushed on. He wants to tell you things about me, but I would rather tell you them myself. What things? It's absolutely, Donald tried again, because I want to put all my cards on the table, because I'm trying very hard to keep my... He took a breath and didn't say ass in front of her. Myself on the street. I did a bid. He saw her puzzled expression in the mirror. I mean, I've been in prison. What did you do, Tommy? Okay, I was in for armed robbery and assault with a deadly weapon. And, like I said, I also have some prior arrests. And, Jesus, spare up the soap opera, Donald said. Well, you knew that, Mr. Phelps, when you hired me for Miss Mars. Laura turned to Donald. You did? You knew that? Well, you know, Donald smiled, hoping to nurse a joke out of the uncomfortable situation. Modestly, evasively, he smiled and said, It isn't enough just to talk about rehabilitation. I believe in giving people a chance. I believe in... You believe in spit is what you believe in, Tommy cut through Donald's response. I'm not putting up with somebody hanging crap over my head. And I'm getting bored with your insolence, Donald snapped. You sat in this car a couple of minutes ago and threatened to blackmail me with... Oh, wait a minute. Just what is going on in my life? Laura stared at them in disbelief. I don't want to hear any more. That's it, she said, covering her ears and shaking her head. That's it. Leave me alone, both of you. Donald's reaction was quick and pained. Both of you? Both of you? Me and your driver? Donald, she began, I didn't mean... He huddled into his corner of the seat and hissed, quiet as a cat, Oh, yes, you did, and turned away from her. Laura opened the book. The pages had turned to meaningless babble. She couldn't find her place or remember what had engrossed her so before. The black letters swarmed before her eyes. She shut her eyes. She shut the book. Then she leaned her forehead against the cool window glass and opened her eyes and stared out at the trucks and diners and the boarded-up bars opposite the docks. They had exited onto 12th Avenue and drove now in the shadow of the elevated highway. She stared out at a landscape as bizarre as any she had invented. The bars, which were recognizable only as names painted on steel doors or wooden boards, names like the Spike and the Eagle Kitchen, were leather bars. When she worked late at the studio, very late, she could see the deserted street that ran along the river's edge filled with boys and men, dressed literally to kill. Most of them wore black engineer's boots and pipe-legged Levi's, black 50s jackets, and close-cropped 50s hair, black motorcycle caps with skull and crossbone medals, with swastikas and chain belts and pounds of keys trailing from seductively girdled back pockets, and occasionally a single bead of gold spiked a single earlobe, and once in summer, on a rare night when bare chests poked from the leather casings, she had seen men's nipples pierced and hoops like earrings strung through them. There was an island under the L between the north and southbound traffic where huge trucks, storage vans, and trailer rigs were parked. The backs of the empty vans had, not long ago, been notorious as leather motels. The police had raided the vans regularly for several years, but as gay activists became more active, more political, the police handled the entire leather scene more gingerly, which was to say, they had begun to avoid the area. As Tommy swung a wide turn from under the highway to the door of the deserted-looking terminal that was her studio, Laura turned, almost unconsciously, to look for the unmarked police car that had become her faithful companion. She sighed, wondering whether she would ever meet her anonymous bodyguards face to face. Not if they were as wily as they seemed to be this morning, she decided. Their car was nowhere in sight. Tommy pressed the button in the station wagon, and the huge garage-like door to the terminal lifted with a grinding of gears. The wagon drove into the building, drove down the awesome empty length of the terminal, and pulled to a halt at the bottom of a seedy-looking steel staircase. Tommy jumped out of the wagon and opened Laura's door. She poked about in her bag for the key to the studio upstairs while Donald gave Tommy his instructions. The terminal, the studio, or Pier 45, as it was variously called, was an immense cargo warehouse jutting out over the Hudson River. Its facade remained unaltered. From under the highway, it looked identical to the other deserted shipping terminals that lined the river's edge. A massive structure, 3 lofts high and almost a city block wide. One could hear the water lapping at the pilings underneath the concrete main floor, or a footstep echoing endlessly. But up on the second level, the loft space was divided, sharply and stunningly. The front half, or the half facing West Street, was a raw space, cavernous, ancient, empty space. Beyond a renovated wall, the space blossomed startlingly into a bright, crisp, modernistic studio. The concrete floors were covered with wide wooden planks, laid vertically, unstained and majestically varnished in clear acrylic. The walls were beautifully, blindingly white in the shooting area. In other areas, the walls were brick or wood or glass, or designer-perfect combinations of the three. At the far end of the studio, overlooking the river, was the solarium. Sunlight filtered through a jungle of hanging plants and lush little trees casting leaf patterns onto the wicker and bamboo furnishings. Before the oriental rugs and Indian print pillows had been added, Donald had dubbed the area the atrium, even though it stood at the end of the building and was not a central court. It would be hell of a place to throw an orgy, and, well, there's just something divinely Roman about it, he'd told Bert the first time he pitched Laura's photos to Bert's advertising agency. Back then, Donald was Laura's rep, and Bert was the client's rep, the ad agency's man on the spot, art director and troubleshooter. But mostly, Bert was an amiable, curly-headed, mustachioed little fellow whose agency controlled some of the top fashion and cosmetic accounts in town. Bert had been wooed and won by Donald for Laura Mars. Now he was one of the family, a sort of brother-in-law whose relationship with the advertising agency was regarded as a marriage of convenience and, as far as Donald was concerned, a marriage made in heaven, because back in the old days, a year or so ago, not every agency was willing to back Laura's particular brand of art, but Bert had fallen for her portfolio and remained a crusader in her name. The first time he'd visited the studio and seen the sunlit jungle firsthand, Bert had called it the atrium. And as Donald reminded Laura, one did not correct one's client, so Laura's solarium became Donald's atrium, and Bert's, and finally, she capitulated to imaginative vision over semantics, which, Donald reminded her, was what great photographers usually did. Outside the atrium, a terrace the width of the building overlooked the river. Inside, among the plants and pillows, was Laura's video workshop, which consisted of a Panasonic camera mounted on a wheel-based tripod, a videocassette recorder, and the Quasar color TV on which her work could be viewed, simultaneous with it being taped or at any point later on, once a cassette had been made. Between the glass-enclosed atrium and the white-walled shooting area were a number of other spaces, dressing rooms, a full kitchen, and several work areas, ranging from the darkroom and print tables to file cabinets and efficient-looking office space. Laura took the studio key from her bag and started up the steel steps. "Go pick up the flowers for the session. They're at the same place." Donald was finishing up with Tommy. "The Greeks?" "Yes," Donald said. It was hard to tell whether he was forcing or restraining the exasperation in his voice. He hurried after Laura. Tommy lounged provocatively against the front fender of the station wagon until Donald was out of sight. Then he climbed into the car and drove out of the terminal onto West Street. There was a vacant pier abutting the studio. Whenever Tommy passed it, he turned to glance back at the side of the building, at the atrium where, sometimes, Laura Mars stood meditatively among the plants. Tommy turned. The atrium was empty, but out at the end of the vacant pier, someone else stood watching it. "Cops!" Tommy spat. Who else would be standing there at this hour of the morning, stoned out in the wind, staring at an empty warehouse? Laura was upstairs about to enter the studio. Donald stopped on the landing and called to her. "I'm going to get some of the props ready and do some straightening up down here. You okay?" "Fine," she assured him, and stepped through the door, from a deserted warehouse into a dazzling wonderland. She walked directly to the office area, unloaded her shoulder bag, and browsed through the mail that was accumulated on her desk. She turned to stare out the window at the river. It was a gray, chill morning. The water was choppy with little wind-blown whitecaps. The water was as gray as the buildings and sky, as gray and lonely-looking as the neighboring pier. She glanced at the concrete abutment where, in summer, local residents came to sunbathe and picnic and take what comfort they could from the stale breezes that blew across the Hudson. It was a gray, chill autumn morning, and the pier was empty. Laura turned and walked across the empty studio to the darkroom area. A few prints were lying next to the dryer. She lifted them gingerly. She stared critically, squinting at them, at the shadings and composition of each. Suddenly, she set the prints down. She began to turn toward the door, when a prickly sensation crept up her spine and the terrifying scream began to whine through her skull, and she was blind and trembling and trapped. She was locked, again, inside the killer's eyes. She saw the steep, long staircase, the ancient steel staircase, and at the top of it the door. The door opened a crack. The eyes swept the room. The room was wide and bright and beautiful. It had varnished wooden floors and plants and a glass-enclosed office and a lovely modern kitchen and brick walls and a printing table on which was a large roll dryer and a few photographs, the photographs that Laura Mars had been looking at. "No!" she screamed. "No! Whoa! No!" It was an unearthly sound, a keening cry. Suddenly she was screaming alone in the vast silence of the studio. She opened her eyes and turned to the door. The door was closing. "Oh, God, no!" She was howling as she ran across the studio toward the wall that separated it from the raw terminal beyond. She dashed through the door in the wall and out into the cavernous concrete terminal. "Donald!" she shrieked. "Oh, God, Donald!" Her voice echoed deafeningly. Her heels sounded like a jackhammer, sounded like her heart. At the front of the terminal, another set of steel stairs led down to street level. "Donald! Donald!" Laura screamed. She ran down the front stairs. She ran stumbling and tripping and clutching the icy steel railing to keep from tumbling head over heels down the stairs. Like Elaine, bouncing like a broken doll. She held the railing with two hands and made her way down, and suddenly she stopped. She stopped, frozen at the bottom of the stairs. She bent her head and covered her eyes and moaned. She saw herself. From the top of the stairs, Laura saw herself, her bent back, her lowered head. She could even see herself trembling, the cry of anguish raking her being again. The internal cry that linked her to the person at the top of the stairs, whose footsteps she could not hear but whose presence carried her closer and closer to the quivering, moaning woman at the bottom of the stairs. One step at a time, she traveled inside the killer's eyes to meet herself. The linking scream was vibrating painfully inside her, and then a pair of hands seized her wrists and she opened her mouth to shout, "No!" again, and plead and die struggling. But no sound came forth, and the hands on her wrists tightened and yanked her own hands away from her eyes, and she looked up into Donald's face and had no idea who she was looking at or why. "What is it? What's the matter?" Donald urged. "Laura, darling, what happened?" She could only stare at him mutely until the wake of the shattering scream passed, and her senses began to return in the sudden silence. Then she found her voice. "He's in here!" she shouted. "Donald, oh God, Donald, he's here!" She turned quickly to look up at the head of the stairs. The landing was empty. No one was there. Donald had followed her gaze. He looked back down at her, perplexed. He helped her to her feet and put his arm around her and tried to stroke her hair, but she tore herself free and grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the street. He looked down at me. I saw myself. Donald, I saw myself. He's in there," she gasped. Donald's eyes widened and his face grew pale. Abruptly, she was no longer pulling him. They were running together out the small side door at the front of the terminal. As they burst through the door, a taxi came roaring to a halt at the curb. "Call Neville," Laura yelled at Donald. "Please, please." She patted her pockets crazily and finally extracted the small white card she'd been searching for. She pressed it into Donald's hand. "Here! The number's here. I want to see Neville. I want you to call him." Okay, I'm doing it," Donald said. He turned automatically toward the open door to the terminal, then spun around and headed off at a run for the telephone booth across the street. Two men, one pepper-haired, wearing a blue-down parka, the other quite young-looking, and dressed in jeans and an old khaki army jacket, jumped out of the taxi and rushed up to Laura. She knew who they were before they spoke. "He's in there!" she shouted to the plainclothesman. "He's inside!" The officers rushed into the building. A moment or two later, Laura followed, meekly. She stood just outside the door and listened to them scrambling down the length of the terminal and up the back staircase into the studio. Somehow she found the courage to peer into the gray emptiness. She could see the bottom of the steps, and then the policeman dragging someone down. A forlorn creature squirmed in their grasp. The policeman handled him roughly. They were grinning. They were proud. "Okay, we got you," she heard the younger detective shout. The pepper-haired cop twisted the man's arm behind his back. "Son of a bitch, don't you try anything," he warned. Laura's eyes widened in terror. "We got you, you bastard, you stinking bastard." "What are you doing?" Laura shouted. "It's okay, we got him." At the base of the staircase, their triumphant anger melted to uneasy surprise as they glanced from Laura's face to the pathetic, liver-lipped wino they had snagged. "Let go of him! That's Harry! Let go!" Laura said. "He's an ex-postal worker. I let him sleep here sometimes, and he helps me move things." The officers were dumbfounded. They released the old man and stared, bewildered, at Laura. But go back," she yelled at them suddenly. "Please look in there. Look, don't stand here like this. He is in there." The policemen exchanged wary glances before they turned to go. They walked to the door of the building again, but without enthusiasm. This time the search would be slow and thorough, their postures announced and utterly unimpassioned. Donald approached as the officers disappeared inside the terminal. "Neville is out. I left word," he reported. "All right," she said dully. I'm really sorry, Miss Mars, if I added any to your troubles at this point in time." It was Harry. The deserted desperado stared apologetically at the split leather tops of his shoes. "That's all right, Harry," Laura said gently. "That's all right, if you want to get killed," Donald said. Laura turned to him in anger, but she paused for a moment and realized what it was he had really said. "Mr. Phelps is right, Harry," she turned back to the old wino. "You'd better stay away from the place, for the time being. It's not safe." "Yes, ma'am," he said, and shuffled away, pausing only to pull a pint bottle wrapped in a brown bag from his pocket and take an emboldening swig from it. Donald put his arm around Laura. "No class," he said of Harry. Laura wrapped both her arms around Donald's rangy torso. "If he had announced a class, he'd have offered us a shot," she agreed. They stood outside the building, clinging to one another for some time. Bert arrived and was told by Donald that there was a routine police check in progress, and that no, of course it wouldn't hamper the day's shooting. Laura smiled compliantly, and Donald gave her a good girl squeeze. A few minutes later, Yoshi pulled up on his motorcycle. He leaned against the bike, waiting for the police to finish their business inside so that he could move the Harley-Davidson into the terminal and lock it into the front staircase, as usual. Two of the models showed up with Scott, the hairdresser. After hearing the news, they climbed back into his car and began playing backgammon. When the detectives came down and declared the place 100% deserted, Donald thanked them very kindly and quietly. "All right, gang," he clapped his hands. "Work time, kiddies, let's go." Laura made no move to enter the building. Donald put his arm around her and kissed her forehead. "Ready?" She stared up at him plaintively. He smiled and winked and beseeched her with his eyes, and when finally she nodded yes, however tentatively and nervously, he clapped his hands again and herded the assemblage into the building and up the back stairs. A little while later, the others began to drift in, and the studio bustled with activity. Yoshi, Jun, and other assistants were arranging equipment around a stark trompe-l'oeil set. A small pool had been set up in the shooting area. It was quite shallow, but its plastic bottom had been painted to suggest depth and Caribbean blue waters. The rectangle of shallow water was surrounded by ceramic white tiles. An elevated white platform behind the pool formed a stage upon which the 8 models to be used in the evening wear ad would be posed. 5 of the models, including Lulu and Sam, the blackmail model Laura had used in the Diamond Crime series, were present. Giselle and Alicia were in the dressing room area, having their makeup and hair done. Bert was checking the chiffon gowns and harem culottes with Bibi, the stylist for the day's shoot. "Who's missing?" he asked. "Me," Michelle squeaked. She closed the door quietly behind her and, head lowered, made her way across the busy studio. She was wearing an enormous, almost opaque pair of sunglasses. "Well, about time," Lulu began. She stopped with a muttered, "Uh-oh, here we go again." Michelle, her chin almost hidden in the collar of her coat, slunk quietly up to Lulu. She lifted her head and allowed Lulu to remove the sunglasses, which Lulu did with the skill of a neurosurgeon. "Oh, great, great," Lulu groaned. "You should have gotten him to hit the other eye, too. Then you could have posed as a panda." "When Laura sees this, she's going to freak out," Michelle whispered. "She already is freaked out." "What happened?" "I'm not sure," Lulu said, "but she is wired." Inside Laura's glass-enclosed office, Donald was shifting from coaxing to hard sell.
I don't like to be crass, he told Laura, but a hell of a lot of money is involved. Laura ground her cigarette out. I don't give a damn about the money. What about the ad agency? There are print dates to meet. They're depending on you. Bert is depending on you, Laura. To say nothing about the client. She paced miserably, her hands thrust deep into her pockets. She looked up once and through the glass saw Sam staring sadly at her. His dark doe eyes looked about to melt with compassion. She turned from him and saw Bert and Bebe zipping Giselle into one of the flowing costumes. Bert glanced up unexpectedly and looked toward the office. When he caught Laura's eye, he pointed to his watch and shrugged, asking if she was ready yet. Okay, Donald capitulated. You're right. What are we, monsters? Let's just wrap this and cower and wait for the killer or the police to strike again, in whatever order of appearance. Laura tried to smile reassuringly at Bert, then turned away. A small, frozen smile was all she could manage. Really, Donald insisted, you're right. To hell with it all. I'm sorry. I thought if you stayed busy... She shot him a curious look. You really know how to manipulate me, don't you, Donald? He drew himself up. Manipulate is a little paranoid. And frankly, I'm beginning to get the message that you really don't trust me anymore. First you lumped me in your screeching fit with that bearded maniac driver, and now you... Laura touched his shoulder gently, but whether it was to calm or simply to quiet him remained ambiguous. Let me know when they're ready, and I'll shoot. Donald smiled sadly and patted her hand. Then he left the office and went to confer with Bert. Michelle walked over to the makeup table where the other models were seated. Farrell and Anna, the last two models on the job, had arrived and slipped, without fanfare, into the dressing rooms. Anna was seated before Scott now, and he was braiding the last handful of her hair. She looked like Medusa. Her entire head was a jumble of thin, snaky braids. After he blow-dried it, the braids would be unknotted and lightly brushed to give Anna the wild, pre-Raphaelite look Scott favored. Farrell was standing around in a pair of shorts, a formal white shirt, and black bow tie, waiting for the wardrobe woman to finish ironing his tux. Michelle approached Paul cautiously. Hi, she said in a tiny voice. He turned to say hello, but when he saw her eye, he bit off the greeting. The sound he made, a sort of hiccoughed gasp, perfectly matched the expression of horror on his face. His brown forehead rippled with distress. Oh, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? He whined. Donald! Donald turned. He saw Michelle's eye, and with a barely audible sigh, backed away from Bert and walked over to the dressing room area. How the Marquis de Sade could have written his book without meeting you and Robert is beyond me, he called to Michelle. Do you think Laura might want to use it? Paul suggested hopefully. It's kind of interesting. Let her look at it. Donald left the makeup table and began to busy himself at the set, helping some of Laura's assistants arrange the mannequins, which would be used in conjunction with the live models. Downstairs, Tommy entered the terminal. His arms were filled with flowers. One special, perfect flower wrapped in green tissue paper hung from his jacket pocket. A uniformed policeman stood at the bottom of the steps. Tommy stared at the cop. Panic pressed him like a reflex. He was half poised to turn and run when the cop said, Just hold it. Right there. Hey, what's going on? His hands had folded into pumping flower-filled fists. Charles Douglas appeared from the dark recesses of the terminal. Tommy heard the detective's footsteps before he saw the man. His fists edged automatically toward his knife pocket. With great restraint, he let his fingers relax. He shifted his feet and looked suddenly boyish. Douglas looked him over. All right, go ahead, he said. There was another policeman stationed outside the upstairs door. Hey, what's happening? Tommy tried to keep it casual. It worked too well. The officer accepted the question as a colloquial greeting and moved silently aside to let him pass. The moment he got inside the studio, Donald spotted him and rushed over. Put them in the sink and wet them down, Donald indicated the flowers with an impatient flourish. Tommy crossed to the kitchen area. He laid the flowers down inside the sink, turned the spray adjustment nozzle on the faucet to diffuse the water flow, and turned the cold water tap on. He peeled the tissue paper off the bottom of the stems. He peeled and scraped the tissue paper and turned to toss it in the wastebasket when he saw Lulu wandering toward the kitchen. She leaned listlessly, mindlessly on her elbows on the butcher block counter. Hey, Tommy grinned. He pulled a specially wrapped flower from his pocket and held it out to her. This is for you. Lulu blinked at him. Oh, stolen flowers. How nice. It's not stolen, Tommy protested. I bought it for you. I'm almost touched, Lulu said, and walked away. The smile stayed on Tommy's face. His eyes stayed on Lulu's retreating back. His hands tore the flower apart. Lulu returned to the makeup area where Laura was still examining Michelle's swollen eye. Laura reached up and stroked Michelle's face. Even your black eye is beautiful, she said consolingly. Then she turned Michelle over to Paul. Your best, as always, she instructed the makeup man. She smiled encouragingly at him and headed over to the set. Who said black is beautiful? Paul asked caustically, shaking his head at Michelle. I do, nigger. Alicia ran her long brown fingers down Paul's spine as she passed. Honey, all right, Paul laughed. Make way for the African queen. You talking to me, bro? Sam arched his eyebrow. Laura was checking the lighting around the set. She closed her eyes suddenly. Inside her head, the cry began to well up again. But it was different this time. It was reminiscent of the awful linking scream. But instead of a violent, encompassing vibration, she felt a light buzzing at the back of her skull. Instead of the piercing, painful, almost electronic shriek, there was an indistinct, distant cry. She opened her eyes. Everything was normal. By the time she had finished checking the lights and cameras, and waiting for one of her assistants to vacuum the platform and wipe away the single footprint left by Bert on the rim of the pool before he remembered to take his shoes off, the 8 models approached the set. Sam, bare-chested, wearing a pair of gauzy harem pants, was ushered onto the rear platform and posed among the stark, pale mannequins. Anna's hair frizzled wonderfully, stretching and spiraling as if, on its own, it was expressing joy at being released from the bondage of the braids. The frizzled hair contrasted fabulously with the sleek, flowing lines of her gown. Giselle's costume, as Donald had commented, treaded a thin line between going out evening wear and putting out evening wear. Every shade and line of her long body was visible through the delicate fabric, and when she swirled the skirt, became almost invisible. Alicia wore a 2-piece gown. Her brown midriff was naked. Her hair was wrapped in an exquisite headdress, secured around her forehead by a gold braid and looped down under her chin and across one of her flawless, fragile shoulders. One by one, the models took their assigned places among the mannequins, and the stark set came to life as an Arabian Nights fantasy. Michelle was poised at the side of the pool, looking down into it. Her slightly swollen, cosmetically renovated eye was not facing the camera. When the time came for movement, however, she knew precisely how she would swing her head so that her soft blonde hair would swirl across the bruise. Only Lulu and Farrell remained standing at the front of the set. An assistant was smearing red paint over Farrell's heart, on the crisply ironed formal white shirt he wore. Bert consulted with Donald, then approached the blood man. A moment later, a cigarette burn was made in Farrell's shirt front at the center of the red paint. Bert surveyed it approvingly. He offered the lit cigarette to Laura. She declined, and he handed the cigarette to an assistant who flicked the ash off it and placed the butt frugally behind his ear. "Where's the gun?" Donald called. "Right there, by the pool." One of the assistants removed the gun and arranged Farrell on the front of the pool. He was draped over the tiles, head back, almost touching the floor. The red on his shirt front and the cigarette bullet burn were awesomely authentic looking. Laura could hardly tear her eyes from the living dead man. Yoshi pressed the Polaroid camera into her hands. She took 2 or 3 shots. Lulu had moved onto the set and stood pointing her arm, index finger outstretched like the barrel of a gun, at Farrell. While they waited for the Polaroids to develop, Lulu shook her hand and arm. Paul, Scott, and Bebe moved onto the set, touching up a bit of hair, a wrinkle in the swoop of a gown, a line of blusher that required enhancing. Laura showed the Polaroids to Bert, who had tucked the gun into the front of his belt. "All set," he commented approvingly, and, as Donald switched on the hi-fi mood music, Bert took the gun from his belt and held it out to Laura. Lulu turned expectantly, waiting for Laura to give her the gun. Everyone turned and waited, but the gun remained in Bert's hand. Laura would not touch it. She was staring at the painted blood on Farrell's shirt. Without thinking, Farrell touched his heart, touched the spot Laura's eyes were fastened on. As he removed his hand, which came away streaked red, Donald rushed over. "Oh, for God's sake," he said, "do something. Will someone please do something about Farrell's hand so we can shoot? People, please." He turned to Laura. "The gun," he said. "Do you want Lulu to be holding it, or is she supposed to have fired a lethal fingernail at him?" "I'm sorry," Laura whispered to Bert. "Take it away, please." Bert looked to Donald. Donald shrugged helplessly. "Sure, Laura, don't worry. We'll get him another shirt. We'll try it some other way." Bert said uncertainly, "Don't you worry, BB. Can we get Farrell another shirt?" "No," Laura said suddenly. "Forgive me." She took the gun and handed it to Lulu. "Farrell, keep the shirt. Come on back. Lulu, hold it loosely. Drape your arm and sort of let the gun rest in your hand." Her palms were moist. She wiped them on her thighs, then took the Nikon from Yoshi. "Lovely," Bert said, pleased. "Now that's murder by Mars. Casually voluptuous murder." Laura bent down and put the camera to her eye. Everyone waited. She lowered the camera and then her head. She shook her head. "Baby," Donald urged. She lifted the camera again and aimed it at the models. She held the camera to her eye but did not shoot. Finally she said, "I can't. I just can't take this kind of picture anymore." Donald stepped forward. Bert stopped him. Laura lowered the camera. Her face was wet with tears. "Okay," Donald said decisively. "That's it. It's a wrap for today. Hopefully we'll get it done tomorrow. I'll be in touch." "I'm sorry," Laura said to Bert as the session began to break up. He looked as though he was on the verge of tears himself. She turned toward the atrium. John Neville was standing near the door. She had no idea how long he'd been there, or what he'd seen and heard. He took a step toward her, then waited as she crossed the room and came to him. "What happened?" he said. "He was in here." He didn't seem shocked. Obviously the policeman downstairs had told him everything, probably even about poor old Harry. But he stared at her and waited. She tried to read his expression. Was it sympathy, curiosity, or disbelief she saw in his gaze? Oh God, she thought, it's pity. "I need a drink," she said. Neville followed her to the atrium where she poured herself some cognac. When she offered him a drink, he declined. "I saw him looking at me," she told him. "You saw him?" "No," Laura said. "I saw myself as he looked at me." Neville glanced past her. She turned to see what had caught his eye. Tommy was watching them. She went to the terrace door and held it open. They walked outside together. Neville closed the door behind them. From the terrace she could see all the way down the river to Battery Park and the Statue of Liberty. She cradled the brandy snifter between her hands and rubbed it gently back and forth. The amber cognac splashed against the bowl of the snifter like white caps at the river's edge. "So you didn't see him," Neville prompted. "You saw yourself this time." "Yes," she shuddered slightly at the memory. "You saw yourself through the killer's eyes." "Yes." He was thoughtful for a moment. "Do you get any warning when one of these is going to hit?" "No, and it terrifies me because it could happen any time. I find myself waiting for it to happen at odd moments." "Maybe that's what triggers it," he suggested. "People who are afraid of anxiety attacks can bring one on by being afraid of it." He stopped speaking and looked at her intently. He seemed to be seeking some answer in her face. Then he looked away and shook his head. "You don't believe me." "I've never said that." "But I know you don't believe me." "I'm trying," he said with unexpected passion. "I am trying. I've talked to your associates, and what did they say?" "They seem to think you're overworked." She took a sip of cognac, hoping it would calm her before she spoke. It didn't work that way. "Overworked?" she said angrily. "Overworked? Am I hallucinating all of this? Tell me it's all a dream. Tell me that Doris is alive and well, and that Elaine is happily involved with Michael again. Overworked?" Neville looked as though he was about to respond. He was going to tell her to relax, she was sure. She was tired suddenly, and embarrassed. Before he said anything, however, Donald's voice floated out to them. Laura, I'm leaving with Bert. Lock up, would you? She shouted into him. His face appeared at the terrace door. Oh, there you are, he said, and to Neville, glad you could make it. Too bad you missed all the excitement. Neville accepted the barb with a grim smile. Donald opened the door just enough to stick his head out. Tommy's still here, he told Laura. He'll wait for you, and I'll... That's not necessary, she said. I'll take a taxi. And Donald... I'm sorry. No sweat, he grinned. I'll call you later. They watched through the windowed atrium as Donald and Bert walked across the studio to Tommy, who was flipping cards onto the counter in the kitchen area. Donald said something to Tommy, who shrugged, zipped up the front of his brown leather jacket, gathered his cards into a deck, and followed them toward the door. Listen, Laura said to Neville, I just thought of something. I think I can show you what I mean. About what? She started back toward the atrium. About what I've been seeing. Neville followed her inside. Bert was going through the door to the stairway. Donald turned and looked back at Laura and Neville. Tommy stared at them too, for a moment. Then Donald said with a flourish of authority, Okay, Tommy, let's go. Tommy shoved the deck of cards, and then both his hands into his jacket pockets and skulked out. Donald was the last to leave. He pulled the door shut firmly after him. That's a great view out there, Neville said, indicating the concrete terrace that ran like a jetty out to the water's edge. Do you use it much? No, well, more in this sort of weather than during the summer, she admitted. There's more privacy now. In the summer, the pier is almost always crowded. The pier just south of here. She was moving the video camera from the corner to the center of the atrium. Neville watched her quietly. Michael watched quietly, too. He had left the pier shortly after Tommy first saw him staring up at Laura's studio. But when the models and assistants began to filter out of the building, he ventured out of the truckers' bar across from Pier 45 and made his way back. He had seen the police. Most of them were gone now. Still, he was wiser and warier than he'd been this morning. He returned to the pier and nobody saw him. Not even Laura, and the man she'd been talking with on the terrace. No, she'd been too engrossed. She was too engrossed now, talking earnestly, leaning close to him. It was touching, really, just the two of them alone together in her expensive glass-enclosed Garden of Eden. People who live in glass gardens, Michael recited to himself. Then he laughed. Laura was talking excitedly to the stranger, talking and showing him something. They were looking down at some odd gadget half hidden by a bank of ferns, some little gadget that probably cost a fortune. It was getting cold on the pier. Michael Riesler straightened his disheveled tie and pulled up the jacket collar of his only suit. Very impressive, Neville said to Laura. She smiled and finished adjusting the dials and switches and buttons on the technologically advanced video setup. The screen of the large Quasar TV lit up suddenly. Laura moved the camera on its tripod a few feet away from the machine and pointed it at about eye level to a relatively neutral area of the atrium. The camera's movement registered a blurred rush of color across the screen. Then the background she'd selected appeared. Laura walked to a spot in front of the lens. She turned to Neville. Her three-quarter profile came into view on the television screen. Okay, she said. You stand behind the camera. Now you're the killer. Okay, John Neville said uncertainly. He moved into position. Then he shook his head again in a wonder and smiled. So what you're seeing is what the camera is seeing, which is what's on that monitor, Laura pointed to the TV set. I get you. Okay, but what I'm seeing is not what I'm looking at. I'm blind to what I'm looking at. What I'm seeing is what the killer is seeing. Do you understand? She walked back over to him and her image disappeared from the screen. Yeah, I think I understand. Laura stepped behind the camera and swung it to face Neville. He was unaware of what she was doing. Listen, can we turn this damn thing off? He said, trying to get her attention. You know I don't trust the media. But Laura was interested in his face now, and she began to study it closely through the camera, and then as it appeared on the monitor. Neville turned to look at the TV screen, too. That's not how I look. Is that how I look? Sure is, she told him. She moved the zoom trigger slowly and came in closer. Neville backed away from the monitor. "I look like a damn cop," he said. She laughed and began to circle him with the camera, pausing when a particular angle revealed an interesting new perspective. He was becoming embarrassed. To put him at ease, she started to talk. Spontaneously, her voice took on the distinctive cadence and pedantic tone of a television interviewer, a cross between Dick Cavett, David Frost, and, God help her, Sheila Women's Glib Weissman. "We're fortunate to have with us today Lieutenant John Neville, expert on weirdos, nutsies, and lady photographers. Tell us, Lieutenant, what do the police know about the Eyes Killer?" "Well," Neville cleared his throat as though he was preparing to join the game. His response, however, was unpredictably earnest. "Well, first of all," he said thoughtfully, "I think that what we're dealing with here is a kind of guy the textbooks call a periodic massive amnesiac." "Would you explain that a little for us dumb media people?" "Sure. See, we all have this beast inside us." He had begun to ham it up a little, but as he spoke he became more involved with what he was saying. He was trying it out, Laura realized. He'd given a lot of thought and obviously done his research, and now he was talking about it aloud for what sounded like the first time. He was choosing his words carefully. He was honestly trying to communicate. "This beast, which we're able to control. But this killer is losing control, and what happens then is so scary for him that he wipes it out of his mind completely, and he goes back to his normal life of fantasy, nightmares, hallucinations, and run-of-the-mill paranoia." His large, lovely hands were trying to pull the words out of the air. Laura moved back to catch the gestures as well as the facial expressions. Neville noticed his hands on the monitor. He looked annoyed. He put them into his pockets and turned to her again. She brought the camera back up to his face. "But why is he killing?" "Well, there could be lots of reasons. He seems to be a ritual killer, someone who's killing in exactly the same way. Most of the time a ritual killer kills at random, but..." He hesitated. "But Doris and Elaine are both connected. By you." Laura set the camera aside. "I know," she said, and after a moment, "What else could it be?" "It could be a lot of things. Jealousy, someone who's jealous of your success. Maybe it's a holier-than-thou loony who thinks that your work is promoting decadence and violence." The words stung her unexpectedly. "Even you think that, don't you?" She wanted to remind him the field wasn't limited to holier-than-thou loonies. She felt suddenly embarrassed. Or was it ashamed? "It might be someone who's in your book," Neville continued. "Or someone totally unrelated to anything that makes any sense at all." "Well, whoever it is was here this morning, looking for me." "You've got police protection until we get him, and we will. Whether it's someone from those three theories, or someone we haven't even thought of, we'll get him. He'll make a slip. We'll grab him." She began to pace. "It all makes sense," she said. "I suppose. Except..." "Except what?" She stopped and turned. He was very near her. He was waiting. She looked up at him. "Why am I seeing through this person's eyes?" she asked. "Why?" He looked as though he wanted to reach out to her, to reach out with his hands and hold her and let her feel his strength. He looked as though he wanted to make her understand that his strength was her safety. He moved his arms awkwardly. Then his hands fell to his sides, useless. "I don't know," he said, and turned away from her imploring eyes. "How does this damn thing work anyway?" He was looking at the video camera. Laura turned it on and handed it to him. "Here's the zoom," she explained, "and here's your focus. About the only thing you can do wrong is aim it directly at a light. You'll spot the tube. Here." Neville took it and toyed with the knobs for a bit. Then he put it to his eye and began to focus in on a wall of the studio on which several of Laura's photos were hung. The pictures were arranged, more or less, in a sequence that traced the evolution of her work. One by one the camera traveled over the photographs. One by one they appeared on the monitor. Laura was amused. "You like that zoom, huh?" It's a good device for spotting perpetrators, he laughed. He continued to pan along the wall. If a tree falls in the forest and there's no camera there to record it, did it really fall? He asked abstractedly. I don't know, but I do know the camera didn't cut the tree down. It sounded a bit defensive. Suddenly she realized what had provoked her quick rejoinder. She shivered slightly as she recalled the police photographs that Neville had shown her. Why weren't there any pictures like this at your show? He asked as he zoomed in tight on a very unpretentious photograph of a young boy. Laura studied the photograph on the monitor. She remembered the child and she remembered taking the photograph, but there was something that she had forgotten about it. Could it have been the last photograph of her children's series? Not media-worthy, she responded to Neville's question and continued to stare at the picture on the TV screen. There was something about the boy in the photograph that was familiar to her, beyond the actual child who'd posed for it. The posture of defiance and fear. The mouth held tight and unyielding, closed against what betrayal? Against the betrayal of desperate longing exposed by his eyes? Was this the child? Was this the photograph that had initiated her obsession with violence? There was an undertone of... what? Anger? Rage? On that terrible, innocent face? She wondered if Neville had seen or sensed it. Would you like to have it? She asked him. She walked to the wall and began to take the photograph down for him. No, he protested. She smiled. Well, you've admired it, so now you have to take it. She put the picture down on a chair. He followed her movements through the camera, then zoomed in on her face and studied it closely. Very closely. Miss Mars, he said, you're a beautiful woman. The flush of color that burned her cheeks was almost visible on the monitor. She hid her pleasure behind an equally heartfelt playfulness. Well, thank you, sir, she mimicked a southern belle. You may call me Laura. Tell me, now it was his turn to play the interviewer. Is your mother proud of the kind of work you're doing? My mother? No. She was very much herself again. I'm not so welcome in Grosse Pointe anymore. Grosse Pointe? That's where Detroit banks, isn't it? What are you, an automobile heiress? Well, a hubcap heiress. Neville laughed. No, my mother had an image for me to fulfill. I was going to be a cross between Mary Cassatt and Joan of Arc. You can see how I let her down. Joan of Arc, huh? Not bad. He stared at her as if he could see the resemblance. He put the camera aside and stared at her, and she felt herself flush again, but she did not turn away from his eyes. He moved toward her. Again, she could feel his desire to touch her. She could see the indecision in his hands, in the way they almost reached out. The moment passed. He picked up the photograph and walked somberly to the door with it. I appreciate this very much. Bye, Laura, he said. Bye. She stared at the door as it closed behind him. Then, with a sudden sense of purpose, she returned to the tape setup and pushed the rewind button for the video cassette. She heard his car start downstairs and went to one of the side windows. She watched until the car was out of sight. Then she waited until the cassette was ready. She picked up her snifter of cognac and sat back against one of the paisley print pillows in front of the television set. She hit the play button and watched her own face appear on the screen. She took a sip of cognac. Then Neville was on. That's not how I look. Is that how I look? She leaned forward, engrossed in her own close-ups of his face. See, we all have this beast inside us. This beast which we're able to control. But this killer is losing control. And what happens then is so scary for him that he wipes it out of his mind completely. She wasn't really paying attention to his voice. She was watching the way his forehead knit as he worked through the theory, and how his eyes implored her to listen and to understand. She saw the awkward but articulate movements of his hands as they punctuated his words, and how much fuller his lips seemed than she'd noticed before. You've admired it, so now you have to take it. The camera was on her now. Is your mother proud of the kind of work you're doing? The blush she'd raised when he told her she was beautiful was just beginning to subside. She liked the way her face looked. Her face had changed. "What are you, an automobile heiress?" Something he'd said at the police station came back to her. Something about her work displaying a lot of hostility toward the upper class. Suddenly she wanted to explain to him. She wanted to say, "I am of them, but not one of them." "Do you know, John Neville, Lieutenant John Neville, that I have never really loved anyone except a desperate little brown-eyed boy who used to haunt my childhood dreams? A child of poverty and torment who came to me in the night, who woke me from my safe Grosse Pointe sleep to show me another world? If I betray my heritage, my class, if I portray them as magnificent, unfeeling mannequins, as icy, indifferent murderers, it is because sometimes I still see them through his eyes." "Well, a hubcap heiress." She could hear his laughter and remember how utterly at ease he'd seemed, just for that tiny moment. She was glad that she had made him laugh. Chapter 6. 3 girls in miniskirts and platform-soled boots, and a couple of men in wide-collared floral jersey body shirts and fitted jackets, velour and leather, sat on one bench facing 6 of New York's highest-paid models. The models wore $50 sweaters that looked like $5, and $30 jeans, and sensible hiking boots, or livelier pointed-toed cowboy shit-kickers. Robert Stram paced between the benches, and finally sat down among the hookers and pimps. "Want a date?" a girl in a bad blonde Farrah Fawcett model wig asked him. His already nervously rippling jaws clenched tighter. He crossed his arms in front of him and sat steely-eyed and still as a cigar-store Indian. One of the models across the corridor heard and giggled. The girl next to her poked her sharply in the ribs and whispered something, and the first model's mouth dropped open, and she looked at Robert again and abruptly stopped giggling. There was this maniac killer on the loose, and Robert Stram's once kinky reputation for violence was no longer a comfortable topic for gossip and amusement. Inside Detective Neville's office, the topic was similar, but the atmosphere somewhat different. Michelle and Lulu sat in front of Neville's desk. Whatever fear they might be nurturing about the eyes killer was unnoticeable in the bantering tones and utterly comfortable postures they'd assumed. Neville had already acknowledged that some cops were really cute, and that Officer Volpe was incredibly uptight and dressed more like a mafia numbers runner than a cop. No, more like a Bensonhurst disco dancer, Lulu thought. Well, anyway, they both agreed. He owned enough leather and suede to be a walking ecological hazard. Have either of you ever received crank letters?" Neville tried to get back to the business at hand. "Or obscene ones, in relation to the work you've done for Miss Mars?" "I got a few letters," Lulu volunteered brightly. She looked pleased, as if she was in a classroom and had just given the proper response to the teacher's question. "Have any of you done your homework?" "Well, was there more than one from the same person?" Neville continued pleasantly. "Gee," Lulu's brow furrowed, "I don't think so. I threw them right away." "Can you remember the tone or any of the things they said?" Lulu cracked up. "Can I? Let's see. Oh yeah," she began reciting from memory. "Even though I have pimples and am ugly, so ugly that you would only want to spit at me if I ever had the nerve to talk to you." Do I have to go on? I think I get it. "Really?" Lulu said. "I've saved mine," Michelle said sweetly. Lulu was flabbergasted. "What?" she demanded. "Well, it's like fan mail in a way." Neville laughed. "Could you bring them in?" "Sure." "Okay." Neville stood and opened the door for them. "Thanks for the cooperation." They left the office and stared uncertainly left and right. "Oh, there's Robert," Michelle said, and tugged Lulu down the corridor toward the waiting room. "Hiya, Rocky," Lulu said loudly. "Next time you go for the lightweight title, how about sending me a couple of tickets?" Robert ignored her. "I'll pick you up for dinner after I'm free," he told Michelle. "If that turns out to be 20 years to life, should I start without you?" "That's right," Robert growled. "Just keep it up." Michelle smiled disdainfully and walked away. Lulu caught up quickly. She grabbed Michelle's arm and whispered, enough jokes with this guy, okay? No kidding. It's cool for me. He never even hears me, but lay off him now. I think he's really dangerous. Robert? He's just a pussycat, Michelle whispered. At his desk, Neville turned the pages of The Eyes of Mars. Beside the book was a list of the people he'd already located and questioned. He checked off Michelle and Lulu's names and wearily flipped through the book again. After a while, clearly frustrated, he tossed his pencil onto the desk and leaned back in his chair. There was a rapping at the door to the office. Neville straightened up as Volpe entered with a thin, attractive 6-footer, wearing an extremely well-tailored suit. Sit down, please, Neville indicated Lulu's recently vacated chair. As the man sat, Neville turned to the portrait section of Laura's book. I'm Lieutenant Neville. You've met Detective Volpe? The seated man nodded. What do you do for a living, Mr. Neville glanced at the black-and-white photograph in the book again, then closed the cover. Riggs? I'm a stockholder with Maiden Sills, Riggs replied. His voice was as well-tailored as his suit. Neville tapped the cover of the book on his desk. There's a picture of you in here, Mr. Riggs. Did you know about it? I posed for it. Riggs smiled pleasantly. Did you know Doris Spencer? Volpe had found a place for himself on the far side of the room. He leaned inconspicuously against a table edge and watched both men closely. I might have met her, Riggs responded, but I don't think so. What about Elaine Cassell? Yes. How did you get to know her? When I dated Laura, Riggs said. Neville looked at Riggs quietly for a moment. Sal Volpe looked at Neville. Neville's hand reached down toward his belt. It turned out to be a perfectly innocent gesture. He merely ran his hand across his stomach as if he were scratching his belly lightly. His hand hadn't gone near the small holstered gun attached to his belt. Volpe looked back up at Neville's face. How long did you date Laura? Volpe shook his head almost imperceptibly. Miss Mars, he felt like prompting Neville. Not Laura. Miss Crazy Lady Mars. 4 months or so, Riggs replied evenly. How serious was it? Riggs looked surprised. Volpe stared hard at Neville. We enjoyed each other's company. Did you sleep together? Volpe rolled his eyes toward the peeling ceiling. What's that got to do with... Riggs began. Did you or didn't you? Neville pushed him. Yes, Riggs snapped, clearly annoyed. Is this what you guys get off on? His angry gaze took in Volpe. When you were going with Miss Mars, Volpe stressed the last 2 words with special politeness. Do you happen to remember any incident concerning Miss Cassell which might help us? Neville looked over at Volpe, who made a point of not returning the gaze. Neville toyed penitently with the checklist as Riggs thought for a moment and then replied, No. Thank you, Mr. Riggs. Unless, Volpe finally acknowledged Neville, you have some other questions, Lieutenant? Just for the record, Neville asked, where were you a week ago Tuesday and Wednesday? In the Bahamas. Alone? Riggs turned angrily to Volpe. What's with him? He demanded. Thanks again, Volpe said. Riggs got up and left the room without another word. The silence he left behind him was thick enough to cut with a knife. Volpe stared reproachfully at Neville, who poked at the checklist with a pencil. Finally, Neville made a mark beside Riggs' name. Then, as an afterthought, he crossed the name out altogether and said, I didn't like his attitude, all right? Don't give me that crap, Volpe muttered. His staccato cadence became more pronounced in direct proportion to his anger, and he was angry now at Neville's unprofessional behavior. You wanted to punch him out because he screwed her. His voice was like a Gatling gun. Okay, so I wanted to punch him out because he screwed her. A week now, damn it, and we've got nothing. Nothing, Neville exploded. So? There haven't been any murders either. Maybe he'll show up on the West Coast tomorrow. What the hell would he be doing on the West Coast? I don't know. Pissing up a rope, okay? How the hell do I know what he's going to do next? Neville balled up a piece of paper on his desk and swiveled it in his chair. He threw the paper toward a metal wastebasket in the corner. The wadded-up paper bounced off the wall and into the basket. He turned back to Volpe. Okay, who's next? He asked. Your choice. I got 5 gorgeous girls and 1 mean little millionaire. Stram? Volpe nodded. He's what's-her-name's boyfriend. Michelle, right? If you mean the dizzy blonde with the shiner, yeah. Yeah, Neville said. He ran his pencil down the list again. Robert Stram, right? What do you say, Volp? Think I'm in the mood for Beauty or the Beast? Volp smiled. Change it to The Mouse That Roared, and I'll go get you, Stram. Done. Volp walked out, and Neville opened the book again. He stared at Riggs' portrait for a few minutes, then turned to one of the full-color fashion photos. A handsome man in a tuxedo was stepping out of an elevator. The man was stepping over the dead body of a girl in a bright red jumpsuit. At the back of the elevator, another model, in an elegant black jumpsuit and silver slippers, screamed in horror. The man emerging from the elevator was holding the murder weapon in his fist. He looked prepared to strike out again. The weapon was a knitting needle, or an ice pick, or possibly a thin screwdriver. It was difficult to tell. The tip of the thing was covered with blood, though. Blood, paint, whatever the hell it was, it matched the dead girl's jumpsuit. The dead girl was Lulu. The girl in black, screaming at the killer, was Michelle. The door opened. Stram came in, angry and frowning, a parody of the tuxedoed killer in the photograph. Volp followed him. When Robert Stram was seated, Volp walked around to Neville's side of the desk and looked over his shoulder at the page. Then he looked up at Robert and grinned and shook his head. You could be a model, you know, he said. And you could be pounding a beat tomorrow, Robert sneered. Volp turned to Neville. Geez, I wish I could stay for this one. He seemed sincerely sorry. Michael was having trouble remembering. He stared at the phone and took another sip of scotch, and then he dialed Doris Spencer's number again. He stared at his feet, which were propped up on the elegant steel and glass coffee table in front of him. He leaned forward and flicked a bit of dirt off his trouser cuff, a bit of crumpled brown leaf pasted on by dried mud. Then he sank back into the luxury of the massive sofa. The apartment was grand, much finer than Elaine's, and furnished with exquisite expensive taste. But he'd only come to make the phone calls. He didn't have too many dimes to spare. He took another swallow of scotch. The glass in his hand was expensively heavy. He held it up toward the terrace windows and stared at the skyline through the amber liquid. Then he remembered. He wanted to talk to Doris about publishing his novel, about financing its completion first, of course. He cleared his throat. His mouth tasted chalky. He gargled the scotch, splashing it back and forth through his teeth. It stung his gums. He swallowed and ran his tongue over his teeth and gums and waited for Doris to answer. When she didn't, he let the receiver fall back onto the cradle indifferently. He rubbed his hand across his cheek. It was bristly. It made an unpleasant rasping noise. He really should shave and shower, he thought. Then he remembered that he was at Laura's, and that the moment she returned the street would be crawling with cops again, and Michael Riesler had no intention of being caught with his pants down. He chuckled and lifted his glass in a toast to humor in the face of adversity, the unshaven face of adversity. Here's looking at you, kid, Michael said to himself, and downed the last of the scotch. He reared to a standing position and stared around, bleary-eyed. He started for the liquor cabinet, bashed his shin against the steel table edge, and fell to his knees. It was a shame he couldn't take a shower. God damn it, he thought, and suddenly the unfairness of it all became evident, and he was very, very angry. It was his damn apartment, too. He had the keys to prove it, and he was bored with skulking around in basements and alleyways and sleeping on trains and having to buy a beer to take a piss. He crawled back onto the sofa and, squinting at the push buttons, managed to dial Elaine's number. It rang once, and then it clicked mysteriously and rang again, further away. A woman answered. Elaine? Michael whispered, surprised. He didn't know why he was surprised, really. Where would she be but home, waiting for him? She must have been worried sick. Yes, who is this? The voice was a woman's, but not Elaine's. It's Michael, he said. Michael? Riesler? Could you hold on 1 minute, Mike? Just 1 minute, okay? Who are you? Michael demanded. You want Elaine, right? Elaine Cassell? You filthy lying cunt, he shouted and hung up. Elaine had never called him Mike. No one had. Miguel, maybe. Laura used to call him Miguel sometimes, but never ever Mike. Call me Miguel again, Laura, he begged her. His palms were sweating. He rubbed them on his thighs. He rubbed his palms up and down his thighs and began rocking back and forth. "Laura, I came back for you. Touch me," he said. His hands slid to the inside of his thighs. He clamped his knees shut suddenly, capturing his hands. Her hands, holding them tight against his groin. He lay his head back and closed his eyes and cursed himself for having given her the Polaroids. He tried to imagine them now. He actually shuffled through the photos in his mind, but he could not hold an image. His desire for her was overwhelming and painfully stifled. He lifted himself from the sofa cautiously. He crooned encouragement to himself. He crooned silently, using her voice. "Come on, Michael. Miguelito, follow me. I'll tell you stories again, about how I've known you forever." He moved toward her bedroom. His body was too heavy, swaying. He lowered himself gently to his hands and knees and crawled and crooned in her voice. "I loved you when you were little and poor and frightened. I searched for your sad brown eyes." He crawled to the door and pulled himself up and pushed it open. Elaine was inside. Michael steadied himself against the door and stared into the semi-darkness of the room. It was not the bedroom. It was Laura's study, and the first thing he saw was the corkboard wall filled with photographs, and the first photograph he saw was of Elaine. Her mouth was wide open and laughing. He could see her teeth and her wet tongue. He moved toward the corkboard, searching for a photograph of Laura. He held onto the spiraling library steps and examined the photographs pinned to the wall. Elaine, Donald Phelps, the midget, and the models. He wanted Laura. He turned frantically. On the desk across the room, he saw some scattered photographs and boxes of slides. Michael crossed to the desk. Under an ivory letter opener, he saw a pile of clippings, reviews of Laura's show. He swept the letter opener to one side and sifted through the clippings with shaking hands. He glanced at the headlines. He found 2 reviews illustrated with photographs from the show, and, finally, a glossy magazine page with a large portrait of Laura. He recognized the portrait at once. It was a grainy version of the floating face used on the cover of The Eyes of Mars. Michael took the magazine page with him to the lavish butter-soft leather chair. He slunk low in the chair, his legs extended fully before him. He rubbed his chest and stared at the portrait, at the fleshy, pouting lips and fine, curved cheeks, at the amazing, dark-rimmed eyes. Soft, warm, wide eyes that would understand what he was about to do, what he had to do. He slipped his hand inside his shirt and felt his nipples harden. He laid the portrait of Laura down on his lap and stared at it, and rubbed his chest until his nipples ached and the portrait moved with the swelling of his groin. He moved his hand onto her face and stroked her warm, firm cheeks. He pressed his finger into the center of her mouth and pushed down hard, and traced the line of her lips with his finger, and felt her lips begin to throb under his touch. "Do you remember me now, Laura?" He wanted to close her eyes, just for a moment. He laid his hand over her eyes, gently, one hand over her eyes, the other under the thin page. He shut his own eyes and gave himself over to feeling, utterly over to the textures and rhythms of the moment. He felt his hand stir under the silky thin magazine page. The hand that covered Laura's eyes felt through the page, found its mate, felt the metal teeth of the zipper ribbed against its fingers, held firm to the painfully swollen, slow-moving creature stirring against confinement. Michael pressed the page down and gasped as his flesh rushed up to meet it. His stomach ached. He felt a rush of nausea. He wanted desperately to slow down. He had things he wanted to say to her first, and things he wanted to hear. He wanted his eyes open when it happened, and he wanted her eyes open too. He freed himself under the magazine page. He slid his hand from her eyes to her forehead. He stared down at the portrait of Laura. She was crying. He held the page with 2 hands, held it so that the moisture seeping through the page was concentrated in her eyes. First one eye, and then the other. He moved the page back and forth so that his wetness became her tears. He was in terrible pain. He wanted release. He wanted her to cry for him, for his pain, for all the pain, through all their years. Her eyes were dissolving, disappearing in the dampness. This was not what he wanted. He wanted her to see him, but her eyes were soggy and blind. He held the pain until he could find the right image, the right moment. He searched his memory desperately. He looked around the room for a clue. He saw Elaine's laughing face pinned to the wall. He saw the discarded ivory letter opener. He lifted the portrait of Laura up off his lap. He held it taut like a canopy above his weeping flesh, and then he plunged the page down, perfectly. He impaled her. First one eye, then the other. He stabbed her with his flesh again and again. He tore through her eyes until she cried for him, cried ceaselessly for her poor, abandoned, brown-eyed boy. He sat very still after that. He wasn't sure for how long. He closed his eyes and maybe he dozed and maybe he didn't. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Elaine's picture on the corkboard. He laughed back at her now. He pulled himself out of the soft leather chair and went into the small bathroom off the study. He didn't turn the light on. He tidied up as best he could and flushed what was left of the magazine page down the toilet. He splashed cold water onto his face. He didn't give a damn about the bristles anymore. He passed the corkboard wall again on his way back to the desk. He glanced at the array of photos. The only one that interested him was a picture of a naked girl lying spraddle-legged on the concrete beside a swimming pool. An archway in the foreground hid her face entirely. A large dog, a German shepherd, had one paw planted on her sun-baked thigh. He plucked the small photo off the wall and stuck it into his jacket pocket. Then he swept the rest of the reviews of Laura's show off the desk and folded them and put them in his other pocket. Several large books were stacked beside the light box. He browsed through them, fanning the pages. A small piece of paper fell out of one of the books. A pad page that bore a fancy facsimile of Laura's signature at the top. He recognized her natural handwriting below the embossed signature. He saw his name. Michael. It was underlined, and followed by 3 question marks. Laura was developing a flair for hyperbole, he thought. Beneath his underlined question mark name, 3 phrases had been scrawled. Periodic massive amnesiac, necessity for fantasy life, and the dying Donia. Michael crumpled the page and tossed it, accurately, into the woven straw wastebasket beside the desk. He was about to leave. He reached for the Rolodex, spun it, and inserted his finger between 2 cards. The address was Lulu's. Michael almost laughed aloud. He memorized the address and left the study. The living room was murky with twilight. He stared at the shelves, trying to find the ceramic pot where Laura's money had been hidden. Finally, he knew he just wanted to get out before she returned. He slammed the front door too hard, but no one seemed to hear or care. He hurried down the corridor to the stairwell and ran all the way down, thousands of steps down to the basement. He made his way through the now familiar maze of pipes and storage rooms and scampered out into the back alley that allowed him to exit a block away behind a supermarket on Columbus Avenue. Michael began walking north. Columbus Avenue was comfortably mixed turf. Street radios played the latest soul and Latin disco sounds. Bodegas were as plentiful as supermarkets and stocked raw sugar cane and green bananas and rice in 5-pound sacks. He supposed he would head toward Lulu's. It didn't matter much now. There were no subways on Columbus. If he changed his mind, he could walk east to Central Park West, or west to Broadway, and board his evening Pullman. For now, the early twilight air was crisp and his head was pretty clear. He turned east at 89th. He stayed close to the brownstones on the side street. He had no idea whether the cops were staking out this block as well. He figured they probably were. He was trying to read the house numbers. They were all over the place, sometimes on the doors at the top of the stairs, sometimes at street level, sometimes painted onto the stoops. He stopped suddenly and pressed himself against the side of one of the stoops. Laura's car, the station wagon, had just turned onto the block. It stopped 2 houses up the street. Michael saw Laura's bearded driver get out and run to the curbside to open the door. Suddenly Michael's hands were shaking. He thrust them into his pockets. He crushed the reviews in one fist. But Laura did not emerge from the car. Lulu and Michelle did. They dashed into the house. The boy, the driver, leaned against the fender of the wagon sullenly. He took a deck of playing cards from his pocket and shuffled them skillfully, idly. Then he looked up toward the front window of the house and grinned. He shoved the cards quickly back into his pocket and ran up the steps of the brownstone and into the house. Michael walked slowly toward the building. On the bottom step of the brownstone, one yellow playing card had fallen. He picked it up and turned it over. A joker. Perfect. He slid the card into the pocket with a photo of the girl and the dog. How terribly inopportune, Michael chided himself as he felt the photograph. Tommy's good fortune was none of his own. Now he would have to wait to find out whether the dog's paw was resting on Michelle's thigh or Lulu's. There was no elevator in the brownstone duplex that Michelle and Lulu shared, and Robert Stram paid for. There was a vintage Wurlitzer jukebox, however, and Art Deco fixtures and brass ladies, brick walls, polished walnut banisters, a working fireplace, a lovely garden and clothes hanging everywhere. Antique silk scarves hanging over the back of a large carved wooden bull, a flowing, flimsy bit of bright fabric on a hanger, about $200 worth of blouse, half covered by a $5 thrift shop dress with 1940s flair and shoulder pads still intact, tossed carelessly over the banister, slippers by the fireplace, one satin, one terry cloth. Most of the clothes, like the oriental rugs and plush sofas, were as deliberately decorative as they were functional. Touches of exquisite color and texture that could be changed at whim. For as long as Lulu had occupied the small bedroom downstairs, which was as long as Robert had rented the place for Michelle, clothing had been as integral to their home life as it was to their working world. Lulu clambered down the stairs, grabbing what bits and pieces of clothing she could en route. Behind her, Michelle had turned to try to reason with Robert, who was throwing a fit, and a bunch of dresses at her. "For Christ's sake," Lulu shouted, "run! He's too spaced out to talk to." Michelle said, "Robert, now really," as he started to rip the clothing. "I paid for this. And this?" Robert screamed and hurled a shredded gown at her head. "Oh, don't! Damn you, not the green one!" "Robert, you maniac, that's my goddamn bathrobe. My mother mailed it to me last Christmas," Lulu screeched. "And this. I paid for this, and this." "Oh, God, how did they ever let that fruitcake leave the station house?" Robert grabbed Michelle and began to pull the clothes off her. "And this, too," he yelled. Lulu watched them grappling on the stairs. "Robert, I'm gonna call the cops, goddammit, now stop it!" He didn't. He didn't even hear her. But Michelle finally put on a burst of speed and left him midway up the staircase, holding the back of her blouse. She followed Lulu out of the room. Then the two of them stood panting behind the door jamb, peeking out at Robert and the fabulous flying wardrobe. He seemed to be running out of steam. "God damn you! God damn all you bitches!" he shouted. Michelle and Lulu were backing away from him. For the first time, they seemed to be taking his infantile rage seriously. When, finally, he stopped shouting and stood in the center of the room, surveying the damage, they stopped and clung to one another, and just stared at him. He looked up, slightly dazed. He saw their frightened faces. He began mumbling abstractedly. He took a step toward them, and they scampered away. I lost my temper," Robert pleaded. Please, Michelle!" The scream was piteous and indisputably from the heart, but too late. Robert Stram heard the door down the corridor slam. Michelle and Lulu had locked themselves into Lulu's bedroom. He turned and ran out the front door. Lulu peeked out the window and saw him drive away. Michelle picked up a handful of torn dresses. "Did he really think you told the police about his punching you around? What does he think? Like they're blind?" He wasn't thrilled about Tommy coming in for a drink either. "A drink? Is that what you told him? A drink? No wonder he freaked. You didn't happen to mention that it was a drink of water, did you?" Michelle shrugged and tossed the dresses onto Lulu's brass bed. "What a total spaz," Lulu said. Then she fell down on top of the dresses, and Michelle dived onto the bed with her, and the two of them thought about Robert Stram and absolutely cracked up laughing. Night had fallen, and Laura hadn't noticed. She was inside the darkroom working on photographs of Lulu and Michelle. Several large prints already lined the darkroom. Laura moved another from the fixer tray to the wash sinks, then laid the dripping print onto a sheet of plain plate glass. She picked up the rubber-edged squeegee that lay beside the glass, and with the window washer's tool she stroked off the excess liquid. When it had been squeegeed practically dry, she lifted the print gingerly and held it at arm's length. The next print, she decided, would have higher contrast, black and white with almost no shadings. She fastened the photo to a sort of clothesline while she tried to make up her mind about whether it was worthy of steam-press drying. Outside the studio, a number of policemen stood guard around the building. In fact, it was dark out. It was nighttime. In another reality, the dock area under the highway existed in that twilight space between the end of the day, when truckers, cargo haulers, short-order cooks, waitresses, and the accountants and secretaries who typed out bills of lading in the few Dickensian offices across the way deserted, and the beginning of the night, when the angrily costumed men and boys would begin to drift toward the docks. It was a peaceful time, and 2 officers hurried toward a closing diner to pick up coffee and donuts for the night watch. "Hey, Minsky, don't forget to signal if Lieutenant Neville drops by," one of the policemen on his way to get the food called. "2 beeps means business, okay?" the uniformed officer assured him. "Anyway, he's got better things to do than visit us." "It's not us he'd be visiting," Patrolman Haynes said. "It's..." He jerked his thumb at the second floor of the terminal. Minsky looked up. Only a dim light from the rear of the building revealed any activity within. What the hell's she doing up there so late anyway, he wondered aloud. "Developing," Haynes' donut-fetching partner suggested. Then he laughed. "Not that she needs to. As far as I'm concerned, she's developed to perfection right now." "Let Neville hear you say that," Haynes warned, "and you'll be developed right out of the department." "No shit, you telling me that all work, no play Neville's got the hots?" "I don't know if it's the hots or the flu, but word is the lieutenant's, not himself these days. Seems like he's got a personal stake in the case." "No shit," Haynes' partner said, genuinely impressed. He stopped at the diner door and looked back across the street at Laura Mars' studio. "No shit," he repeated and whistled low. In the dark room, Laura held a few strips of negatives up to the orange-filtered safe light, then clipped them back onto the clothesline wire. In the first tray, the developing tray, another image of Lulu and Michelle was emerging. Laura watched as first the skeletal dark tones, eye sockets, cheek hollows, nostrils, appeared beneath the liquid. She waited, counting the seconds in her head, until the print achieved the exact contrast she wanted. She reached for the rubber-tipped bamboo tongs, with which she would remove the print from the developer and plunge it into the stop bath. The tongs were under 2 other prints, also of Lulu and Michelle, which was why when the sound began to vibrate through her body and the image of the 2 models took shape in her head, took shape almost as if they were emerging from the developing liquid, from tones and traces to a full-fleshed picture, Laura could not comprehend precisely what was happening. Her hand reached out towards the tongs. Her hand shook violently. Lulu and Michelle were everywhere, on the table, in the printing pans, pinned to the walls, lying beside the steam press roll dryer, everywhere. The noise was everywhere, too. The scream pierced her skull, shot through her arms. Her shaking hands blurred her vision. Laura closed her eyes, trying to ease them against the intense internal pain that was making them tear. But she wanted to see. She wanted to clear the fuzzy images from her eyes and concentrate. On the prints, on the reality of the darkroom, on Lulu and Michelle. She opened her eyes, and it was as if the shattering scream that racked her body converged suddenly and sharply behind her eyes. It was as if the unholy noise was pressing to escape from inside her, and that it would explode through her eyes if she did not shut them again and surrender to the blindness. She covered her eyes with her trembling hands and saw Michelle in Lulu's apartment. She saw through the safety bars of the kitchen window. She was outside, in the garden, looking into the kitchen, peering over a row of decorative jars that lined the sill. The glass jars were filled with different kinds of pasta, with shells and ziti and green and white noodles. Behind the jars, Lulu was opening the refrigerator. Lulu was wearing underpants and a tight little t-shirt. Her frail figure was illuminated by the light from the refrigerator as she stood surveying the contents of the shelves. To the left of Lulu, at the far end of the narrow kitchen, was the door that led out to the garden. Laura stared at the door. It was a sweet country kitchen door with 4 little unbarred frosted panes of glass at the top half, and sweet country kitchen curtains tied back with a bow. Laura swayed over the darkroom table. She swayed and keened and held her stomach. Her body shook, her entire being shook, as the intent of the killer overwhelmed her. She did not even know whether her eyes were opened or shut. It no longer mattered. Only what she was seeing was real and the paralyzing cry inside her. She gave herself over to it. She moved with the murderer who possessed her. She moved away from the barred kitchen window, away from the door, to another window almost totally covered by a set of draperies. There was a space of 3 or 4 inches between the pulled drapes, however, that revealed a darkened room. Lulu passed. A sliver of light from the corridor turned her into a discernible shadow, a long, fluid silhouette moving briefly toward the light. Something gleamed in her hand. As she left the room, at the entrance to the hallway, the object was revealed. Lulu was carrying a can of soda. The next window was covered by a gauzy cotton fabric. It revealed a well-lit room in which Michelle lay on her naked belly across a brass bed reading a newspaper. Laura watched. She watched Lulu enter the bedroom carrying the can of soda. She watched Lulu pick up a bottle of baby oil and straddle Michelle and spill a small puddle of the liquid onto Michelle's back and begin to massage it into her bare skin. Then something strange occurred. The vision, the purpose, the awful, uncontrolled intent of the killer ravaged Laura once more. But this time it both held her captive and urged her to act. It held her to witness, to participate. But the sheer savage intention, the insane clarity of what was about to take place, urged her to break the linkage, dared her to. And she did. Almost. The familiar surroundings of the darkroom became visible again, but visible behind the continuing nightmare unfolding through the killer's eyes. She could see her darkroom and the photographs of Lulu and Michelle, and the pans of developing liquid and the strings of black negatives, all in the orange glow of the safe light. But that world, that real world that she had once known intimately, was alien to her now. She flailed out, trying to find the door, a door, some way out of the strange glowing darkness, while the killer's breath fogged her sight. Blindly she followed. She moved from the gauzy curtained window and walked alongside the building, along the garden path to the end of the brownstone toward a door. Her hand found the doorknob. She turned it and pulled, and she was outside of the darkroom. Lost. She circled the end of Michelle and Lulu's building. She stood before the door. The door was glass. The glass was frosted. Her will strained to separate herself from the killer. She knew that she was outside her own darkroom in her own studio. She knew that she had to get to the phone and that the phone was on the other side of the studio. She moved toward it. She moved out blindly and tried to make her way across the room, and then she stumbled wildly, beating at the unknown figures in her path. She had forgotten that the platform and pool and mannequins were still set up. She had wandered onto the set, and now she was crashing into the forgotten obstacles, trying to keep her balance, trying to find her way out of the set and to the phone. Outside the frosted window, a gloved hand rang the bell. Laura reached the telephone. She picked it up and drew it to her. She could not see the numbers. She could not dial. A figure was moving toward the frosted window from inside the house. She could not tell who it was, Lulu or Michelle. Once more, miraculously, Laura's will prevailed. The figure heading toward the door grew indistinct as the numbers on the push-button phone became legible. Laura began to dial Michelle's telephone number. A split second later, her hands were shaking so violently that she could not possibly press the last 4 numbers. The gut-wrenching scream coursed through her again. The telephone blurred as Lulu, wearing a bathrobe, opened the door. Through the killer's eyes, Laura saw Lulu and saw that she did not appear dismayed or surprised. She began to smile. She began to speak. Lulu opened her mouth, but no words came out. Her mouth opened and stayed open. Only silent terror twisted her face for that single instant before the flash of steel plunged into her eye. And then a pair of gloved hands caught her body and lowered it gently, almost lovingly, onto the floor. "Michelle! Michelle!" Laura screamed. There was no way of knowing whether she had really screamed aloud. The internal scream deafened her once more, fought fiercely for control of her, carried her through the ground floor of Michelle's duplex toward the bedroom where Lulu had been oiling Michelle's skin, massaging her back, where Lulu had been alive and whole. Laura closed her eyes tightly. "Michelle!" With her eyes squeezed shut, her frantic fingers confirmed it. She could feel that her eyes were closed, shut tight against the terrifying inevitability. With her eyes squeezed shut, Laura saw Michelle lying on the bed, reading her newspaper, stomach down, shoulders gleaming with oil, and next to the bed she saw the telephone. She knew that she had to open her eyes to dial the number. She knew that there might be just enough time. If the telephone rang, if it startled the killer, she had to open her eyes. Instead, she began moving very slowly into the room toward Michelle, who never looked up. Laura forced her eyes open against the shattering pressure of the scream. She could see the phone. She dialed the number. She fought to dial the number. with shaking hands and eyes burning and blurring with tears, and her ears amplifying the enraged killer's hold on her until her body became a vast, painful echo chamber, and her very bones seemed to vibrate so violently that it seemed her spine might splinter, and her ribs crumble, and her heart burst open inside her. She dialed Michelle's number, and she heard it ring, but her triumph had destroyed the linkage, and she could no longer see the bedroom. The phone rang twice. Whether it was a sudden loss of faith or will, Laura never knew. She only knew that on the third ring, she was back inside the murderer's eyes, and not even the scene of carnage that confronted her could help her shut her eyes again. Lulu's dead body was down the hall from the bedroom. Michelle was still lying on her belly across Lulu's bed, but Michelle's blonde hair was partially submerged in a puddle of blood. The puddle emanated from underneath her face. It formed a shallow pool and trickled along a crease in the bedspread to the floor. The telephone next to the bed rang once more, and then Laura saw a tape device beside the phone begin to spin. 1, 2, 3, go! Michelle's voice said, and then in a sort of syncopated unison, both Michelle and Lulu recited, "This is Lulu and Michelle. We're not home, so go to hell. But if you're not a horny creep, then leave a message when you hear the beep." Laura held onto the telephone and doubled over on the floor, moaning softly. The filtered voices on the phone giggled. "Oh, that was so dumb," Lulu said, and there was a moment more of giggling before the voices cut off and the beep sounded. Laura held onto the phone. She could not lift her head. She closed her eyes and moaned, and mourned. There was nothing else to do. Chapter 7. Detective Volpe was almost ready to concede that Laura Mars was not the killer. Still, he'd argued, until they got a final reading from the voice print guys about whether the tape-recorded sounds, the groaning and moaning and all that, on the most recent victim's phone mate were indisputably Laura Mars or not, he was reserving judgment. Also, couldn't she have phoned earlier and made those noises and then killed the girls? Or even later, like before the patrolman heard her and found her rocking back and forth on the floor with the telephone receiver in her hand? She knew that terminal building better than any of them. One way or another, if she'd wanted to skip for an hour or so, she could have. No one saw her. They saw a light up there, that's all, from 4:30 on. Volpe stared up at the red and yellow leaf branches that overhung the parkway. Neville must have been doing at least 15 over the speed limit, judging by the passing trees. Volpe glanced over at the speedometer and smiled to himself with satisfaction. And where did old Speedo there come off, hollering and threatening half the guys on the case because they hadn't located him immediately? Because no one even heard her making those noises immediately? All the way out of the cemetery, Neville was driving with white fists on the steering wheel. The set of his jaw and his tight shoulders made it clear that he was in no mood to discuss theories and motives. Damn, Sal Volpe thought. There was too much to talk about for Neville to pull a pissed-off pout now. "Did you read the statement Douglas got and what she told Minsky when he found her?" he asked abruptly. "Yeah," Neville said. "Well, what about the inconsistencies?" "What inconsistencies?" "You know, the things that don't match up." "I know what inconsistencies means, Volpe. I just don't know what you mean," Neville said softly. "Well, the way, this time, she was able to break through the thing. Before she said she was, paralyzed, remember? Now she's changing her story. All of a sudden, she's not crippled anymore. Like she's been to the shrine, you know? Like she's been up to see Mother Cabrini and thrown away her crutches. A regular miracle. An inconsistency." Neville stared straight ahead. "Maybe the killer's letting her through," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe he even wants her to win. To stop him." "Yeah, and maybe he's in love with her and wants to go straight. Only he's got to punch out a couple more women's eyes first." Volpe shook his head. He took a tin of Schimmelpenninks from the breast pocket of his dark suede coat. He lit one of the cigarette-sized cigars that his uncle had brought back from St. Croix. He still had 1.5 tins left, he reminded himself. He exhaled his exasperation with Neville and inhaled the sharp, sweet tobacco. "You still believe her? All that psycho stuff?" "Yes," Neville said. "And yes, I think maybe he does love her, in a way. He's chosen her, hasn't he?" Volpe didn't reply. He stared out the window at the autumn landscape.
At least it was a nice day to go for a ride outside the city. He was glad they'd picked a Westchester cemetery for the girls. There were 2 policemen at the gates and another half-dozen or so waiting outside the mausoleum. Most of them, like Volpe and Neville, were dressed in solemn civies, which made it difficult to distinguish them from the press people and curiosity seekers who'd showed up. The giveaway was who stubbed out their cigarettes or stopped laughing and chatting when Neville got out of his car. He exchanged quiet greetings with a few of the men and got a quick rundown on what to expect inside. He looked over the cars and limos lining the curb. Laura's gray limousine was among them, but Tommy wasn't around. The driver was inside at the services, one of the plainclothesmen told him, and he looked pretty broken up. A reporter recognized Neville and started forward up the steps, calling to a photographer nearby. Neville ducked quickly into the building while Charles Douglas stepped in front of the reporter, and Sal Volpe engaged the photographer in what was supposed to be light conversation about cameras and equipment, but turned out sounding like a full-blown third degree. Neville walked along the marble corridor inside the mausoleum. In the distance, the dark suits and dresses, the sloping shoulders and bowed heads of some of the mourners were visible. They were the rear guard, and they jutted in a somber semicircle out into the hallway. The early arrivals and the families of the dead girls were hidden in the recesses of the alcove where the joint service was taking place. The voice of the minister rang out beyond the alcove, echoing pompously down the cold marble corridor. Senseless violence, unrelenting, inexcusable, hateful violence, is once more unleashed, and as we search our hearts and our minds so that we might find some explanation for this deed, some mitigating reason, some thread of recognizable motive to try and humanize these killings, as it were, we find we cannot. Neville moved quietly to the edge of the alcove. He saw Tommy first. Tommy's eyes were red-rimmed and glazed. He was holding his chauffeur's cap in his hands in front of him. His fingers played nervously, rotating the cap, crushing the brim edge somewhat. 2 odd bits of color showed clearly against the black of his uniform. A white rosebud wrapped in green tissue paper and the slightly rounded tip of a yellow playing card. Both protruded from his pocket. Robert Stram stood not far from the driver. He stood with a middle-aged couple who Neville guessed must have been Michelle's parents. The mother looked stunned. She stared dully at the coffins. She didn't acknowledge, or even seem to feel, her husband's supporting arm around her shoulder. But once she looked up into Robert's face. Her bewildered expression gave way briefly to an anguished, questioning gaze. Robert Stram turned away, helpless. Neville looked Stram over thoroughly. From his usually immaculately groomed hair to the tips of his mirror-shine shoes, Robert Stram looked correct. Correctly attired, not too elegant, not too careless. His blue cashmere coat was correct. His tie and the dash of subdued color from his pocket handkerchief, visible just beneath the open dark cashmere, was correct. His face was correctly pinched and gaunt. He chewed at his lip occasionally, but Neville suspected his real emotions remained hidden behind the one inappropriate sartorial touch, the large, dark-tinted glasses he wore. Several models were at the ceremony. They looked more or less uniformly beautiful and terrified, as the minister accelerated his pitch. 2 lovely young women lie here, dead. So what can we do? What acts can we perform that go beyond our tears, beyond our grief, beyond our anger at the killer? Well, we can think about these 2 lovely girls, Michelle and Lulu, and wonder about the time when they were with us. We can think of their accomplishments and the happiness they brought to others. Laura was flanked by Donald and Bert. Her face was horribly pale. Her lips quivered. Tears coursed down her cheeks, leaving the only touches of color on her otherwise naked face, leaving raw streaks of pink across her starkly pale cheeks. A silk scarf covered her tawny hair. A black cape draped her body, hid her body. But her shoulders, beneath the stylish cape, were bent with grief. Donald reached over and took one of Laura's gloved hands into his own and held and patted it gently. Donald's face showed strain, but at the moment his own thoughts and emotions seemed to have been put on hold while he attempted to comfort Laura and Bert. Donald was still on duty, still the agent, the liaison between the artist and the client.
He patted Laura's hand and smiled grimly but consolingly at Bert. But he was definitely not concentrating on what the minister had urged him to do. Remember the happiness that Lulu and Michelle had brought to others. Although Donald did glance briefly, with rather undisguised contempt, at Robert and Tommy when the happiness bit oozed out of the clergyman's mouth. Each one of us has some purpose on this earth, some role to play, and in the case of Michelle and Lulu, the role they had chosen to play was the role of model. Now, not having met either of these lovely young women, but knowing that I did want to say something meaningful about them today, I went to my Webster's dictionary and I looked up the word model. There was a stirring among the rear echelon mourners as some of the models, male and female, shifted uncomfortably or sniffed back sudden tears. Laura looked up toward them. Alicia was crying. Noodle's lips were quivering. She bit the tip of her thumb suddenly to steady or stem the choked cry that seemed destined to emerge. Even Paul's dark eyes were glazed with tears. Scott, looking even thinner than usual in his three-piece English-cut suit, his long hair brushed in the high collar of his shirt, reached out surprisingly and awkward to Paul and put his arm around the makeup man's waist. Paul smiled gratefully. Scott looked embarrassed, but proud of his effort. Laura was proud, too, of all of them. Her gang, her group. They were bright, beautiful, caring people. They were not the meat that so many vultures in the industry preferred to see them as, treat them as. Model, the minister intoned. Model. A person that serves as an artist's pattern, specifically a person who poses for an artist. Good. Laura looked back down at the coffins. But, the minister's voice rang so importantly, so theatrically importantly that a nervous ripple ran through the bereaved group. But beyond that, it says, an example for imitation. Giselle gasped and hid her face in Farrell's chest. Bastard, Farrell whispered to the minister. Will you turn to the 23rd Psalm? While the mourners recited the psalm, Neville moved quietly off to the side where, when the time came, he could see each of them as they left the mausoleum. He saw now a man in a shiny dark suit scurry on rubber-soled shoes down the marble corridor to stand with his hand on the large bronze doors, waiting to throw them open. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. The man in the shiny suit pulled the doors back, and a blaze of autumn sunlight illuminated the corridor, and seemed to serve as a signal for the waiting press outside to rush forward up the steps and almost into the little sanctuary where the services were just finishing up. Reflexively, Neville took a step toward the open doors. Then he saw his men quickly deflecting the crush of reporters and cameramen, and a small cordon of uniformed officers arranged themselves before the entrance. He stepped back in time to watch the mourners begin to file past the caskets and out of the alcove. Laura was leaning on Donald's arm. Hello, Neville said. Mind if I join you? He gestured with his head to the press people waiting outside. Oh, Jesus, Donald said. Filthy ghouls. You go along with Bert. I'll be fine. Donald looked at her for confirmation. Then he kissed her lightly, handed her the hat he'd been holding, and hurried to catch up with the art director. Laura took her scarf off and tied it loosely around her neck, tucking the ends into the collar of her cape. Then she put her hat on and nodded to Neville that she was ready. They walked together in silence to the bronze doors. Neville handed her a handkerchief, and she wiped her cheeks and blew her nose and stuffed the handkerchief into her purse. They walked slowly, formally, not touching or speaking. Then, at the threshold of the mausoleum, as the reporters and cameramen pressed forward, Neville put his arm around her and she moved tightly up against him, and they hurried down the steps together. There she is! Someone shouted. Strobe lights flashed. The press photographers were not taking chances, even on a sunny day. Where's Mars? Which one is she? Catch the models on the center page shots. No, not the faggots, the girl models. Over this way, Laura. Hey, Laura, Miss Mars, give us a break. Hey! Who's the guy in the brown tweed suit? That her boyfriend?
At the base of the steps, they heard a buzzing noise and looked up only to discover that an amateur with a 16mm movie camera had wrangled a spot in front of the television cameraman. Neville reached out as if he was going to rip the handheld 16mm out of the hapless photographer's hands. Immediately, one of the plainclothesmen stepped between Neville and the camera, shouldering the photographers, hurrying them off to one side out of Neville and Laura's path. They had almost succeeded in freeing themselves from the press when Volpe shouted out, "Hey, you!" and they turned to see Robert Stram running after them. "Laura! Laura!" Robert called. "Don't you run away from me, Laura!" Neville tried to steer her away, but she turned to confront Robert. She turned and waited, and he caught up to her breathlessly. "I blame you," he said quietly. "Everybody here blames you, no matter who did the killing. You're to blame." Neville turned to Volpe. "Book him on suspicion of murder," he said. Then he took Laura's arm again and led her away. They walked past the gray limousine without looking up. Tommy was leaning against the rear fender. He straightened expectantly when they approached, then collapsed back against the car and watched them walk off. Donald watched them too. Neville led Laura to his car and opened the door for her. She slid in automatically. Robert's accusation rang in her ears. Her ears were burning with shame. Her face was florid. She bent her head and stared down at her hands and felt the tears begin to well again. She felt her nostrils sting with the effort of holding back the tears. Her nostrils and her eyes and even her throat tingled painfully. Neville closed her door firmly and she flinched at the unexpected noise. He climbed in on the driver's side and turned to her. She didn't look up or speak. He waited for a moment, then started the car up and pulled slowly away from the curb. He drove away from the mausoleum and the mourners and press and police, deeper into cemetery grounds. He drove on the assumption there must be an alternate exit. He was right. They were not far from the cemetery, driving along a road lined with autumn foliage. A little stream paralleled the road, running beneath an occasional broken branch, dashing itself against and around clusters of stones, carrying fiery-hued leaves in its lazy current. Laura stared out the window at the stream. She could hardly see it through her tears. Robert's accusation echoed endlessly. "You're to blame. No matter who did the killing, you're to blame." Neville was silent. Suddenly she missed his arm around her. She remembered the momentary feeling of absolute safety she'd experienced in the face of all the photographers and reporters, in all of the chaos of leaving the mausoleum. Suddenly she wanted Neville to hold her and protect her again, to protect her from Robert's words and her own guilt. "Do we have to go right back to the city?" she asked without turning to look at him. He slowed the car. "No," he said. There was a side road up ahead that forded the little stream. He crossed it and continued along until there was nothing in sight but a muddy bend in the road and a thick carpet of leaves beneath the trees. He pulled to a stop at the edge of the road, and they got out and began to walk aimlessly, forging a private path through the crisp leaves. They walked in silence, not touching, until Laura shivered slightly. Then Neville put his arm around her again, and they stopped walking. Laura turned to him. It took a moment before she could lift her eyes and look at his face. The splendid, strong face she'd studied through her video camera and on the TV monitor after he'd left. She raised her eyes and examined his face again, now. "Tell me, do you think he's right? Is Robert right? Do you think I should take all this on myself?" She could not help remembering that he had believed her guilty of promoting violence, too. As if he had read her thoughts, he responded, "I think that everything I felt about you, before I knew you, is not what I feel anymore." He held her face gently. His hands were cool on her burning cheeks. He wiped a tear from under her eye. With his thumb, he reached across her cheek and caught a single tear and held it. And then he lifted her face just a bit and lowered his own, and with his lips, he drank the tear. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for believing in me and making me feel safe and soft and like a woman again," she wanted to say. His mouth read the words, took them from her lips as he had taken the tear, with warmth and gentle pressure and the same near whimsical sense of wonder. She stayed very still. She did not even move her lips as he explored them. She let his lips move hers. His tongue tasted the tears that salted her lips. His mouth pressed hers to part and welcomed the gentle probing of his lips and mouth and tongue and fingers. Then abruptly she pulled away from him. It's incredible, in the midst of all this carnage, I can't stop thinking about you. I know. She turned to stare at the trees. She turned away from him, but she could not keep her eyes away from him. What is going on? She said, looking at him again, but circling warily. It's completely, he began. It's so goddamn unprofessional of me that I don't have time for it now. He reached toward her, then pulled his hand back and raked his own thick dark hair. I'm supposed to be catching a killer. She paused thoughtfully. She looked like she was going to cry again. Her eyes looked like they were going to cry. Her mouth smiled uncertainly. I'm completely out of control. Neville laughed. God damn it, he said forcefully. God damn it. I can't stand being this... She didn't finish the sentence. She took 2 steps toward him. She couldn't take another because he lifted her effortlessly and held her off the ground. His face burrowed into her body, and she tugged at his hair and then bent to caress it with her cheek as he carried her back to the car. God damn it, he muttered again. Drive. God damn it, she laughed. Take me back to the city, Neville. Take me home, please. Home turned out to be Laura's studio. She couldn't remember at what point in the trip back to the city, at which bend in the autumn-edged road, they decided that the lush, tropical landscape of the atrium was where they wanted to be. But it was there they went. Neville drove the length of the terminal building, and they stood briefly at the bottom of the old steps, listening to the water below, looking at one another, savoring the moment. She stood a step above him, and he slipped his arms into her cape and wrapped them around her slender waist, and pressed his head against her until the urgency they'd experienced in the little leaf-strewn park returned. Without a word, she moved from his arms and led him up the stairs. She fumbled with the key in the door. Neville's hand covered hers. She relinquished the key. He unlocked the door to the studio and opened it wide and stared down at her, and suddenly she laughed and said, Oh no. But she wrapped her arms around his neck anyway and let him carry her over the threshold. He didn't want to set her down inside. The lights, she said. Why? Well, because I don't know. Do you want to take my picture? I already have. He was carrying her toward the atrium. The natural light in the studio was not bright, but softly, perfectly adequate. Laura ran her hands over Neville's face as he carried her into the atrium. I can close my eyes and see you better than anyone I've photographed. I have a picture of you that no one else can ever see. That one, you mean? He indicated the videotape machine. No. He lowered her onto the pillows. Her hand was still exploring his face. This one, she said. This picture. She stroked his cheek and jaw and neck. Then she leaned back and closed her eyes and said, Neville, I know your face. I know it now. I know the colors and the lines and how it will change and even how it has changed. I can see you now, and after, and before. Her fingers traced his jawline up to the indentation of his eyes. Very lightly, she circled his eyes, ran her index finger over his lids, and drew the tiny laugh lines at the corners. Here's where your age and your youth is. Then she moved her hand to his lips. He pressed her fingers against his mouth and kissed them very gently. I know you too, Laura. Listen, he said, and he moved his lips over her face the way she had used her hands on his. Can you hear your face? He whispered against her cheek. Listen. His lips played against her face and neck. He opened the cape and the silk scarf she'd fastened around her neck. He opened her blouse and moved his lips into the hollow between her neck and shoulders. He undressed her delicately. That was what she thought, how incredibly delicate his strong hands were, and he traced every movement of his hands with his lips and sometimes his tongue. She opened her eyes and she was lying in a magnificent jungle. She could see the sky through thick green leaves above, full, succulent spears of green and fragile lacy ferns, and long bamboo rods, and woven baskets colored with earth paints in strange tribal designs. And then all she could see was Neville. Neville's head above hers, Neville's body settling gently onto her. His jacket and vest and tie were off. She unbuttoned his shirt and slipped her hand between it and his warm, warm flesh. She felt his flesh react to the coolness of her fingers, so she rubbed her hands more briskly across his chest and sides and back until her hands and his skin were equally warm. She slipped her hands down his back and felt the curve of his spine and the warm hill of his buttocks. And then she smiled because his flesh continued to react, to ripple with pleasure and press against and fill her hands. He held her and rolled with her in his arms, and each movement of muscle and flesh, of tangled limbs and wildly searching lips, of sweetly scented hair passing like a whisper across one's face and chest and exquisitely twisting torso, was a mystery of love. It was almost dark when they woke. Neville was lying on his back. Laura's head rested on his chest, her body pressed half into the pillows, half against the bony bed of his side. They woke and made no move to stir or separate. After a time, he stroked her hair. "I never could understand," she said very softly, "how it's possible. I mean, how crazy that you can go your whole life without someone and be doing more or less okay, and then suddenly you find them." "You recognize them," Neville said. Yes, that's the word. You suddenly recognize them." A shiver ran through her. He rubbed her back lovingly until the goosebumps on her back and arms subsided. "How amazing," she continued. "Yes, you recognize someone, and then you know you'll never be the same without that person. It's crazy. It's terrifying. Devastating. Terrific," Neville offered. "Unbelievable." He laughed and pulled her on top of him. "Believe it," he said. She kissed his nose. He moved his head so that her lips brushed his, but she pushed herself up and away. "Oh no," she said. "I've been there before, and it's dangerous." She rolled off him and tossed his shirt and trousers onto the pillows. With her back to him, she slipped into her panties and his tweed jacket, which was several sizes too big. Then she turned back to him. "No," she decided, looking down at herself. "It's just too coy. The old pajama top, pajama bottoms routine." He held his trousers up to her. "How about a trade, then? You wear the pants." "I have, for too long." She grimaced at her own words, then laughed. "Yuck! Did you hear what I said? Tell me you didn't. Tell me I didn't really say that. At the very least, tell me you won't tell anyone that I said that." "What's in it for me?" He grinned up at her. "An omelet? How about a caviar and sour cream omelet and some divine wine? How about a steak and some banal beer?" He stood and pulled his trousers on and laughed at the undisguised disappointment on her face. He walked over to her and lifted her face and kissed her again. "Are you a good cook?" he whispered. He pressed her close against him. She nodded yes. Then she put her hands on his bare chest and pushed him away. "Either you've got an odd rib, Lieutenant, or I'm packing a rod." She patted the breast pocket of the jacket she was wearing. "It's a gun, isn't it, Neville?" He helped her out of the jacket. "Yes, and I'm going to teach you how to use it, too." "No, thank you." "Why don't you put something on? Your chest is covered with goosebumps." "Those are my breasts, Buster." She turned and ran into one of the dressing rooms and found a robe. She studied herself in the dressing room mirror. Another face was emerging, brighter and more beautiful, more feminine, than the face she'd seen on the video monitor. "Laura Mars," she chided herself, "you are becoming a reactionary. Where is that revolutionary fervor the reviewers spoke of? That masculine sensibility and defiant independence so rapidly associated with your work? Do you know who you look like now? Do you know what you look like? A sleepy little girl just waking from a dream. A little girl curled warm in a canopied four-poster bed." "How many eggs?" Neville called. How hungry are you? About 6, I think. She came out of the dressing room. He was cracking eggs into a mixing bowl on the butcher block counter. Her eyes framed a bizarre still life. She saw the wood grain of the counter, and on it the taxi yellow plastic bowl and 4 white eggs, and 1 split eggshell from which a thin puddle, the remains of the albumin, trickled in syrupy translucence toward the barrel of a small dark revolver. Neville was holding an egg above the bowl. He saw her staring at the gun and then realized, by the unique intensity on her face, that she'd been composing a picture. What do you see? What would you call it? Name it, I mean. Laura smiled at him. How clever you are, she said with genuine warmth. What would you title the photo? I don't know. Something about swords into plowshares, I suppose. And spears into pruning hooks, Neville said. She glanced at him, surprised. What's that? He looked embarrassed. It's how it goes. It's the next line. Later, when the dishes were piled up in the sink and only a few bright dots of orange roe and a quarter of a bottle of wine remained on the counter, Laura watched Neville remove the gun from his jacket pocket. He'd attached a small leather holster to his belt. He slipped the gun into the holster, which rested just back of his hip bone. She sipped her wine and watched apprehensively as he drew the metal-plated revolver slowly out of the holster. He rotated the cylinder of the gun, checking the bullet chambers. He snapped the cylinder shut and clicked on the safety and held the gun at arm's length. Then he moved his hand with impeccable steadiness. He swung the barrel from one side of the vast studio to the other and brought it to a stop in front of Laura's face. No, she said, lifting her hand automatically to ward off the gun. I meant it when I said it before. I don't want it. He lowered the revolver. Now listen, he said softly. It took me all of my life to find you, and I hate guns. I know there's no way I'd be able to pull the trigger. And anyway, I'm so well protected. I'm practically a prisoner in my own house. So, Laura, take the gun. She looked up at him. It took me all my life to find you. Please, Neville continued. Nobody is safe when a maniac like this is loose. Nobody. Not even me. He pressed the gun into her hand. Take it. If you have to, use it. You'd probably be doing the poor son of a bitch a favor. She took the gun. Then she walked him to the door of the studio. I'll call you in the morning, and I'll see you tomorrow night, he said. Oh, tomorrow night is no good. Until late. He hugged her and laughed. Oh yeah, whatever happened to, how can I live without you now that I just found you? Oh, Neville, it's Donald's birthday party. Why don't you come? You can meet Aunt Caroline. Donald's birthday party, huh? Sounds peachy, but I'm afraid... He stopped teasing and stroked her hair and kissed her again. I'll probably be busy, he said. His voice and manner changed abruptly. He seemed to notice it himself. We're working on the case, he explained. He tried to make it sound vague, light. It only sounded evasive. Chapter 8. Sal Volpe was working on the case early the next day. Tommy sat in a straight-back wooden chair in Volpe's office and ran his fingers over an indecipherable bit of graffiti that had been carved into a corner of the detective's old desk. He looked haggard. Even worse than he had at the funeral, Volpe noted. Or perhaps it was only that the chauffeur's uniform had given him a false look of respectability. Dressed in his everyday uniform, his brown leather jacket and old Levi's, he looked like what he was, a punk, a distraught, edgy punk. Volpe pushed a little harder. Well, did you see anybody you knew between the time you dropped off Michelle and Lulu and the time you got home? No. No? Just for the hell of it, Volpe made a scribbled notation on his pad, made it look like an important piece of information. No, Tommy repeated nervously. You can't always know when you're going to have to see people to use for an alibi. And anyway, I don't have a lot of friends, you know. What do you do at night? Volpe looked up from the pad. I go home to my room. What do you do in your room? Tommy flattened his hand over the desk carving. He had discovered a sort of skull and crossbones in the graffiti. It had been scratched over with initials, or a short word, or something, but it looked like a skull. "I play solitaire. I watch the Knicks. What does anybody do in their room?" "Can't get yourself out of that cell, huh, Tommy?" Volpe challenged. Tommy refused the provocation. He drummed fretfully on the desk, but did not reply. "Okay." Volpe leaned back and stretched. There were sweat stains on the armpits of his sweater. Not new, wet stains, but faded patches like watermarks. He saw Tommy glancing at them. He slammed his fist down onto the desk. "Ever been to their place? Ever go inside Michelle or Lulu's place?" "No," Tommy said. He mumbled something. "What did you say?" "I was never invited," Tommy repeated. "Ever try to date one of them?" Tommy heard Volpe's voice shifting to staccato, the rapid-fire beat that meant Volpe was losing his cool. "Hey!" Tommy said aggressively. "You want to know what it's like? Being asked all these fucking questions about somebody that I liked, that's dead? It sucks. I'm not enjoying this shit at all." "I am," Volpe smiled. "Ever try and date one of them?" "I asked Lulu to have a drink with me once." "Oh yeah? What'd she say?" Tommy traced the skull on the desk again. "She said she thought I was a geek," he said softly. "A gook?" "No, a geek." "Well now, if a broad ever called me that..." Volpe picked up the knife that was lying next to his pad. Tommy's knife. He opened it and brought the steel tip down hard on his desk. "I'd probably want to kill her." "Oh yeah," Tommy said lazily. He was trying not to react to Volpe's theatricality. "Well, maybe you did it then." Volpe glared at him. Tommy giggled nervously and pointed an accusing finger at the furious detective. "Yeah," he giggled. "Sure, maybe you're the one. Look at what you did with my knife. Look at your eyes. Yeah, why not? Maybe you're the one." If Officer Adams hadn't knocked on Volpe's door just then, Volpe wouldn't have taken bets on whether he'd have been up on charges for violating the civil rights of a suspect or assault with intent to maim. "What's up, Adams?" he barked. Just some more files?" The officer glanced at Tommy. "You're holding him this time?" he asked Volpe. "Not yet." "I gotta get to work," Tommy said. "Oh yeah? Where's she going today? 2 kids? 2 of her favorite models, like it says in the papers, got buried yesterday. So where's she going today? To a party?" Tommy nodded his head. Volpe straightened up abruptly. "You're kidding me," he said. "It's Mr. Phelps' birthday." "Get out," Volpe said. "Oh, and take my advice, Tommy. Lay off the knives. Stick to your cards, you know? Just keep on playing solitaire." He swept Tommy's knife off his desk and into a drawer. "Go on, get out." Tommy left. "Okay, give me the files," Volpe told Adams. "Anything new? Anyone get a lead on what's-his-name, her husband? The one who was living with the castle broad? Jesus," he paused thoughtfully. "Do you believe how those people live? 4 murders. All friends of hers, and she's going out partying tonight. And then there's this lushed-up husband of hers on the loose, 'cause she let him get away. Never mind he was screwing her best friend. Never mind that he was the last person to see the castle broad alive. She gives him a bundle of bread and a bon voyage, and..." "Ex," Adams said quietly. "What?" "Riesler. He's her ex-husband." "You seen him lately?" "Nothing since that phone call?" "We're looking," Adams said. "Oh yeah? Well, that's swell." Michael Riesler was in the filthy cubicle labeled Gentleman. The plumbing above the urinal was sweating rusty water. The sink was plugged with soggy toilet paper and cocktail napkins and half filled with stagnant water. Only one tap worked, cold, and that was the kind of tap you had to hold with one hand while you tried to wash up. There were no paper towels. Michael took the lace-edged, cologne-drenched hanky the redhead had lent him, soaked a corner of it under the cold water, and began to scrub at the stains on his tie. The dots of scotch on the cinnamon-colored tie turned to a dark, amoeba-shaped brown, disappeared beneath the sloppily applied water. Michael squinted at the tie and then rechecked it in the cracked mirror above the basin. It was impossible to tell whether the scotch dots would reappear when the water dried. He held onto the rim of the sink and leaned into the mirror. His face looked jaundiced, yellow, except for the purple shadows of stubble on his cheeks and chin and upper lip. His lips were cracked, dry and bloated. So was the skin around his eyes, booze-bloated. He ran his hand through his hair. He needed a shower. He needed a shave, a shampoo. He needed another drink, and his meal ticket. Our Lady of the Lace Hanky was probably getting restless outside. He left the men's room, straightening his tie, and wove his way across the dimly lit bar to the booth where she was waiting. Neon from the beer advertisement hanging on the wall above the booth made her bleached hair look, quite literally, red. And her eyes as well. Michael was prepared to stare melancholically into her mad dog red eyes. He was not prepared to find her wearing glasses when he returned, nor to be reading the sheaf of clippings he'd left in his jacket pocket. The brown suit jacket was on the seat beside her. He had left it hanging over the back of the booth. "Naughty, naughty," he said, trying to keep the angry edge out of his voice. He reached for the newspaper clippings. "They fell out when your jacket fell down." She took her glasses off quickly and hid them away in her purse. "They're about that same writer who did the book that everyone's getting killed from, aren't they?" "She's a photographer. I am the writer, my dear," Michael replied dryly. "Oh yeah, I got confused for the minute. Isn't it stupid? I mean, that's exactly what I was reading about her pictures. They sure sound weird." She looked nervous. She began to pick at one of her ragged pink-polished nails. Michael sifted through the clippings. "Erotic, violent, sadistic. These are some of the words used to describe Laura Mars's collection of photographs, now on exhibit at the Elaine Castle Gallery in Soho," he read. "Why are you carrying these around?" the woman asked very quietly. "Erotic, violent, sadistic," Michael laughed. "These are some of the words used to describe Laura Mars," he said. "You know her?" "Intimately." A waitress walked over to the booth. "Another round?" Michael suggested grandly. The woman shrugged. "But my dear, you're paying, aren't you?" Michael pointed out. "Sure, okay," she told the waitress. "Thank you, Helena." "Helen," the woman said. "Thank you." Michael reached across the table and pried her cuticle-picking hands apart and held them tenderly. Helen. Helen of Troy. Brave and beautiful. The face that launched 1,000 scotches. She giggled and pulled her hands away, and then she looked nervous again. "Listen, Michael, right? I don't know why you're carrying those pieces of newspaper around. I only know that a lot of women are getting, cut up, murdered. And I've been reading about that Laura Mars, and, Michael tore the clippings with a dramatic flourish. "She means nothing to me anymore," he announced. "But if you can keep a secret, a very important secret. I was married to her once." "You're kidding." "Scout's honor." "But why does that have to be a secret?" "Ah, excellent. You have a mind as abundant as your body. And as for the answer to that very excellent probing question, well, Helen, you answered it yourself minutes ago. A lot of Laura's old acquaintances are rapidly becoming new corpses. I have no desire to join the growing list." Helen nodded. "Sure, well, anybody can understand that." Michael stuffed the torn bits of newspaper into his pants pocket. "What were we talking about before?" Europe?" Helen said. "Oh, yes. Well, that's my plan for now. I think I'll just..." "Is that where you're from?" "What?" "Are you from Europe? Your accent and all." "Latin," Michael said. "Can't you tell? Look at my smoldering dark eyes and swarthy good looks." The waitress returned and set the 2 drinks down and turned automatically to Helen for payment. She opened her purse and took out a red leather wallet with fake gold-leafed initials on it. The wallet was very fat, but most of the bulk, Michael had already noticed, came from the clear plastic credit card holders. And they were not filled with credit cards, but photographs. Snapshots of nephews, nieces, and dogs. She paid for the drinks and set the wallet on the table for a moment while she hunted in her purse for something else. Michael lifted his double scotch and stared through the glass at the red wallet. It wasn't worth the trouble. If she was carrying a full week's pay, it probably wouldn't cover his cab fare. He took a light sip at the scotch. He was quite past the point of savoring it.
but saving it was another matter. The lonely lady in the booth opposite him was good for maybe 2 more shots. There was nothing for him to do about it except what he had been doing before she discovered the clippings about Laura's show. Drink slow, talk fast, make the largesse of the lonely lady last. Michael toasted her. She scooped the wallet back into her purse and put the cheap vinyl bag back down on the seat beside her. She had taken a nail file out. She bit at her cuticle, then began to file her fingernails. "So that's what I think I'm going to do," Michael continued. "I'll just go over to Europe for a few months so I can finish my book." "Oh yeah? What book are you reading?" "Writing," Michael said. He reached across the table and took the nail file out of her hand and smiled ingratiatingly. "Writing." "Oh gosh," she smiled back. "I keep forgetting." "You think I'm full of shit, don't you?" "Yeah, but under that 3 days of beard you look pretty cute, so you can be full of shit." Under the table, his fingers closed around the nail file. He was still smiling at her. "But aren't you afraid you might find yourself in the arms of the Eyes Killer?" "You trying to get rid of me now that I bought you drinks all night?" His smile faded. He studied her through his bleary eyes. She was dumpy and lumpy and lonely. She was probably about Elaine's age, maybe even younger. But her awful makeup and blousy hair, her jersey dress and garish purple, red, and orange scarf, and the short fur coat she'd been wearing, guinea pig pelts it looked like, made her seem older, ageless. That was it. She was not of an age, but a class, a disposition. She was defeated and desperate and lonely enough to laugh at jokes she didn't think were funny. She'd probably done the same thing at 18, and, if she lived that long, she'd be doing it still at 80. "I know who the Eyes Killer is," Michael hissed at her. Her eyes widened. She leaned toward him. "Who?" "Me," he whispered. She jumped back and leaned against the cracked leather back of the booth and laughed, but he'd gotten to her. She had one hand on her purse and the other clutched her coat. "Ah, look at the respect in your face, all of a sudden." Michael slipped the nail file into his jacket pocket, draped the jacket over his arm, and stood up. "That tells you something about society." He was swaying drunkenly. He leaned up against the booth for support. "A failed genius of a novelist gets laughed at, but a successful killer." He reached forward and she slid deeper into the booth, pressing herself against the wall. He laughed at her and picked up his drink and finished it off. He laughed at the irony of his statement and put the empty glass down and staggered to the door. The woman was watching him. It was amazing. Touching, really. She looked as if she wanted him to stay. Chapter 9. Tommy and the cops were waiting in front of Laura's building. Tommy was directly out front, standing near the rear door of the limousine, ready to open it whenever Laura Mars came down. The cops were parked in a bus stop zone across the street, and twice in the last 20 minutes, uniformed, on-the-beat policemen had approached the illegally parked car, and the dressed-up detectives inside had been forced to roll down their windows and flash their badges and, in general, blow what flimsy cover they were trying to carry off. So, in general, Tommy wasn't feeling as bad as he could have, even if Miss Mars was late. When she did step outside, she was carrying a large wrapped gift. Tommy took the gift and helped her into the car, then handed the silver package with the red bow on it to her. "For Mr. Phelps, huh?" he said. She smiled and nodded, and Tommy walked across to the driver's side. The cops across the street were folding their newspapers and capping their take-out coffees. Tommy climbed into the limo, restraining his urge to shoot them a finger. He pulled away from the curb with all the deliberateness and caution of a man taking a driving test. He made it all the way to the first light before he heard the unmarked car screeching its U-turn, and then he shook his head and sort of laughed. "What's funny, Tommy?" Laura asked. I'm sorry, Miss Mars. It's just the mod squad behind us. Did you hear that peel-off they just did?" The plainclothesman's car was not far behind them. She faced front again, feeling satisfied and safe. Tommy continued on in silence for a while. "Oh, what did you get him?" he asked. "Mr. Phelps, I mean. That's a very pretty package." "It's a surprise." "Well, I wouldn't tell, you know. You can trust me." He glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Hey," he said in a soft, quiet way. "Seriously, Miss Mars, I want you to know you can trust me. You understand what I mean?" Laura caught sight of him in the mirror. Tommy had a fairly limited gamut of expressions, and she thought she'd seen most of them. But he looked different now. No defiance or defensiveness, or that boyish, grinning prelude to revealing a secret or requesting a favor. In fact, Tommy's face didn't seem boyish at all tonight. He seemed, well, pained was the best she could come up with. A sort of anguished maturity had settled over the usually mischievous set of his face. "What's wrong, Tommy?" she asked before she really knew if she wanted to hear the answer. He looked away. His eyes snapped back to the street. He drove along silently again. "I do trust you," she said after a while. "It's okay." His voice was thick. It sounded almost as if he was crying or trying not to. "Tommy," Laura said softly, "I know you've been in trouble before, and you told me about... I know you've been in jail, and I'm sure it must have been awful, but people can start fresh, can't they? Mr. Phelps believed you could, or he'd never have hired you, and I couldn't have kept you on if I didn't trust you, Tommy." "Thanks," he said. "But do you trust me?" Tommy nodded his head. "Then why didn't you answer me? Why won't you tell me what's wrong?" "I'm just edgy," he said. Then he mumbled something else. "I can't hear you." "You know why I was in jail, part of why. Because I knifed a guy. I cut up on this guy's hand bad. I was a kid and, playing tough. So in addition to that robbery thing, they got it down that I go in for knives, you know? And I keep thinking about Lulu. I'm sorry, I don't want to mess up your head or anything. But, well, anyway, they don't trust me. The cops. They don't care about fresh starts and stuff. And I keep on thinking about her, you know? And I don't care about them so much, but I always wanted her to trust me. And I want you to. I'm sorry. Honest to God, just forget it, okay? You've always been really nice. Hey, and you look really pretty tonight, too, Miss Mars. I always want to tell you things like that, but it's hard to. Geez, I'm so sorry." "Thank you, Tommy," Laura said. He hunched his shoulders up and drove on in silence. At the corner of Donald Street, as Tommy waited for the light to change, Laura leaned forward. "It's a photograph," she whispered. "I took it when Mr. Phelps wasn't looking." Tommy turned and grinned. "That's a nice present," he said. They found a parking space directly in front of Donald's building, which the cops in the unmarked car across the street thought was a nice present too. "You believe that, Luck?" the detective on the driver's side asked. "He just drives up and gets a space." They watched Tommy open the door for Laura and saw her get out holding a large silver-wrapped package. She was wearing a pale gray cape trimmed in a darker gray wool and a gray flannel deacon's hat, a round, flattish-brimmed hat that practically hid her face. But it was her, all right. "Nice legs," the second officer in the car commented. "What's going on up there, anyway?" "The agent. It's his birthday." "She bringing him an inflatable boy?" "There are about half a dozen inflated ones up there already, judging by who's carrying presents in." "Well, the driver's carrying this one," the first cop said as Tommy, holding Laura's gift to Donald, followed her into the building. The elevator was slow in arriving. Tommy looked toward the staircase just to the side of the elevator doors. He could have walked it easy, he decided, but Miss Mars wouldn't go for it. So he waited, leaning on the down button and watching the elevator's snail-paced progress on the indicator above the laminated doors. It took almost as long for Donald to answer the bell when they finally got upstairs. Laughter and music floated out of the apartment and had probably muffled the first ring. When Donald did throw wide the door, the noise proceeded and practically drowned out his greeting. He threw his arms around Laura and squeezed her joyously. Then he held her at arm's length and made her twirl so that he could admire the swirl of her gray cape. "Heaven," he adjudged, helping her out of it. "Trade you," Laura offered. Donald was wearing full white flannel trousers, Indian leather sandals, and a sort of wide-sleeved tunic, surely one of the most elegant white silk shirts in his vast collection. Tommy stood at the threshold holding the gift. His leather jacket and jeans obviated any fashion comments. "Well, come on in," was the best Donald could do for him. Laura moved through the entryway. Most of the guests were assembled before an elderly lady in a pink and rose floral chiffon dress. Her hair seemed to be arranged in the same abstract pattern as the floral print.
in scattered patches of red and brown, with an occasional wiry white hair springing forth to lend a tinselled holiday air, and more haphazardly stacked them deliberately groomed. Under that wildly undisciplined patchwork of hair was a wildly animated face, a cartoon face in constant motion, on which every expression was endearingly magnified: wide-eyed wonder, the gaping O of surprise, laughter that produced a pumpkin's grin, and brows and crinkles and wrinkles and crepey skin lines that traveled every which way to signify every possible emotion, and, sometimes, seemed to travel all ways at once. Eyes, brows, mouth, face, and sublimely stacked hair were all in action now as Donald Phelps's beloved Aunt Caroline continued the story she'd been telling, the story that had prevented anyone but Donald from hearing Laura's ring. Donald moved forward to interrupt and announce Laura's presence, but Laura pressed a finger to her lips and urged him to wait. "Then he left the children in front of a supermarket, in a car, and his ex-wife stole them and flew them to Beloit," Aunt Caroline said. Bert, the most casually dressed member of the birthday crew, caught Laura's eye and waved discreetly. They exchanged "in a minute" grins, and both returned their attention to Caroline. "Then she left the kids in the car in front of a laundromat, and he stole them back and flew them to Pennsylvania. And that's how those children spent the summer, just getting stolen back and forth." "They probably had the best summer of their lives," Donald said. "Well, they told me they did," Caroline declared. Then she turned her back on the young men laughing and applauding her, and she saw Laura. "A kiss!" she demanded, rushing to meet Laura Mars halfway. Donald took the silver parcel from Tommy and waved it excitedly. "And look who brought the biggest present!" Aunt Caroline kissed and hugged Laura and pulled her aside while Donald rushed with the large package to the center of the room and began unwrapping the gift. "Hello, Aunt Caroline," Laura said, basking happily in the scent of white shoulders that enshrouded the elderly woman. "Well, what's going on with you, Laura, aside from all this?" She looked around and noticed Tommy in the doorway, watching and listening. She moved closer to Laura and continued, confidentially. "All this horrible business." "I think I'm in love," Laura whispered. Caroline's face did one of those amazingly Caroline things. It puckered entirely for a moment, then it erupted with joy. "Oh, you're not! Good for you!" Crinkly happiness and unmitigated pride set her funny face aglow. "Isn't it crazy?" Laura wanted to say. "Not aside from all this horrible business, but because of it. I found him. Love, death, destiny. Isn't it all so very strange?" Somehow, she was certain, Caroline would understand it. Just as Laura's grandmother would have understood. Just as she had understood and believed in the brown-eyed little boy with a nail file. Love him, Laura. Suddenly she missed Nanny very much. Oh, how she would like to have introduced them. Nanny to Aunt Caroline, Nanny to Neville. He would have loved her too, the gentle but forthright old lady with her crystal ball and her belief in everything, in astral travel and souls calling out to one another, and in love providing the cure for every earthly ill. How ashamed her parents had been of the old lady's odd beliefs, and of Laura when she'd begun to exhibit tendencies, when she'd begun to emulate Nanny's eccentricity. Laura remembered something, suddenly, and almost laughed. Of course, she'd been very young at the time, so she couldn't be sure. Still, she seemed to recall that each morning after one of the strange dreams had been reported, her mother had vacuumed her room, vacuumed Laura's fluffy little rich girl rug, and dusted the dolls and bookshelves, and even the white ruffled eyelet canopy over the precious four-poster bed. Her mother had been bound and determined to suction the spirits right out of the room, to rid her house of grandmother's sanctioned ghost, and vacuum the lower-class goblins right out of Grosse Pointe. "Oh my God!" Donald shrieked. "Look at that! When was this taken?" He'd unwrapped the present and was showing the large, dry-mounted blow-up of himself to his guests. He was, quite obviously, honestly surprised and pleased with the portrait. "When you weren't looking," Laura told him. "Oh, I love it!" Tommy was still hovering at the entryway. Laura excused herself from Caroline and walked over to him. "I'm sorry, Tommy," she told him. "Come back for me in about an hour?" "An hour? Okay. Well, there isn't much I can do in an hour."
His sulkiness, his pouting face and posture set her on edge suddenly. She wanted to be happy for Donald. She wanted to be happy for herself. Tommy's eyes seemed sullenly condemnatory. He was in mourning, and lost, and needy, and she simply did not want to deal with that reality right now. Not right now. "Tommy, it's your problem. Work it out," she said. "Please." She returned to Aunt Caroline and the party. Donald, however, had witnessed the exchange. He walked to the door as Tommy turned to leave. "We'll save you a piece of cake," Donald said. Tommy shoved his fist deep into his pockets. "You are a piece of cake," he said, and stalked down the hall to the elevator. Donald slammed the door, but couldn't resist the peephole. Through the tiny glass guest viewer, he watched Tommy press the elevator button and position himself with one leg up on the standing hall ashtray to wait. He drew a deck of cards from his pocket and shuffled it. His face was surly. The leg on the sand-filled ashtray tapped impatiently, angrily. His fingers riffled the cards with the same agitated intensity. "A voyeur among other vices," one of Donald's guests chided. Donald let the metal hatch covering the peephole fall back into place and turned with a gracious smile. "Under the circumstances," he said, "voyeurism may be the better part of valor." The guest, Nicky, led Donald back to the living room where a cake almost as festive as Aunt Caroline waited. Bert lit the last candle as Donald approached, and then the group burst into song. 6 men, Aunt Caroline and Laura, turned for "He's a Jolly Good Fellow" into something resembling a nursery school round. About the only time the amateur choral group reached anything close to harmony was at the word "he's," and then the sibilant S's hissed like steam heat in a cheap radiator. Nicky turned out to be the ultimate culprit, camping and amplifying the effeminate sound until it became obvious that he was singing "He's a Jolly Good Fellow" instead of "he's." The telephone began to ring somewhere between the "nobody" and "can deny." Aunt Caroline smacked Nicky's butt on her way to answer the phone. She returned quickly and whispered to Laura, "For you, a man." Laura hurried to the phone. "Neville?" she said, and then her face paled. Michael, where are you?" The birthday chorus drowned out the conversation. Aunt Caroline glanced over once and smiled benevolently at what appeared to be a lover's quarrel between Laura and her new beau. Nicky noticed the frustration and forceful gestures. Bert did too. But then Donald was blowing the candles out, and all but one died graciously, and Donald turned to Bert and remarked that there was always one smart-ass in the group, and accused Bert of setting a prank candle on the cake. Bert blew out the last candle. "Happy birthday, darling." He grinned mischievously and seemed a little surprised at his own words. Donald, however, was delighted. "Would you believe that curly-haired pixie's straight?" With Aunt Caroline's help, Donald began to cut the cake. As he passed out the pieces, he announced, "Now, you have 15 seconds in which to eat this, and then I demand that we all play bridge." Laura had hung up the phone. She stood with her hand still on the receiver as Donald approached. He handed her a plate with a generous piece of cake on it. "You have to play too," he began to say. Then, seeing the concern on her face, he turned back to the party. "Bridge will start in a few minutes," he shouted. He put the cake down. "Oh no, now what?" he said to Laura. He led her out of the room to a quiet corner. "Who was murdered?" he asked. She seemed less dazed than grim now. "It's not that," she assured him. It's Michael. I've got to go to him." "What do you mean you've got to?" Donald demanded. "He's in a laundromat in Brooklyn." "Who's he with? His friends? Haig and Haig?" "No, he just woke up there. He's got 6 cents in his pocket and he's talking about killing himself." Donald took her hands. "Now, you listen to me, Laura," he said. "What if he kills you?" "Michael will kill Michael. That's the only person he'll ever kill." "I don't agree." "Donald," Laura said. She wasn't quite sure how to explain it, or even whether she was trying to convince Donald or herself. "Donald, the night Elaine was killed, that man came to me, terrified. He came for money and then he left. No, I could have been human to him. He's right about me. I hated his weakness, and I always made him suffer for that."
Donald shrugged, unconvinced. Okay, so get our friends out front to drive you to him. No, Laura said quietly. I'm not going to lead the police to him, but I don't know how to get past them. Well, Donald puzzled. Aunt Caroline called to them. Come on, you two. Time for bridge. Right with you, darling, Donald called back. Then the thoughtful concentration on his face changed to a puckish grin. You simply have to do this, right, Laura? She nodded, waited, confused. He opened the coat closet behind her and removed her gray cape and hat. Then he held her elbow and steered her down the hall toward his room. Okay, he said, ushering her over the doorsill. I have an idea. He closed the door quietly behind them and walked her to the mirror. There they stood, side by side, Laura staring at their reflection, impatient, puzzled. Donald still grinning mischievously. Suddenly, she understood. She looked over from the mirror image to the man and burst out laughing. Never, she gasped between giggles. Oh, Donald, you're a maniac. We'll never get away with it. Darling, it was your idea to begin with. She kicked her shoes off and stood on her toes and kissed him. Happy birthday, you impossible fruitcake. And let's just leave gender out of it, he said dryly. Then he hugged her, and they began to undress. Who is? The lieutenant? Nah. The officer in the unmarked car across the street from Donald Phelps's building tossed his cigarette out the window. Not with her, he ain't. Yeah, the second cop insisted. He's getting into her? Nah. Okay, nah. Neville? That's what I hear, the policeman behind the wheel of the parked car was about to elucidate. Hey, he said suddenly, look. They both turned toward the well-lit lobby of Donald's building. The street door opened and a woman stepped out. It's her, the hard-to-convince cop said. Laura Mars glanced at them from under her broad-brimmed gray hat and hurried down the street, away from them, away from her own parked car. They heard her heels clicking in little staccato bursts as she disappeared into the darkness. Why the hell is she going away from her car? Where's her driver? We'd better check it out, the first officer said. Yeah, I don't want to be known as the one who lost that guy's girlfriend. I still think you're full of it, his partner said, but drive, goddammit, before she gets away. The street was narrow. They managed the U-turn in 3 jolting motions and headed after the woman in the gray cape. As their taillights receded, the door to Donald's lobby opened again. A slender man in white flannel trousers rushed from the building to a nearby car, unlocked the car's door, climbed behind the wheel, adjusted the seat forward, and drove away. Miss Mars? The policeman on the passenger side called out the window to the woman rushing along the dimly lit street. Where are you going? The unmarked car drew a pace with the nervous, vaguely drunken-looking woman and continued, slowly along the curb. There's something wrong with her. She's not walking right, the driver whispered. Why don't you let us drive you there, Miss Mars? Finally, as the woman in the cape seemed to grow more skittish, the car pulled up alongside her, and one of the officers jumped out. The man left in the car was momentarily confounded. Either his partner had shrunken by nearly a head, or Laura Mars had cracked the secret of Wonder Bread. Simultaneously, the police officer hurrying alongside Laura shouted, Hey, wait a minute! What the hell is this? You're not Miss Mars! And Donald Phelps flared his patrician nostrils and fabulous gray cape and huffed, And you're not Kojak, so what does that prove? Hey, it's him, the policeman called to his partner in the car. Hey, what the hell are you doing running around dressed up like Miss Mars? Donald pursed his lips peevishly. It's my birthday, he replied. I can be anybody I want. Wait a minute, you son of a bitch. Where's Miss Mars? Son of a bitch, Donald shrieked with outrage. Well, that settles it. I'm not going to let you pick me up. The befuddled, boiling mad cop drew back a fist the size and shape of a ham hock and lunged forward. Donald's purse caught him squarely on the jaw and then followed up with a head and shoulders assault that thuddled like the bass line of a rock beat. The purse thumped rhythmically against the officer as Donald improvised a falsetto lyric. Police brutality! Police bestiality! He sang out. Whack! Thud! Sissy power! Rape! Rape! Police brutality! Police bestiality! Actually, it sounded more like reggae than rock. "For Christ's sake, let him alone and get back in here," the plainclothesman in the car shouted. "Me leave him alone?" his partner roared. "Sissy power!" Donald Phelps screamed and slammed the furious, hapless cop again. "Rape! Rape!" "You should live so long," the officer fending off Donald's purse hissed at him. Then he turned and fled to the security of his car and the infinitely safer pursuit of the real Laura Mars. The police car backed away from Donald into the oncoming headlights and blaring horn of a taxi making its way up the block. While her luckless bodyguards were trying to extricate themselves from the narrow and suddenly traffic-tangled street, Laura drove toward Brooklyn. She was heading downtown toward the bridge, trying to recall the slurred address Michael had given her. She remembered the name of the street, the sound of the name, actually, but she really had no idea, nor had Michael, of precisely where it was. There were two alternatives. When she got further downtown, she might be able to ask a policeman or a cabbie for directions. Perhaps the street name would be familiar to someone who knew Brooklyn. Her other alternative was to stop at a phone booth and look under laundromats in the yellow pages until she found one that's address sounded right. The problem was that it would be difficult to find a Brooklyn phone book in a Manhattan phone booth. She tried to think of an all-night drugstore or a hotel in which her costume would not seem conspicuous or suspicious. A drugstore or a hotel that might have the phone books for all 5 boroughs. Dialing information was out of the question. They'd require the precise name and address simply to give her a useless phone number. Damn, she should have asked Michael for the number. If he could dial, then he must still have been sober enough to, at least, read her the number from which he'd phoned. She tried to call his voice to mind again. "Where are you? Speak clearly. Oh, please. I can't understand you, Michael. Yes, Brooklyn. But where, Michael? Clearly, where?" "Michael, you bloody, helpless bastard," she thought. And suddenly, unaccountably, she was terrified. But not for Michael. Her hands gripped the steering wheel, which had begun to vibrate in her grasp. She had no idea of when the screeching electronic whine had invaded her skull, when it had begun to creep like nails on a chalkboard up her spine to the base of her brain. She held tightly to the wheel and tried to stay in her traffic lane and fasten her quickly blurring vision to the taillights ahead. She ground her teeth together to keep from screaming as she saw the lobby of Donald's building. And herself. It was impossible. She was standing halfway up the flight of stairs to the left of the elevator. She was staring down at herself, at the woman in the gray cape and hat waiting in front of the elevator. Once more she felt the intent of the killer racing through her, carrying her slowly down the steps toward herself. Above the elevator doors, the indicator moved from 5 to 4. The woman waiting took off her hat and shook her hair free. The woman waiting was Donald. Laura spun the wheel wildly to the left. She heard traffic braking and squealing around her, but she could not really see through the blur. She only knew that she had made the turn, and she was heading back toward Donald's building. To Donald. To the killer. "Don't!" she shouted. The single command echoed in her ears. "Wait! Don't!" She was beseeching the killer. She was not warning Donald or wailing her agony aimlessly. She was urging, begging, commanding the killer through whose eyes she saw the elevator indicator again. And then Donald, sublimely unaware, smiling. And then darkness. Not night darkness, but darkness as if a shade had been drawn, as if the killer's eyes had closed. And then she saw the road again, clearly. The internal scream subsided. Laura accelerated recklessly. She sped through red lights and swerved around slow-moving cars and trucks, and she prayed that the police would see and try to catch her, and that she could lead them to the killer before the killer caught Donald. It happened in a split second. She was back inside the killer's eyes in purpose and plan. She was moving toward Donald again, and the elevator doors were opening, and she realized everything at once, that her insanely shouted plea to the killer had actually reached and almost stopped him. That the minute her concentration moved to willing his capture, she was lost again. It was as if for one awesome moment he had struggled with her against his own terrible lust, and then been betrayed. The beast of which Neville had spoken took control once more, and followed Donald Phelps into the elevator, and Laura, caught in the terrible, deafening scream, saw the shock of recognition on Donald's face, just before his eyes opened in stark horror, and the blood blinded them both. Laura's hands flew up to cover her own eyes. Her head fell against the steering wheel, which spun across her cheek as the car jumped a curb. Far away she heard a shattering of glass.
Headlights, a storefront, the windshield. Her own eyes and brain and body. Everything shattered. Everything was red with blood. Even her throat, which was screaming and screaming and screaming. "Michael, how did you know I was at Donald's?" "That's her." The blonde surgical resident covering the emergency room pointed Laura out to the impressed nurse. "Did you ever find out who Michael was?" "Sure," the resident said. "Her ex-husband. The cops are looking for him." "Oh," the young nurse said. She sounded disappointed. "Why? I mean, how come you said 'oh' like that?" "Oh, I don't know. I thought maybe it'd be something real mysterious, like Rosebud." "Rosebud?" The resident was stymied. "Yeah, like in Citizen Kane, when he's dying and he whispers, 'Rosebud, Rosebud.'" I haven't read a bestseller since Grey's Anatomy," the resident said uneasily. "It was a movie," the nurse said, and pointedly returned her attention to the charts piled up in front of her. An attendant wheeled Laura through the automatic doors toward the waiting police ambulance. Neville's coat was draped over her lap. He walked beside the chair with his hands in his pockets until they'd passed the harsh neon lights of the emergency room. Then he stroked her hair and held her hand, and dismissed the attendant and lifted her into the back of the ambulance by himself. The pretty young nurse watched the van drive off. "Do you think he's the Eyes killer?" she asked the resident. "Who, him? That was Lieutenant..." He checked his notes. "Lieutenant Neville, NYPD. "Not him. I mean Michael, her ex-husband. Do you think Michael is the Eyes killer?" The resident leaned his chin on his hands and stared over the admissions desk into the young nurse's gray-green eyes. "No, I think you're the one." "Ugh, seriously?" Seriously, all she remembered is she got a call from a guy claiming to be her ex-old man, but he was so tanked up, or pretending to be, that she's not even sure now whether it was really him or not. The young nurse shuddered. "My God," she said. "It could be anyone, couldn't it?" A stretcher creaked down the hall and paused beside admissions. "Got a cigarette?" the attendant asked. The doctor on duty, the young resident, passed him a pack, and the stretcher attendant withdrew one and placed it behind his ear in compliance with the no smoking sign over the desk. "In case you haven't heard," the green-eyed nurse said officiously, "smoking happens to be harmful to your health." "I'll be sure to tell him," the attendant said, nodding toward the covered body on the stretcher. "Hey, which way's forensic medicine?" The resident pointed down a corridor. "Follow the green signs." "Right, and thanks," the attendant said. Then he drew the canvas sheet over the strangely dangling feet of the corpse on the stretcher and moved down the corridor. "Did you see that?" the nurse whispered. "That man, the dead man, his foot was all squeezed into that shoe. He was wearing a shoe, one woman's shoe." Chapter 10. The police ambulance pulled into Laura's street. Neville helped Laura out and called to the driver. "Thanks a lot, Bobby." The driver saluted and drove off as Neville helped Laura onto the curb and toward the bronze and glass doors of her building. She walked slowly. The emergency room checkout had been thorough, and she'd been pronounced a very lucky lady for having sustained a miracle of minor injuries, abrasions, shallow cuts, and a pulled muscle or two. Neville's arm around her waist was comforting and secure. She leaned on him as they entered the building. She leaned her head on his shoulder, half burying her ear against his sweater. It was a lovely brown turtleneck sweater, cashmere soft and warm. But she knew that part of the reason she was resting her head, nuzzling her cheek against him, was because she didn't want to hear what he was saying. First of all, I'm jealous as hell." She closed her eyes for a moment. The neurologist said she was fine. Still, she wouldn't have minded feeling just a little dizzy. Just closing her eyes and swooning in a very ladylike way into his arms to avoid the inevitable. She only wanted to rest a bit. "I'll admit that," Neville continued, walking her to the elevator. "That ex-husband of yours, he can get me." "Neville," she said very softly, "I'll never be able to make you understand. I love you, and I don't love Michael." The elevator doors opened. Laura froze for a minute. Neville looked at her, then understood. "You saw it again, didn't you? But I'm here now." He helped her into the elevator and let her bury her whole face in his chest,
and he held her with 2 arms all the way up. When the car stopped at her floor, he drew the gates back and put 1 arm around her waist again and walked her down the corridor to her door. I believe you love me, he said, as they entered the apartment. But be that as it may, as a police officer working on this case, you just infuriate me when you do something as stupid as that. She didn't respond. She opened the door and reached in to switch the light on and took his hand and walked in silence with him into the living room. She stood near one of the cool gray sofas in the living room darkness. The entryway light cast a soft glow onto the lush carpeting, glinted off the steel-edged glass coffee table, bathed the luxurious room in a special New York magic. One wall of the largely gray, cool and warm gray room was windowed. It opened onto a narrow terrace that ran the full length of the apartment and was bordered by a waist-high brick wall. Beyond the wall, Central Park and the east side of Manhattan, and bridges leading to other boroughs, other worlds, reared in silhouette, glittered randomly whenever a street or window or bridge or car light shone. They stared out at the city. Then abruptly, Laura turned and walked across the room and switched on the living room light. She tilted her head in sudden concentration as she studied John Neville. A smile crept over her face, a lazy, sad smile of recognition and melancholy. I guess this is our first fight, she said. It caught him off guard. He turned to her. He strained to understand the words, the smile, the importance or frivolity of the moment. Finally, he didn't care what she meant, only that she was there and safe, and he smiled in gratitude for that. He crossed the room and put his arms around her, and lifted her face with that peculiar gentleness she had experienced in him before. A tenderness of restrained passion, a large, strong hand that asserted its power with exquisite delicacy. He lifted her chin and bent his head and brushed her lips lightly until they opened to him. And then he kissed her deeply and passionately, and she almost laughed when, half wild with the desire his touch evoked in her, she heard him say, "Hey, I'm glad you're all right." She almost laughed. She almost cried. "Do you know I can't cry anymore?" she told him suddenly. "I haven't been able to cry for Donald. I just can't cry anymore." He hugged her, then whispered in her ear, "I can cry at the drop of a hat, especially in a bad war movie." She shoved him hard. She laughed. She loved him. "Want some coffee or a drink?" "Yes," he said. He waited for her double take, then grinned. "Black coffee and brandy? Great. But is that how it is? Do you know me well enough to finish my sentences? To read my mind?" "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "No, don't be." He held her again. He rubbed his face against her hair. "I want it that way. I've always wanted. I want us to start looking alike, the way old people and their dogs do." She smiled at the notion. "I'm tired, Neville," she confided suddenly. "I'm tired of being strong and brave and a true professional. Neville, is there any chance of our getting away from this thing before it drives me crazy?" "It's not going to go on much longer," he sounded so certain. She stared at him and waited. "This person turned a corner tonight," he said, "with Donald. I think he's almost ready to trip himself up." She couldn't hide her disappointment. "Almost ready?" she repeated. She shook her head. "1 coffee, 2 brandies, coming up," she smiled wanly. "The kitchen, Lieutenant." He stopped her. "Laura, I've got 6 weeks accumulated vacation due me. There's an empty house in Vermont that some friends of mine own, and I have the keys. When I catch this person, we go," Neville said. "We go like the wind." "Dear God, soon," she whispered. "Soon," he promised. "Hey, which way's the kitchen?" She pointed the way. "And what's in there?" "My study, my den. Want to see it?" "And that way?" "The bedroom." "Want to see it?" he said. She laughed and rested her head on his shoulder again. "Oh, Neville, how did I ever live without you?" He scooped her up into his arms. He nuzzled her neck with his nose, which was cold. He pried her chin away from her collarbone with his cold nose and nuzzled into the warmth of her neck. "You didn't," he said. And then there was a knock at the door, and she moved suddenly, startled, and bumped his nose with her painfully fashionable cheekbone. He tossed her onto the sofa. Rubbing his nose gingerly, he went to answer the door. It was Volpe. Volpe stepped just inside the apartment, into the entryway. Behind him, Officer Adams waited in the hall. He saw Laura and nodded courteously to her while Neville and Volpe had a quick, quiet conference. Laura strained to hear them, but couldn't. Finally, Neville said, "Be right along," to Volpe, and Volpe buttoned his leather coat and left. "What is it?" she asked. Neville picked his coat up from the chair in the entryway. He was slipping into it as he came toward her. "I think we found the killer," he said. "Who is it?" "I'll tell you when it's over." He reached inside his coat and patted the breast pocket. "Meanwhile," he continued, "you've got the gun?" She nodded and stood up. "It's in the bedroom," she said softly. "Okay then. Hang on." He started to go. She could tell by his face, his posture, his sudden energetic professionalism, that he was already gone. She took a step toward him. "Neville," she said. He turned and looked at her. He seemed lost in concentration. His face was coldly efficient and almost frighteningly unfamiliar to her. Then, as if a blindfold had been lifted from his eyes, he blinked and refocused and saw her. His hard eyes turned softly brown again. His jaws unclenched. "Laura, let's just go up on a mountain and never come back down." "Now," she begged quietly. He kissed her. He stared at her and cradled her cheeks in his hands, and she knew how much he wanted to stay. "Soon," he promised. She closed the door behind him. She walked back to the empty living room, to the terrace windows, and looked out at the hazy starlit sky beyond. Then suddenly, she dashed back to the front door and locked and bolted it, and then she poured herself a brandy. It was daylight when Volpe and Neville pulled up to the tenement building from opposite sides of the block. 2 squad cars were already stationed out front. An unmarked car, in which 4 policemen were inspecting equipment sufficient to put down a small revolution, was conspicuously double-parked. Neighborhood people were gathering at comfortable distances for the action. Women and children peered down from windows facing the street. Some had already plumped pillows onto the sills. Some were passing candy bars and fruit to rear-view residents who'd been invited in to share the sight. Small groups of men assembled on the stoops and street. Cans of beer and speculation passed among them. An occasional teenage girl was tolerated, but only in silence and under the strict supervision of a boyfriend. After checking with the other officers on the scene, Neville followed Volpe into the building and up a narrow staircase to the 3rd floor. The door to the apartment at the end of the hall had already been busted in. Volpe walked through the place, double-checking the contents of closets and drawers that were wide open. Neville sat down on a thin cot against the wall. He picked up a pile of photographs, the ones the cops downstairs had described, and began shuffling through them. Most of the faces were familiar. Most of the photographs were of Lulu and Michelle. He didn't know much about photography, but it seemed obvious that the pictures were discards. Too dark, too light, too not quite right. There were an impressive number of photographs of Laura Mars as well. Neville leaned back against the wall and waited. The phone was on a rickety wooden table near the window. When it rang, Volpe picked it up. "This is Tommy. I want to talk to Lieutenant Neville." Volpe held the receiver out. "It's him. He wants to talk to you." Neville crossed the room and took the phone. He turned toward the window as much to keep Volpe from eavesdropping as to check the street below. "Where are you, Tommy?" he said softly. "It doesn't fucking matter where I am." The police were gathered out front. There were 2 men in the alleyway between Tommy's building and the one next door. The alley ended in a bricked-up cul-de-sac. There was a narrow air shaft between the bricks and the back of the building. There was also a phone booth visible. Through the alleyway, beyond the rear air shaft, on the corner of the next street over, there was a booth almost obscured by a parked van. But from above, from 3 stories looking down, Neville could see Tommy crouching in the booth. "You're in trouble, Tommy," he said. "Do you want to come in?" I know that, but I just want to talk to you first, man." Volpe was moving toward the window. Neville turned. His back filled the window frame. "Where do you want to talk?"
he said into the phone. Right where you are, Tommy said. But I don't want any other cops there. They're on their way out. Come on and see me, Tommy. He cupped his hand over the phone. Volp, get them off the street, Neville said, and find something to do for a while yourself. Volp glared at him. Sure, boss man. He would have slammed the door on his way out, but it was hanging pretty precariously anyway. Neville walked through the apartment. The kitchen was filthy. It was not untidy. In fact, one could sense, almost see, the Spartan effort that had been made to rescue the place from the stench and decay of time, the effort made and lost. There was a coat of grime over everything, and the wall behind the stove was blistered and buckling. There were a few dishes stacked on a shelf, and a few utensils. He opened the refrigerator door. The shelves inside were rusted, empty, except for a half pint of milk and 2 cans of Pepsi, and a sour-smelling puddle at the bottom of the box. The plaster on the wall between the refrigerator and the doorless door jamb was chipped and broken away in large patches. Wooden wall slats showed through. There were cuts in the wood and odd little pockmarks in the plaster left around it. The wall section looked like a dartboard, but the pocks were cuts, not holes, made by knives, not darts. Neville walked back to the narrow room and looked out the window again, and saw the police cars pulling away, and the small groups of people who had gathered on the street being dispersed. He looked toward the street behind Tommy's building, to the phone booth. The van was gone. The telephone booth was empty. He turned back to the room and viewed it slowly, leisurely. The cracks in the wall plaster, the torn linoleum and painted over metal ceiling, the narrow, unmade cot, its yellowed linen trailing onto the floor, cradling the photographs. The room belonged to a lonely, desperate boy, a deserted boy protecting himself from the dark, the night, with knives, comforted himself with photographs and fantasies. The room itself was a photograph, a picture of poverty, material, spiritual, lonely, loveless poverty. Where was the boy's mother? He wondered suddenly. Did he have a father? There were footsteps on the stairs. Neville sat down on the cot again. He leaned back against the grimy wall and waited, and a minute later the door opened and Tommy walked in. His eyes were everywhere at once, Tommy's. They scoured the tiny apartment from the center of the room. They took in everything, as Neville's had, but rapidly and fearfully. Okay, Tommy said. Okay. See, I would never have come here if I really did it. As he spoke, he walked to the table by the window and began to frisk himself. He emptied his pockets, put his knife down, ran his hands up and down his own legs, spread his arms and patted his chest and sides. He frisked himself thoroughly as he spoke. Neville interrupted him. Tommy, you better let me advise you of your rights. I know my rights, man, Tommy said quickly. See, you know if I had really did it, I would be halfway to Canada by now, because, believe me, I know how to get into Canada. Now here's what happened. I was killing time in the basement, and when it was time to get Miss Mars, I went for the elevator. He looked at the photograph suddenly, then back up at Neville. His eyes were wild with fear. Hey, I went in the elevator, and then I saw him. Donald. His body. And the next thing I know, my hands are shaking. So like a jerk, I took off. I went to a bar and had a drink and played a little solitaire. He took a few dollars out of his boot and put them on the table next to his knife and the change from his pockets. He continued to frisk himself. He reached inside his shirt, his plaid flannel shirt with one button missing and one hanging loosely on a thread. He pulled out his deck of cards. He reached in again and pulled out 2 more cards, yellow cards, like the rest of the deck, and patted his shirt front again to show that it was really empty now. Yes, so like I said, I played some solitaire. He held the deck up to Neville, then set it down beside the rest of his things. And I tried to think it out. Next thing I know, I'm sneaking out the back door of the bar, and I say to myself, like, what are you doing, man? Back doors, and running away. From what? You didn't do it, and they can't prove you did it, because you did not do it. So I came here, and I knew you'd be here, but remember that I came here anyway, because... Neville stood up slowly. Tommy, when you played solitaire, he said, how'd you make out? Tommy stared at him hard. Then he looked away. He looked out the window, then back into the room. He looked down at the floor and at the photographs again. This time, his expression didn't change when he saw them. He just looked. "I've had a lousy night," he told Neville. "I haven't been able to make it come out once. I think I owe myself about $600. There was a noise in the hall. Tommy looked up suddenly. Neville heard it too. But then it got quiet again. Neville stared at Tommy and his eyes. "You'd think you might have come out once or twice if you'd had this?" he asked very quietly. He held up a yellow playing card. Before Tommy could react, the door burst open and Volpe came in. Neville turned, as startled as Tommy by the intrusion, startled and angry. Tommy looked from one to the other of them. Finally he said to Neville, "Where'd you get that?" "It was in the elevator," Neville said. Volpe toyed with the lapel of his leather coat. "Yeah, underneath the body. 3 of clubs." Tommy backed away instinctively. "Hey, you people are unbelievable. You just have to get me back in there, don't you? You people are... I didn't do one goddamn thing wrong." "You carry a blade, Tommy," Volpe said. "Yeah, to protect Miss Mars." Tommy turned to Neville. "Your girlfriend. Believe me, there were times when she was glad to have me there. And I respect her. She has class. She has real class." Volpe smiled. "I agree, Tommy," he said. "But, there's this card." There was no room to back up anymore. There was no room to breathe. "Stick the fucking card," Tommy shouted. "Stick it. You people are unreal. I didn't do anything wrong. I did everything right. And still, this happens to me. God damn you. God damn you sons of bitches." Then suddenly, he moved so fast Volpe didn't even have time to gasp. Tommy's hand shot out like a serpent's tongue and coiled around the knife. He grabbed Volpe from behind. The knife blade flicked open at the detective's throat. The sound of the blade, the click and swish of its efficient action, resounded in the silent room. Holding the razor-sharp steel tip to Volpe's throat, Tommy began to back out of the apartment. Neville stood absolutely still. "Tommy," he said quietly, sincerely, "I'd hoped you wouldn't." "You're unreal!" Tommy yelled at him. The blade was quivering in his hand. He took 2 more steps backwards. He turned quickly to glance over his shoulder at the open door. "You people are unreal!" Then he shoved Volpe toward Neville, shoved him with a sudden burst of fury and contempt, and ran down the hall to the stairs. Volpe drew his gun fast. He raced down the hall after Tommy and tried to line up a shot. It was no good. Tommy knew the hall and stairs, every turn and landing, and how many steps he could leap at once. He wove and dodged and ran and disappeared. Neville pushed Volpe aside and rushed down the stairs after Tommy. "Stop!" he shouted. "Tommy, stop running! Let me talk to you!" It was no use. By the time Neville hit the ground floor, Tommy was gone. He left the back door open. Neville and Volpe ran down the dank hallway to the rear of the building. They split up outside. Volpe jumped for the metal gate at the far end of the narrow air shaft. Neville headed for the adjacent alleyway. Suddenly, Tommy appeared at the gate. He and Volpe saw one another at precisely the same moment, and Tommy ducked and slithered backwards and moved wildly, but with a sure knowledge of his escape route. Before Volpe could fire, Tommy had slithered through a small opening in the wall of the alleyway. Volpe fired at him, after him. Bits of brick exploded near the hole Tommy had slipped through. "Put that goddamn cannon back in your pocket now, will you?" Neville called. He ran up to Volpe. "Screw you!" Sal Volpe shouted. His face was livid. The veins on his forehead and neck stood out clearly. "He put a knife to my throat!" Neville took off after Tommy. Volpe ran for the street and jumped into a squad car that had pulled onto the alley. Below street level, in a narrow, garbage-strewn ditch, Tommy ran for his life. He ran up the broken wooden staircase that led onto 8th Avenue, and leaped over the shallow concrete bumper at the top of the stairs. 8th Avenue was crowded. Hookers spun as Tommy flew past. Tourists clutched their purses and cameras. People, women carrying shopping bags and men in business suits and neighborhood kids, backed up against the buildings, or stood paralyzed by the sudden action on the street. Tommy ran past them, through them, bumping and elbowing everything in his path out of the way. His hands were poised for a knife fight. The fingers of one hand fanned in front of him, in the other the knife gleamed, open, balanced, mean and menacingly. The knife moved, plunging experimentally at people and things that his fanned-out fingers and wiry shoulders and elbows and even his budding head had cleared out of his way. Neville followed.
Neville raced past the angry and dazed pedestrians, and he called out to Tommy. He roared to him to stop, to wait, to put the goddamn knife away, to listen to reason, Tommy! Listen to me! His voice was lost in the cacophony of traffic noises on the avenue, and then in the grating, deafening squeal of brakes as a squad car cut Tommy off at an intersection, and a uniformed policeman leapt from the car to tackle the trapped, knife-wielding boy. The cop caught Tommy's hips, and his head bent to knock the air out of him. Tommy doubled over quickly. When he straightened up, the cop's face bounced off his knee. The cop's head ripped backwards and blood gushed from his nose, and before he could cry out, Tommy's knife had sunk into his back, and Tommy's knee pushed and dropped him into the gutter, and Tommy ran again. Volp's car almost crashed into the squad car at the intersection. Volp jumped out and over the body of the stabbed cop, and with a half-yard sprint, he had Tommy within range and sight of his gun. He never slowed down, but seemed somehow to kneel anyway. He kneeled and aimed and fired. The shot obliterated Neville's cry. Tommy turned for just a second. He saw it all. He saw Volp shooting, and Neville running and yelling, "Tommy, stop!" And the cars piled together at the intersection behind him, and the crowd gathering around the cop, and people staring at him, wide-eyed, panicked, eyes on him, everywhere eyes. He turned away. He turned to run again. He crashed into someone and fell, and scrambled to his feet and ran again, smack into an emptiness of space, a clear and free path lined with gaping, staring, terror-struck people. He wanted to throw the knife away, but it was one with his hand now. He wanted to run it across the line of frightened bystanders like a kid in a movie running a stick across a picket fence. "Jesus, don't!" he heard Neville scream. He'd never heard anything like it before, a voice so piercingly filled with horror and compassion. Tommy wanted to stop and turn and run into Lieutenant Neville's arms. He'd never heard anything like it before, nor would again. Volp fired. The sound exploded far, far away. By the time it reached his ears, Tommy's head cracked against the sidewalk, and there was no time to figure out whether it was the gunshot or the crash of concrete crushing his face that he'd heard. Neville rushed up to Tommy and knelt beside him. He didn't touch him. He didn't have to. He'd seen death enough times to know. He wanted to touch him, though. He reached out just for a moment, and then he saw the knife still tight in Tommy's fist. By the time Volp ran up puffing, Neville could hardly see at all. "Well, what the fuck?" Volp stared defiantly down at Neville. "I just saved the state $100,000. Neville stood slowly. Adams rushed up to them. He was stunned to see that Lieutenant Neville was crying. He arranged his broad body almost like a protective cloak around the two officers, Neville and Volp. He stayed in tight and close, as ready to come between them as he now stood between them and the scrutiny of passers-by. "Yeah, Volp," Adams heard Neville whispered, "you saved the state $100,000, and you set law enforcement back 100,000 years." Neville started to walk away. Adams patted Volp's shoulder briefly, sympathetically, and hurried after Neville. Sir, Lieutenant Neville, sir?" Neville stared blindly at him. "Where are you going?" "Home," Neville said tiredly. "To get clean. To..." He looked down at his coat sleeve. There was blood on it. Probably Tommy's. Maybe the stabbed policeman's. His pants were caked with grime at the cuffs and knees, probably from running through garbage, maybe from kneeling beside Tommy. "To get clean," he repeated. Adams walked him to the car. "Better let Noonan drive you home." He signaled to a large bearded man in overalls and a flannel shirt. Noonan, the 8th Avenue plainclothesman, held the door open for Neville. Neville hesitated. "I've got to..." He rubbed his face, sort of shook his head free. "Do me a couple of favors, Adams, okay? I'm going to go home and change, and I'd like you to take care of a few things for me." "Sure thing," Detective Adams said. "Anything." Chapter 11. Caroline's New Jersey number was still busy. It had been through most of the morning. Laura hung up the phone and returned to her cup of lukewarm coffee. Guilt enshrouded her again, as it had each time she dialed Aunt Caroline and felt relief, a temporary reprise from obligation, when the busy signal beeped back. She had not slept well. She had hardly slept at all. The tears she thought were lost to her forever welled over and over as she teased them to respond to memories of Donald. She had spent half the night trying to cry and the other half succeeding, and this morning her eyes were puffy and her mind as dry as dust. But she had to speak with Caroline. She had to touch the unhealable wound one more time. She had to try to dissipate some of the pain by sharing it, by sharing the loss of Donald with the one other person in the world to whom it would matter even more than it did to Laura Mars. Laura Mars, she reminded herself, had someone left to love. She sipped the tepid coffee, then set the cup down. "Help me, Neville," she begged. "I'm afraid to speak to her, afraid to hear the loneliness and abject despair that would be mine if not for you." She forced herself to rise and return to the phone on the kitchen wall. She dialed Aunt Caroline's number. This time it rang. "Hello?" It was not Caroline's voice. "Hello, this is Laura Mars," she said. "Is Caroline there?" "Just a minute, please." The stranger's voice responded. There was something familiar about the voice. She heard filtered conversation. The man had obviously cupped his hand over the receiver. "Miss Mars, this is Nicky. Nicholas Invite. I met you last... I was a guest at Donald's birthday party." "Oh, yes," Laura said. Only then did she realize that her heart had begun to quicken with fear at the sound of a stranger's voice. "How is she?" she asked softly. "That's funny," Nicky said coldly. "That's precisely what she just asked about you. You did leave rather hastily last night. She feared for your life, you know. Caroline was actually worried about you. Until, of course, the police told her that you were alive and well." He made it sound like an accusation. "May I speak with her?" "She's been receiving calls all morning. We're rather bushed at the moment." "I see," Laura said. "Nevertheless, I'd still like to—" "Miss Mars," Nicky whispered angrily, "why don't you leave her alone for a while? Why don't you leave everyone alone until the police capture that maniac? You don't exactly have a Midas touch, if you understand me." I understand." She hung up. She was standing and staring at the phone when the door buzzer sounded. She spun around. Her heart beat wildly again. "Yes, who is it?" she shouted. Then she realized that, of course, no one at the front door could hear her from that distance, and that there were still police watching the building. She went to the entryway. "Yes," she repeated. "It's Bainsley, ma'am," the voice behind the door said. I've got the lieutenant here, on the box, I mean." Laura checked through the peephole. An officer, holding his ID up toward the tiny magnifying lens, stood in the hall. She unlatched the door. Bainsley extended a rectangular black box toward her. It was a two-way radio. "Press here to talk. When you release the button, you'll be able to hear him." He pulled the antenna up and clicked the button a few times, and then handed the thing to Laura. She pressed the button. "Neville?" she whispered into the mouthpiece. Bainsley, standing in the hallway, looked around uncomfortably. Laura stepped back into the entryway and waved him past her toward the living room. He smiled courteously, then entered the lavish grey room and viewed it with undisguised awe. "Neville?" His voice came through, crackly, weary. "Laura, have you got clothes for going up on a mountain?" "It's over?" she whispered. "Neville, is it over?" "Yeah." "Who was it?" Bainsley overheard. He looked away from her and walked to the terrace windows. "Tommy," Neville said. He sighed. The sound was oddly magnified, a rush of static, a cry of wind. "I'm afraid it was Tommy. I'll tell you the whole thing when I see you." "I don't believe it." Her response was so immediate, so instinctive, that she was not even sure she'd pressed the button, or that he'd heard her, or that she had wanted him to. "Let me talk to one of those guys," Neville said. Laura walked into the living room. "Geez, that's some view," Bainsley said. "Really nice place, Miss Mars, really." She handed the two-way radio back to him. "Thank you," she murmured. She felt lost and dazed. She thought about Tommy. She saw his shy, mischievous face, his straggly blonde beard and long hair, and his pale eyes always moving. Tommy? She shook her head as if someone had asked her a question. She shook her head and answered, no. Something wrong? Bainsley asked. He pressed the antenna back into the black box. She shook her head again. Well, Miss Mars, we've been sent home. Anything you need before we go? Laura looked up at him. Finally, she smiled gratefully. No, but thank you. Happy to do it, Officer Bainsley said, returning the smile. It was a real pleasure meeting you, he added awkwardly. Really. Really. It echoed in her mind as she closed the door behind him and leaned back against it, shuddering. She stood that way for some time. She shut her eyes and rested her back against the door. Then suddenly, she opened her eyes again, and filled with tears as they were, she laughed and ran all the way across the apartment to her bedroom. She threw open the mirrored closet doors and surveyed the neat rows of efficiently elegant clothing. Gowns to dry cleaner crisp jeans, boots to sandals, chiffon to sheepskin. One by one at first, and then in bunches, she began to separate out the hardier pieces. She tossed her winter sweaters onto the bed, and then her thrift shop chic baggy tweed trousers, and thermal ski pants, and sheepskin-lined boots, and everything that she had once considered fashionable or frivolous, that had suddenly become precious beyond dreaming. She sorted through the clothing with a strange sense of childish joy and urgency, as if the action alone was real, as if she stopped and sat and thought for just a moment, the nightmare that had just ended would become a reality again, and reality only an impossible romantic dream. Neville did not look dressed for adventure when he entered the lobby of Laura's building. He looked crisp and clean as mountain air. His gray suit was immaculate. His dark tie was silk and perfectly knotted, and quite handsomely correct for the quiet striped shirt he wore. He walked to the elevator and pressed the button and stood as still in front of the elevator doors as a boy who'd just been scolded for squirming. He looked as if he wanted to squirm, though. His legs were wedged militaristically apart. He crossed his hands in front of him, one holding the other, and waited with eager but effective restraint for the elevator to move up from the basement. He glanced at the indicator and saw the light behind B go out, and then L light up. The doors opened. Neville started forward. Then he stopped. There was a man in the elevator. A disheveled ragamuffin of a man, who might have been a janitor or building superintendent except for the fact that he was wearing what still appeared to be a well-tailored, expensive suit. The suit was irreparably wrinkled, spotted and stained. So was the brownish tie that hung open round the dirt-caked collar of the man's shirt. Neville hesitated a moment. "Michael Riesler," he said. Then he stepped into the elevator and let the doors close. Laura held the heavy Irish knit sweater up in front of her and studied it in the mirror. Michael had brought it back with him from his research jaunt to the Emerald Isle, the winter she'd done her first shots for French Vogue. She had financed the research trip, of course. And gladly, she remembered, because he'd been drinking heavily and hanging about, trying to provoke her by flirting with the models, and hinting at clandestine affairs, and, finally, by practically threatening suicide. She was about to toss the sweater over to the reject pile. She knew that was what she intended to do just before she heard the odd noise in the hall. She stopped to listen and thought, how strange. It sounded as if there were trouble with the elevator. And if there was, how could she possibly hear it from her bedroom? And then she couldn't see the sweater in the mirror. She couldn't see herself holding the sweater. For one terrifying, anguished instant, she saw the pitiable blur of memory that was Michael, and then she realized that the noise was not coming from the hall, but from inside her. The grinding, hideous, whining clamor assaulted her, took her inside the elevator where a man was falling. A vibration rushed through her body so powerfully that the sweater began to tear in her hands. She held it, shaking. She brought it up to her face, to cover her eyes, to cover her ears, to dull the deafening high-pitched shrill of yet another death. It was not over. Nothing was over. Through the shattering electronic whine, she heard an almost whimsical jangling. Keys. A hand fell down beside the elevator door. A body rolled, crawled, backwards, writhed in the throes of death. Blood ran from above, ran down the blurred shirt front to the wrist, trickled into a pool formed by the upturned hand that lay on the floor of the elevator. Beside the hand, the blood-filled hand, lay a set of keys. The elevator doors opened. A sliver of hall light fell onto the keys, and then onto the hand that scooped them up quickly. She heard the elevator doors close. She heard the elevator doors close. She did not know who was screaming, or how she could hear the sound of the doors through the scream, or how she knew, suddenly, that the sweater was no longer in her hands. Her vision cleared. The death cry subsided. She saw herself in the mirror again. She was on her hands and knees, panting like a jungle animal. And like an animal, she leapt suddenly toward the phone. She reached for the telephone on the platform beside her bed. She willed her fingers to dial Neville's number. She crouched, shivering, wedging herself into the V between the carpeted platform and the wall, and she started to dial. She heard the keys again. Her eyes darted to the door. The keys were jangling just outside her apartment door. She began to crawl, and then, again, frenzied and driven beyond human instincts, she sprang for the door. She reached the entryway just in time to see that the bolt was not thrown. The keys were turning in the lock, and the safety bolt above the lock was open. Laura screamed in terror and fury. "No!" Her nails splintered against the door wood as she fumbled with the bolt. She threw the bolt shut. The doorknob turned. It rattled with the killer's thrust. The bolt held. The knob stopped rattling, stopped moving. "Go away! Please, go away!" She sank to her knees. She pressed her forehead against the door and moaned over and over, "Please, go away! Whoever you are, please go away!" She had no idea how long she rocked back and forth, begging the killer to go. When she stopped moaning, the entryway and the hall beyond the door were entombed in silence. "Neville!" she rasped desperately. She could scarcely find her voice, her breath. "Neville! Someone is here! Neville!" She had never felt so utterly alone. "Neville!" she whispered into the emptiness. Glass shattered. The crash was immense and absolute. The terrace window splintered savagely. "Neville!" Laura screamed, and suddenly he was there. She ran to him. "Neville! Neville, it's not over!" He opened his arms and took her into them. He stroked her hair and whispered, "Shh! It is, Laura. It is over." "Somebody!" she gasped. "It's not! Somebody in an elevator! He killed someone in an elevator!" "What elevator?" Neville asked. I don't know. I don't know. It happened so fast." He held her shivering shoulders firmly. He looked at her. His gaze was strong and sure. "It's over. Believe me." Laura whirled away from him. It's not Neville. It's not Tommy." "Of course it's Tommy. It's what I told you. This man was what I said he was, a periodic massive amnesiac." But why? Why would Tommy kill all... "Because he hated you," Neville said harshly. She stopped and stared at him. He held her gaze. His beautiful brown eyes caressed hers, urging her to listen and understand, to believe him. He continued, but gently again. "For glorifying violence, Laura, because he hated disorder, so much that he would commit any act to preserve order in the society." What are you talking about?" she asked. He didn't hear her. "Because his mother left him sitting in filth for days at a time, while she sold herself up and down the streets of our nation's capital, because she left him an orphan." That's not Tommy's background," Laura tried to explain. "Neville, listen to me, please. He's from New York, always, and his mother..." But he wasn't listening. "Because all my life I've dreamed of a world where there was order and justice for my people. Where there was..." "My people? What people, Neville?" And then she saw them, as she had seen them through her camera lens before the visions of murder and violence had begun to haunt her. She saw the children, deserted children living in squalor, trying to survive, to understand, to make order out of the chaos and loneliness, the cold night terrors of a world without love, children reaching tiny hands up, stretching on tiptoes to be held, to be cradled in warm, safe flesh, children curled and cringing in fear as they watched the giants that ruled their world lash out at one another in murderous rage.
or spend the love that was their birthright in grunting passion in the arms of strangers. "Neville," she said, trying desperately to control herself to keep from shouting. "You said I." "No, he didn't," John Neville exploded. "He knows what the hell he said." And she knew, too. He moved toward her, and she knew she should be afraid. She was afraid, but still she wanted to run to him, not away. She wanted to hold him and love him and make him feel as safe and protected as he'd once made her feel. She understood that she couldn't. She even understood that somehow, some way, he wanted her to run away from him. She began backing slowly toward the bedroom. "Neville?" "Sure. At first he only wanted to punish 1 or 2 people around you, to give you a feeling for what killing was really all about." "Oh my God," she wailed. All the deaths, all the bloodshed, it had been for her. "Oh my God." "How the hell did I know I was going to fall in love with her? That she would be the one who..." He moved relentlessly toward her. "The one," he repeated. His eyes implored her to finish the sentence, to acknowledge who she was and always had been. She couldn't speak. Neville shook his head abruptly, as if he were trying to clear it, to recover the thought, the purpose, that had momentarily slipped away. That she would turn out to be the most incredible saint of a woman. It became clear. The corruptors were all around her, and once the corruptors were removed, then we could live in peace. Laura stepped back again. She tripped. She reached her arms out to steady herself and half turned against the fall, and she saw Michael's sweater lying on the floor just beyond the open bedroom door. She bolted for the door and stumbled across the sweater. She spun and slammed the door shut and locked it. She closed her hands over her ears and backed away from the locked door. She covered her ears because, on the other side, he was still talking, still trying to explain, and because what he was saying had suddenly become a scramble of meaningless noise. She saw his foot kicking at the door. She saw the tread marks his shoes left and the splintered wood. The sound of the kicking and the crunching of wood insinuated itself into the deafening chaos, amplified the vibrating fear. Then the crunching and kicking sounds converged dramatically into an icy, spine-tingling screech. It was the sound of the ice pick in his hand. One long, searing, sharp scream. The door smashed open. Laura cowered against the mirror. She saw herself staring up. She saw herself curled and cringing at his feet. She saw the shadow of the ice pick, a long, thin silhouette slicing her face, and the blunted top of the instrument that covered one of her eyes like a patch of darkness, a shadow. That shadow was Neville's fist, closed, gripping the pick, vibrating with the relentless promise of death. She saw her eyes staring up at him, and the ice pick in his hands, and she saw her lips moving. She saw that there was fear in her eyes, and tears. She watched her lips, her mouth. The terrible screeching that shook her entire body made it impossible for her to hear what she was saying. She concentrated all her energy on her moving lips. She saw. She did not hear. "Neville," she saw her lips say, "I love you." It was true. From inside the killer's eyes, from inside the killer's mind and heart, she saw that it was true. And in that instant she threw herself against him. She embraced his body, which was real and warm and trembling with fear and power. "Neville," she cried out, "please, I love you." Her embrace lifted his head. He threw back his head, and she could no longer see herself through his eyes. She saw him. She saw Neville staring back at himself from the mirror. The ice pick was still in his hands. She did not really understand what happened. Only that the noise stopped and that Neville was staring at himself in the mirror and that her perspective had changed. She saw him through her own eyes. She felt him push her away. She wanted to cling to his hand, to stop him, to hold him. He pushed her aside and plunged the ice pick into his left eye. Only when the glass shattered did she realize that he had attacked his image in the mirror. The glass rained down onto the carpeting. She watched in horror as he plunged the pick again into the mirror, aiming for his right eye. The ice pick lodged in the wood behind the shattered glass. He stared at the quivering instrument stuck in the wood. Laura crawled away. She crawled over the glass splinters in the carpeting. She dragged herself to the chest where she had hidden the gun. She didn't want the gun. She knew she didn't want to move toward it and open the drawer and feel the cruel weight of it in her hand. And then she knew that he wanted it.
He willed it. She was bringing the gun to him, for him. Neville pulled the ice pick out of the wood and turned back to Laura. He looked drained of all emotion, drained of life itself. He looked at her and saw that she was crying. Slowly, imperceptibly, his face began to mirror her pain. He stared at the gun in her hand. He stared, and then he seemed to recognize it, the gun he had given to her. She thought for a moment that he was going to smile, but he bowed his head and she couldn't tell. When she saw his face again, only the pain was visible. He raised his head and the ice pick at the same time and started across the room toward her. The gun was in her hand. It was pointing at Neville. She watched him walking toward her. She saw bits and pieces of him reflected in the shards of glass scattered across the floor. Neville, the motherless child, the murderer, the cop obsessed with order, drowning in chaos, her assassin and her lover. He stopped a few feet away from her. The ice pick was half raised in his hand. She stared at him through her tears. "I told you I could never pull the trigger," she wanted to say. "I told you you'd probably be doing the poor son of a bitch a favor." She remembered his words. Laura searched his face. She sought the child beneath the man. She sought the eyes she'd known for a lifetime. "Is it really you?" she asked the eyes. "When we loved? When we found each other? Was it again, or for the first time?" The movement was lightning swift, but she saw it slowly. Or perhaps it was only she understood it slowly. He reached out to her as the boy in the long-ago dream had, the boy whom she had not been able to touch. He seized her hand and pulled her toward him, pulled her out of her safe bed and into his nightmare reality. He pressed her gun hand into his stomach. "The problem is," Neville said, "he really loves you." He squeezed her hand, squeezed her fingers. The shot reverberated through her, left her shaking and screaming, and her hand covered with blood. Neville's blood. She screamed and screamed, but no one came to wake her. "Nanny, help me! Neville, forgive me! You killed those people in the police photographs, didn't you? The ones you showed me in your office. The ones I started to see every time I looked at a lonely child's face. You wanted me to find you, to stop you. You laid a trail of death for me, like scattering breadcrumbs in the forest, and I followed it to fame. Forgive me, Neville. Your pain was stronger than my compassion. Your love was stronger than my faith." Laura Mars held the smoking gun in her hand. John Neville lay at her feet. The deep red stain grew on his striped shirt, spread amoeba-like across his stomach, and down his side onto the lining of his conservative gray suit. A sparkling sharp implement glinted a few inches from his head, an ice pick. Its honed steel tip pointed like an arrow to his half-closed eyes. She had stopped screaming. She could not stop staring at him, though. She moved mechanically toward the telephone. She dialed 911. "Police emergency operator 680, the voice at the other end of the phone said. I want to report a death. A police officer has just killed himself in my apartment." How ordinary it sounded. The police operator hesitated for a moment. Then he, too, spoke in a reasonable, matter-of-fact tone. "What's your name and address, please?" He came here to kill me," Laura said. "What's your address, lady?" But he couldn't do it," she continued, because he really did love me." She discovered that she was crying. Her voice was dull and steady, but the salty taste on her lips informed her. So did Neville's body, swimming bloodied and blurred on her tears. She struggled to see him. She remembered how he had once caught her tears on his finger, had once drunk her sorrow through his lips. Now she drank his, the loss of him, into her soul. Through her empty, aching heart, through a silence more terrifying than the awful cry that had linked them in love and death, through her eyes. "We were going up on a mountain," she told the officer on the phone. "You want to give me your phone number there?" "And never coming back." "What's your name, lady?" the emergency operator asked softly. She struggled to hold on to his image as it floated away beyond her tears. "I'm Laura Mars." About the author. H.B. Gilmour's first novel, The Trade, was published in 1973 and was drawn in large part from her experience in the New York publishing world. In 1977, she dug back into her Brooklyn roots and wrote the novel based on the screenplay for the highly successful movie Saturday Night Fever. For Eyes of Laura Mars, Miss Gilmour combined her extensive knowledge of the workings of the contemporary New York scene with on-location observations of the film star Faye Dunaway and discussions with producer John Peters to capture and enlarge upon the bizarre and fascinating elements of the story. Miss Gilmour is currently at work on a new novel and an original screenplay. She lives on Manhattan's Upper West Side with her daughter.
Hello there. This is Keith Garcia, who you just enjoyed reading, or I hope you enjoyed reading this audiobook for the damned of H.B. Gilmour's novelization of The Eyes of Laura Mars. Few observations on this tale. Question may be, why do you like The Eyes of Laura Mars so much? Or what is it between the movie and the book that makes you like this? I have to say that this film came to me many years ago as one of the many films that I would watch on HBO as a kid. HBO was definitely an educator for me on the many wonderful films in cinema. And Eyes of Laura Mars is one that would play very often. I think I saw it once then, and then probably rented it again at my local video store. And as a baby gay man, I think I sort of adopted to a couple of things in the movie. First of all, is Faye Dunaway, which is, I always just find that as a gay man, Faye Dunaway is always in my periphery. She's not one of my favorite actresses in the world, but she's definitely done some of the most satisfying performances of near camp. You know, I won't. That's certainly not saying she's a bad actress. Just saying that she does tend to over-emote a bit, and of course, her role playing Joan Crawford in Mommy Dearest sort of ties all that back into a circle. I do think she's wonderful though, and her role as Laura Mars in the film is definitely one of my favorites. Also, plugging into a little bit of my homosexual tendencies, or whatever it is that drives me as a gay man, the high-stakes world of fashion and fashion photography, especially that of New York, was one that has always been attractive to me. And I think in the film, they do it very well, taking on some style and essence that photographers like Guy Bourdin did with his kind of it is kind of a women as objects, but yet at the same time he brought this darker edge to fashion photography that obviously inspired what they wanted Laura to do. And then of course, circa the time of this film, Tommy Lee Jones is a hunk. Was a hunk. Was a hunk. I don't know if I'd necessarily invite him into my threshold at his age now, but whatever. That being said, that's what drew me to watching the film. On top of that, as a horror film nut, a screenplay written by John Carpenter that was not directed by John Carpenter. Well, let's see what that's all about. I'm a big fan of John Carpenter and his many horrific tales, and knowing that this was more on the thriller edge, I was definitely curious as to how it would play out. I think it plays out decently. There is, still some part of me that wants the resolution of this story, with Detective Neville being the killer, to have some more resonance than just being like, oh, I didn't think about that. At the same time, it's just, oh yeah, he just happened to be that kid. Oops, sorry about that. I wanted something else to sort of be driving whatever. But that aside, H.B. Gilmour does a wonderful job of bringing this New York fashion scene to life and this thrilling tale. I hope you enjoyed the many ways that I read such interesting
adjectives and labels and just everything that described the fashion world that was so luxurious and frilly. Definitely tripped my tongue a few times. There's probably a bunch of outtakes as I tried to pummel through a very long sentence with a lot of different adjectives around that stuff. But I really enjoyed getting into hurried, scary, terrified scenes, because it's fun to try to invoke terrified Faye Dunaway and also describe the action as it's going on. I will credit this novelization for also having a very well-written and descriptive masturbation scene that recurs around Laura's ex-husband, Michael, when he goes into her apartment. Good job, HB. That was a fascinating couple of pages to read aloud. But there we go. So I hope you enjoyed this reading. I'm Keith Garcia. I'm a local film personality in Denver, Colorado. I used to host a series of neo-cult films called The Watching Hour. Neo-cult films being films that have yet to become cult films. They just need about 100 more people to watch it before it gets that status. And Eyes of Laura Mars was featured in my Watching Hour series many years ago that I used to do at a wonderful little theater called the Sea Film Center here in Denver, Colorado. I'm currently a writer for Westward, our alternative weekly here in Denver, where you can read many things that I have to say about film, locally and otherwise. And I'm working on my first documentary, a documentary about Denver's fascinating drag community that I'm calling The Heels Have Eyes. You can look for that sometime in 2017 is my guess. But until then, thanks for spending this time with me, with H.B. Gilmour, and with the visual specter of Faye Dunaway and Tommy Lee Jones. Hope you have a great time.